The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., September 3rd, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Barry Loudermilk to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and the minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member, other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes a gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. For nearly 2 years, I had the privilege of working alongside Walt Hartnett, a man who was a decorated soldier, compassionate advocate for veterans, and a loving father and husband. Walt worked in my district office as our Veterans Affairs representative, connecting his fellow vets to health care, locating service records, and leading our Veterans Advisory Panel. When vets came through our door, they knew Walt heard them. He embodied service, and his time with our team was just one of those many roles. You see, Walt was a 13-year Army veteran, serving 9 years active duty and 4 years in the reserves. He earned the rank of sergeant and many military honors. After his time in the military, Walt built a career in human resources, where he guided veterans into meaningful civilian careers. As commander of our local Conshohocken VFW post, 1074, and commander of the Pennsylvania VFW District 16, Walt created a home for those who needed community most. When Walt joined our staff, we asked him why he would take a job so different and perhaps of less pay than the career he had planned. He said he was clear-eyed in his mission. He wanted to turn his passion into helping veterans into a career, and he did just that. He was proud to work with and for the House of Representatives. He was one of us, an institution by and for the people, and he was a voice for a community that deserves our utmost respect and attention. During our time together, Walt treated his role with care and seriousness it demanded. He also handled it with joy and good humor. Walt's presence was all-encompassing. His laughter boomed through our offices, and his storytelling captivated every audience. He put his entire self into his work, and he was a friend to us, his coworkers. Above all, he was a devoted husband and father. To know Walt was to know his family. He beamed with love and pride for his wife, Ashley, and his 4 children, Eric, Walt, Gianna, and Haley. And it is with this beautiful family in mind, and with their blessing, that I share the next part of this story. On June 9th of this year, Walt took his own life. It is a painful, sad, and difficult truth to share, and I share it because it is not the manner of Walt's death that is his true story. It is how he lived with humor and compassion and love of others. But it is also, we know, a crisis in this country. Every day, many veterans die in this country from suicide. Walt spent his entire life saving servicemen and women, his brothers and sisters, from this very fate that we now eulogize him. It is difficult for me to comprehend, for our team to comprehend, for his family. In the days that followed Walt's death, the outpouring of grief and love and disbelief was beyond anything I've witnessed. His death reverberated in my district through Conshohocken, Montgomery County, and frankly, across the entire Commonwealth and nation, because that's how many lives Walt touched. That's how people cared about him, because he was a reflection of care. His is an extraordinary loss for our community, the Conshohocken community, for veterans, and for my office personally. And today, as we celebrate or recognize September Suicide Prevention Month, today, September the 3rd, would have been Walt's 48th birthday. So as we mourn and grapple with his death, and yet we celebrate his life, I share Walt's story as a way to please help others, to say you are not alone, to say people love you and are available to help you. Just reach out your hand, and we must reach out our hands as well. To say that veterans have endured so much, far beyond anything we can imagine, it is up to us to ensure that they get the aid they deserve. We must do better by them, veterans. Walt sure did. God bless Walt Hartnett. God bless the Hartnett family, and may his memory forever be a blessing. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Flynn Warren Jr. Born in Mount Holly, North Carolina, Flynn graduated high school a year early and was known in town as the local genius. He attended Belmont Abbey College, where he was named MVP of the golf team for 2 consecutive years. He later earned his bachelor's in pharmacy degree from the University of South Carolina and his master's degree from the University of Georgia. Flynn went on to serve as a faculty member at the University of Georgia, retiring as a clinical professor and assistant dean for student affairs. In 2003, he was elected president of the Georgia Pharmacy Association and served on the boards of the Georgia Pharmacy Foundation and the International Association of Torch Clubs, mentoring countless students along the way. Flynn was devoted to his family and community, volunteering with many organizations and helping anyone in need. He is survived by his loving wife, Monica, and their children. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and the legacy of Tom Cousins. Tom Cousins was one of the most influential figures in Georgia's history, transforming Atlanta into one of the nation's leading cities. At just 16, he enrolled at the University of Georgia, earning a degree in finance and graduating in the top 10% of his class. After graduation, he served in the United States Air Force, rising to the rank of first lieutenant. Following his service, he founded a real estate company with his father, becoming the largest home builder in Georgia. Tom later purchased key properties in downtown Atlanta and was instrumental in relocating the St. Louis Hawks to the city. Beyond business, he led the East Lake Revitalization Project, turning the neighborhood into a thriving urban community. His vision and leadership left an enduring mark on Georgia and its capital. Today, we remember Tom Cousins for his extraordinary contributions. Atlanta would not be Atlanta had it not been for Tom Cousins. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate one of Georgia's own, Mason Howell of Thomasville, who made history by capturing the 125th U.S. Amateur Championship. Mason's path to victory was nothing short of extraordinary. He battled his way out of a 20-man playoff, defeated some of the world's highest-ranked amateurs, and ultimately claimed one of golf's most prestigious titles. Only 18 years old, Mason displayed composure far beyond his years. He refused to be intimidated, showing that perseverance and confidence can overcome even the toughest competition. His triumph makes him the 3rd youngest champion in U.S. amateur history, a distinction that places him alongside the game's legends and even ahead of Tiger Woods in the record books. This remarkable accomplishment has earned Mason invitations to the Masters, the U.S. Open, and a spot on the 2025 U.S. Walker Cup team. From his beginnings in Thomasville to the national stage, Mason Howard embodies the values of hard work, dedication, and belief in oneself. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Major General Bobby Christine, a proud alumnus of Samford University's Cumberland School of Law, and his appointment as the 43rd Judge Advocate General of the United States Army. Major General Christine was confirmed by the Senate on June 29, 2025, and assumed his duties on July 1, 2025, becoming the Army's top legal officer and senior uniformed lawyer. In this role, he provides legal counsel to the Secretary of the Army and the Chief of Staff, while leading the Judge Advocate General's Corps in delivering legal services across the Army. His distinguished career includes both private practice and government service, where he has demonstrated integrity, professionalism, and an unwavering commitment to causes greater than himself. Major General Christine's leadership will play a vital role in guiding the Army through transformation and readiness for the future. I congratulate him on this historic achievement and thank him for his service to our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of my dear friend, Gene Buchilik, a man whose vision and leadership have left an indelible mark on our community, our state, and our nation. Gene passed away at the age of 94 on August 3rd of this year. Gene Buchilik was a successful businessman, a devoted husband and father, a veteran, and a man of deep faith and enormous generosity whose impact on Western New York will be felt for generations to come. Gene was a patriot. After serving his country honorably as an instructor sergeant with the United States Marine Corps, 3rd Division, Gene returned home to Buffalo and devoted himself to building both his family and his father's business, Triad Distributing, into a regional powerhouse. Over the span of 6 decades, Gene grew what started as a small family business during Prohibition into our region's premier beverage distribution company, now in its 4th generation of family leadership. Under his leadership, the company grew from a modest operation of 12 employees into a cornerstone of Western New York's economy, employing over 600 individuals and operating statewide. Through subsidiaries like Balkan Beverage and Saratoga Eagle Sales and Service, Triad became one of the largest distributors in the nation while remaining true to its roots as a family business. Gene's love for his family was the foundation of it all. Alongside his beloved wife of 67 years, Carol, they raised a large and loving family, instilling in their children the same commitment to community that defined Gene's life. Gene's 7 children, Mary Ellen, Paul, Suzanne, Timothy, Jeffrey, Peter, Matt, and his late son, Gregory, 21 grandchildren, and 21 great-grandchildren are a testament to the values he embodied. Beyond his family, Gene poured his energy into strengthening Western New York through philanthropy and service. From the Muscular Dystrophy Association to Narden Academy, from Canisius University to Mercy Hospital, and so many more, countless organizations and institutions flourished because of his support. But those who knew Gene will tell you his generosity was never about recognition. It was a chance to give back, to make a difference, and to lift others up. Gene was a proud graduate of Canisius High School, class of 1948, and he lived the values instilled in him through his Jesuit education. He mentored countless young people and never hesitated to lend a helping hand, quietly offering support to those in need, expecting nothing in return. That is who Gene was, a provider, a protector, and a man with a heart too big to measure. Western New York has lost a giant and one of our greatest champions. We will remember Gene Buchilik for the business he built, for the community he nurtured, the causes he supported, the people he loved, and the legacy he leaves us. His life reminds us that true success lies in service to others. I ask my colleagues to join me in honoring the memory of Gene P. Buchilik and in extending our deepest condolences to the entire Buchilik family. May Gene Buchilik rest in peace, and may we all strive to lead with his same sense of purpose and compassion. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise with pride to honor the incredible athletes of Clark County High School, who for the first time since 2009 are state champs in girls track and field. the Eagles won the 4x400 meter relay to surge past the competition and win the Class II state meet at James Madison University. Led by seniors Taya Starley, who captured the 800-meter title and anchored the 4x4 relay, Reagan Megatron Meyer, whose triple jump and 200 meters earned crucial points, and the ever-determined Abigail Cochran and Molly Husted, the Eagles soared to victory. They were joined by their teammates Kendall Harmon, Grace Gorensky, Kennedy Money, Emma Husted, and Mia Timberlake, who each gave it their all. None of this would have been possible without Coach Andre Kidrick, a true leader in his 18th and final season. His legacy, built on heart, toughness, and unity, will echo through Clark County for generations. He was assisted by coaches Jamie Starley, Gary Weimer, Nancy Specht, Regina Dowling, and Jeff Webster in a true team effort. Mr. Speaker, please join me in congratulating these young women, their coaches, and the entire Clark County community on this remarkable achievement. Go Eagles. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the Glenver High School Highlanders boys soccer team, 2025 Virginia Class II state champs for the third straight year. Led by head coach Josh Jones, captains Kean Fisher, Jake Williams, and Aiden Hilton, and a remarkable roster, Grayson Shepard, Tyler Shannon, Jackson Jones, Alan View, Keys Van Gerven, Gavin Miller, Tyler Curtis, Seth Nichols, Levi King, Zach Brown, Heath Russell, Luke Farmer, Parker Doolin, Avery McClanahan, Cooper Mullins, Zach Adams, Henry Schruth, Griffin Geddes, Adam Saunders, James Hosch, Alex Rotkamp, Ryder, Francisco, Evan Harris, Wesley Feliciano, and Connor Magruder, this squad delivered perfection, a 23-0 record, outscoring opponents 134-3, dominating with 20 shutouts and trailing for only 4 minutes all year. In the June 14th final, goals from Hilton and Saunders secured a 2-0 win over Bruton, claiming their 5th straight Regency and 3 Rivers District titles and extending a 61-game unbeaten streak, 98-3 and 2 ties since 2021. I commend the entire coaching and support staff, as well as school leadership, for guiding these young men to excellence. Congratulations, Glenver Highlanders. You have made Glenver and the Roanoke Valley proud. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Virginia Poultry Federation, which is celebrating its 100th anniversary this year. In August of 1925, a group of poultrymen gathered at Virginia Tech for the first Poultry Field Day, where they organized the Virginia Poultry Federation and began a century-long mission to strengthen and support the poultry and egg industry. For the past 100 years, the Federation has served farmers, processors, and businesses through effective advocacy, youth programs, scholarships, and vital partnerships. From education and outreach to supporting 4-H, FFA, and ag in the classroom, its contributions extend far beyond the farm. Today, more than 1,000 farm families depend on this thriving industry, which generates billions of dollars in wages and economic impact across the Commonwealth of Virginia. Nowhere is this more evident than in Virginia's 6th Congressional District, the birthplace of the modern poultry industry and the top producing region in Virginia today. The continued strength of the poultry and egg industries in the Shenandoah Valley and across the Commonwealth is a testament to the Federation's enduring commitment to its mission. I commend President Hobie Bond and the Virginia Poultry Federation on a century of service, leadership, and its success, and I wish them many more years of growth and innovation. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the importance of common sense policies that put public safety first. For too long, we've seen soft-on-crime approaches that let repeat offenders walk free, putting law-abiding citizens at risk. But recent data from Washington, D.C. shows that when we take crime seriously, communities become a safer place. Since President Trump took decisive action to tackle crime head-on in our nation's capital, burglaries have dropped by nearly half, and car thefts have fallen by 36%. These are not just numbers on a page. They represent families who can walk their neighborhoods with greater peace of mind. They represent small business owners who feel more secure about opening their doors. They represent children who can play outside without the same fear of violence. This is what happens when we adopt common sense policies. Holding criminals accountable works. Protecting communities works. Supporting law enforcement works. DC's progress should serve as a model for the rest of the country. The American people are tired of failed policies that prioritize criminals over victims. We should reject those failed approaches and instead double down on strategies that deliver results for America. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Latimer, for 5 minutes. Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a proud son of Mount Vernon, New York. I was born there, I went to school there, and it shaped the person that I am today. My roots run deep in that community, and I carry its values with me every day in my work here in Congress. During World War I, 22 fellow sons of Mount Vernon answered the call to serve and join the fight to defend freedom abroad. These men became part of the legendary Harlem Hellfighters, the 369th Infantry Regiment of the New York Army National Guard. The Harlem Hellfighters hold a remarkable and important place in our nation's history. Comprised primarily of black Americans, this unit was among the first African-American regiments to serve with the American Expeditionary Forces during the First World War, and a later version served in the Second World War. Because the U.S. Army remained segregated at that time, these men were assigned to fight under French command. They spent nearly 200 days in frontline trenches, more than any other American unit. They faced unimaginable hardship, but never wavered. They suffered the most casualties of any American regiment, with nearly 1,500 men making the ultimate sacrifice. Yet, despite their heroism and service, they returned home to a country that did not afford them the recognition they earned. Today, that changes. This afternoon, these brave men, our Harlem Hellfighters, will be honored with the Congressional Gold Medal, the highest civilian award Congress can bestow. This long overdue recognition honors their extraordinary valor, their unwavering service, and their critical place in American history. The men of the 369th embodied courage, resilience, and patriotism in the face of adversity. They are more than deserving of this distinction. In a few hours, I will join their descendants in laying a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier. We will pay tribute to those who served, sacrificed, and whose names were too long left unspoken. Their legacy lives on in Mount Vernon, in New York, and across this nation that they helped defend. We honor them today and remember them always. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to salute the life and achievements of Lola Daniels Hunter, who served our community as president of the White Plains Greenburgh branch of the NAACP, as a board member of the Greenburgh Police and Advisory Committee, and as a leader of the North Elmsford Civic Associations. For over 50 years, Lola Daniels Hunter was a member of the Bethel Baptist Church in White Plains, serving in board leadership. She showed her professional skills in the Westchester County Department of Social Services and achieved a BA degree from the College of New Rochelle and an MPA from Pace University. She is survived by her daughter, Priscilla Ann Daniels, and legions of friends and neighbors in Greenburgh and White Plains and Mamaroneck who loved her as she loved them and the community. She is with the Lord now, but we are all better for her time with us. Rest in power, Lola. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate my friend and fellow Iowan, Dan Houston, on his retirement from Principal Financial Group after 41 years of service. From starting his first job at Principal in 1984 to eventually becoming chairman, president, and CEO, Dan exemplifies the power and hard work and dedication. His decisions have helped more families achieve financial security and plan for tomorrow. Dan has also committed himself at Principal Financial to philanthropic causes in Des Moines and across the state of Iowa. Under his leadership, Principal donated generously to the United Way, the annual Principal Charity Golf Classic, which raised millions of dollars for the youth, and the Principal Foundation awards grants to worthy causes, including disaster recovery, affordable housing, and small business development. Dan has always prioritized the people that Principal Financial serves, putting families and our communities first. In his retirement, Dan will have more time to focus on the things that truly matter most, spending time with his wife, Joni, his children, and his grandchildren, and devoting his talents to causes and organizations near and dear to his heart. I thank Dan for his incredible contributions to Iowa and wish him and his family the very best in his next chapter of life. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, students across the country started to head back to school this week. For many, school is so much more than just a place for learning. For 13 million food insecure children, it's a place where they can rely on having a meal twice a day. Yes, even 6 decades after Michael Harrington published the great book, The Other America, which became a blueprint to fight poverty and hunger in America. This book was published by Michael Harrington during the Kennedy administration. Hunger still exists in America. School is also a place that provides after-school programming that keeps students engaged and off the streets. It's a place where students are able to receive medical care during and through school-based health clinics. So if a student gets an asthma attack, those first critical minutes will be attended to at a school-based clinic. So schools are so much more than just a place for learning. Unfortunately, Republicans have introduced a labor HHS and education bill that will cut the Department of Education funding by $66.7 billion. These cuts will be devastating to the academic achievement of kids, students across the country. But Republicans want to have it both ways. They want to eliminate Title III English acquisition grants for English language learners, while the rest of the world is pushing to have their children, their students, mastered and be proficient in more than one language so they could be competitive across the planet. These cuts are being implemented. And they want English to be the only language, an English-only country, making it less competitive than other countries that want their children to be proficient in several languages. They want to lower crime, but they are cutting vital funding like the Nita Lowey 21st Century Community Learning Centers, which provide after-school funding that keep kids off the streets and out of trouble. While the National Guard is being deployed right here in D.C., they're cutting these programs that will help young people stay off the corner. They want America to have a stronger economy with the most advanced workforce, but are cutting Title I funding that helps all kids, especially ones that come from low-income backgrounds, have the best chance for success. Student academic achievement is the cornerstone of national security, but fewer than a third of our students nationwide can read at an appropriate grade level. These academic achievement gaps will only be exacerbated as Republicans and the Trump administration continue their campaign against the immigrant community, as parents are afraid they will drop their kids in school and never see them again. We must continue to invest in education and educational programs that will help all students get back on track. We must bring back the investment and pride that once, at one point, made America the envy of the world and the American public school system the great equalizer for kids all across the country. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, over the August in-district work period, I had the privilege of meeting with Kansans from all across the district, from Salina to Great Bend, Hutch to Waukegan, Hoxie to Jetmore, Hayes to Hill City. It is the honor of my life to represent the Big First District of Kansas in this Congress, and I was grateful to spend time with Kansans while I was able to be home. For a fifth year in a row, I visited all 60 counties in the Big First District, and I had the chance to hear about the impacts of the One Big Beautiful Bill will make on our families and our communities. As I visited companies and families across the Big First District, stop after stop, my fellow Kansans expressed their appreciation for the wins the bill delivers for Kansas families. They are relieved that we were able to prevent the largest tax hike in American history from working and middle-class families. They're grateful to have a Congress and a White House that embraces pro-family policies and our commitments to doubling the child tax credit and expanding 529 education savings accounts. These are common sense policies that promote and strengthen families across the nation, and they're yet another promise made, promise kept. Small business owners and family farms shared how monumental our legislation is for their family. We were able to make the 199A small business deduction permanent, allowing agriculture and small business families to keep more of their hard-earned dollars. Farm families were relieved that they no longer have to fear being forced to sell land when they lose a loved one. By expanding the death tax exemption, we brought the tax code in line with today's farm economy and allowed more farm families to keep their operations in the family. This is life-changing for millions of families across the country and throughout the Big First District. Farmers, ranchers, and agriculture producers were also grateful that our legislation restored a decades-old standard that exempts the value of assets found on family farms and small businesses from being assessed as part of a family's net worth. Over the past few years, net farm income has decreased by nearly 25%. When young people from these families are applying for higher education financial aid, the assets tied up in the family farm or the small business should not count against them. Our bill makes their lives easier, not harder, by leveling the playing field for these students and families while protecting the American dream for every student, regardless of their parents' careers. Our farmers were also deeply grateful for the common sense provisions that ensure our tax incentives benefit American-grown products and American farmers, not foreign producers. By extending the 45Z tax credit and limiting eligibility to domestic feedstocks, this majority delivered long-term certainty for American agriculture. Kansas farmers started the year needing a new farm bill that meets the needs for today and not from 6 years ago. Last year, congressional Democrats held farm country hostage and chose to play political games rather than work with congressional Republicans to pass a new 5-year farm bill. In the One Big Beautiful Bill, our Republican majority answered rural America's call by updating reference prices, doubling investments in crucial trade promotion programs like MAP and FMD, and expanding crop insurance. These are all common sense policies that allow our farmers to feed, fuel, and clothe the world without the fear of losing everything because of a bad crop year. This legislation was life-changing for the agriculture families in my district. Mr. Speaker, our work is cut out for us in the weeks ahead. The One Big Beautiful Bill has shown that this majority can do for the country, and we ought to build on that momentum by passing policies that promote safety in American communities, continue to strengthen American agriculture, and steward American taxpayer dollars responsibly while cutting wasteful spending. I look forward to working with this majority to deliver on these promises, and I'm excited to see all that we can do in the next 4 months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Sykes, for 5 minutes.
And to the fiscal year 26 Energy and Water Appropriations Bill. At a time when energy costs are skyrocketing for my constituents, Republicans are trying to make it even harder for them to keep their homes warm and keep the lights on. For example, this bill makes massive cuts to the Department of Energy's Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy, including a nearly $10 million cut to Ohio. That's a 44% cut. Republicans' cuts to this office include cuts to the Weatherization Assistance Program, which reduces energy costs by increasing the energy efficiency of their home. These cuts are compounded by the fact that ratepayers in Ohio are on the hook for a corrupt bill that adds hundreds of energy costs to bail out a coal plant in Indiana. Ohioans cannot afford any more Republican malfeasance that literally cost Ohioans hundreds of dollars a year. But even more, this bill does not adequately fund 2 authorities in my district that were created under the Water Resources Development Act of 2024. The bipartisan Water Resources Development Act authorized projects across the United States for water and wastewater infrastructure that are critical to strengthen the flood protection and resiliency of our communities and complete ecosystem restoration that maintains America's vital natural resources. This legislation specifically authorized $49 million in new authorities in Ohio's 13th congressional district to allow the Army Corps of Engineers to contribute their expertise to the development of new and existing infrastructure projects that not only improve water and sewer infrastructure, but bolster our economic competitiveness. I am proud to have advocated for these resources to ensure that they were included in last year's WRDA. These programs allow communities in my district to have access to the infrastructure they need to flourish. And here's how. Under the Summit County New Authority, $25 million would have been authorized to fund projects such as Akron's water main and lead service line replacement, Fairlawns West Market Street water line replacement, New Franklin South Main Street stormwater replacement, Barberton and Stratford Street waterline project, and Fairlawns Rosemont Preserve project. Additionally, under Stark County's new authority, $24 million would have been authorized to fund projects such as Canton's Cromer Water Storage Reservoir replacement, improvements to the Ohio Erie Canalway Lock 4 Park, and North Lawrence's sanitary sewer project. Funding these projects is crucial to ensure my constituents have access to clean water in their homes. In order to truly make a difference for these communities, we must fully fund the programs that we authorize. For me, this is about my constituents and lowering their costs and allowing our communities to thrive. And because of aggressive gerrymandering in Ohio, people of Ohio's 13th congressional district paid taxes that never made it back to our communities. These funds went to places like California, New York, and God forbid, Michigan. And here's just another example of snatching hard-earned constituents' dollars that they expected to be reinvested in their community only to be sent elsewhere to pay for billionaire tax cuts or something else nefarious and nothing that anyone asked for. I came to Congress to do right by my community. And as I said earlier, I am proud to have ensured that $49 million in new infrastructure authorities were included to be funded in our community. But this work cannot get done if we do not appropriate the money to get the shovels in the ground. And for this reason and many others, I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill because it does not lower costs and harms our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize Twinsburg firefighter and local hero Jacob Jarzab as Ohio's 13th Congressional District Champion of the Week. On August 17th, Joshua and his team responded to a 911 call for a basement fire. Joshua and his team acted swiftly, entering a burning home, fighting back flames, and clearing a path to the basement. Once underground, amidst thick smoke and scorching flames, Joshua and his team conducted a methodical search and later, excuse me, I lost my page. This is a really good story and I want you to hear it. Well, I don't know where it went, but here's the crux of the story. Joshua and his team entered into a house. They found an 8-month-old baby in the basement. Even though the flames were high and strong, they continued searching for this baby and ultimately rescued them. It took 12 minutes for Joshua and his team from the Twinsburg Fire Department to ensure that they got that baby out safe and sound. And I just want to say to Joshua and the entire Twinsburg Fire Safety Services team, there are people who run away from fire, but you all ran towards it. And not only do you run towards it, in that situation you ran every other day that you were on call. But in this particular moment, you saved a life, and we are so grateful for you. So to Joshua, the Twinsburg Fire Department, and all of those who protect and serve our communities, I say thank you and congratulations for being Ohio's 13th Congressional District Champion of the Week. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach, for 5 minutes.
I rise to congratulate the Piers Lakers in winning the Minnesota Baseball Association's Amateur State Championship. The Lakers fought valiantly through the Class C tournament, defeating the LeSueur Braves 11-1 to win the first ever state championship. It's great to see the tradition of town ball alive and well in Minnesota. Congratulations again to the Piers Laker on their victory. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I was proud of the community members that stood with us and partnered with me in creating the Fix Our Flooded Basements Act. Many people might not know this, but FEMA will cover helping get a new furnace, water heater, but they will not help in mitigating the toxins and the mold that can be created if they don't, again, get rid of the water and be able to clean out the basement. So in southeastern Michigan, we've seen that firsthand. We've had 2 national emergency declarations. Water damage, as you know, can lead to long-term issues regarding mold, toxins that impact the health of the family in the home. And again, too many of our families were denied FEMA assistance because the current rules do not cover repairs of most basements, where floods are often the most destructive. And again, it can lead to toxic mold if not mitigated. As flooding becomes more frequent due to the climate crisis, it's crucial that we take action to require FEMA, Mr. Speaker, to provide flood victims with the full resources they need to rebuild their lives. I still remember the senior in Inkster, Michigan. She was in her 70s, Mr. Speaker. And after the first declaration, her basement was flooded. She did not have the means nor the capabilities to be able to, again, get rid of the water that was in her basement. When I came by to visit her again, the water, because of the weather, froze in her basement. Years later, now she is dealing with toxic mold. So we need to have a legislative fix that is, again, helping mitigate those issues to make sure that our families are not living under unsafe conditions, exposed to serious health risks from mold, mildew, and moisture damage. Mr. Speaker, these are people recovering from a disaster. And to have FEMA say, no, we cannot help in this regards, even though they're exchanging the water heater, helping with the furnace, the fact that they will not mitigate the basement, again, leaves many of our families out. So a lot of my colleagues who have signed on to support this bill is the first time they realize that, again, FEMA did not do this. And maybe it was created because it was for the coastal communities, but we know communities like Michigan now are impacted in the Midwest. And so our Fix Our Flooded Basements Act will make sure the federal disaster assistance finally covers, again, all the mitigation needs for basement water damage. The bill would expand the coverage for federal assistance to cover the cost of repairing property and flooded damaged basements after a major disaster. Mr. Speaker, our residents must be able to live safely and fully rebuild their lives after disaster strikes. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to please support this legislation. It's critically important for our families. Families in our community are facing an affordability crisis. We hear it at our town halls, we hear it at every corner of our communities. And they're struggling with the rising grocery costs. The cost of groceries have gone up 28%. And the majority of Americans say that grocery prices are the major source of stress for their families. Now corporations are using new technology to raise prices in new ways and without the knowledge of the consumer. Electronic shelf labels allow stores to change prices in seconds. The industry is not shy about it. They admit that if it's hot outside, they say, we can raise the price of water and ice cream. Even worse, corporations are tracking you and using your own personal private information against you. We all know that companies collect and purchase a tremendous amount of our private data and personal information. These custom profiles, personal profiles on many of our families and residents allow companies to charge different people different prices for the same exact item by using things like mobile apps, online shopping, facial recognition technology. This is called surveillance pricing. And all of us need to wake up and see that this technology, again, is fixing prices, increasing costs on our families. Target, for example, charged consumers using this app higher prices when they were inside their stores, assuming that the consumer either wouldn't notice or was unlikely to go anywhere else. This is outrageous, Mr. Speaker, and wrong. Companies should not be able to use your online history, past purchases, the color of your skin, your income, where you work, your zip code, to charge you a higher price. Surveillance pricing will lead to increased costs for food and basic goods. It will harm working families who are already struggling to make ends meet. But this is not just about discriminatory technology. It's about corporate greed in our country. And CEOs are getting richer while working people struggle. I introduced the Stop Pricing Gouging and Grocery Act to ban personalized price gouging
gentlewoman's time
by
has
grocery
expired.
stores, and I urge my colleagues to join me in this effort.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of Lisa K. Cologne of Lancaster City, who passed away on August 21st of 2025 at the age of 51. Lisa will be deeply missed by all who knew her, especially her family. She was a devoted wife to Rayali Cologne, loving mother to Israeli, Victoria, and Rayolina, and proud grandmother to 3 granddaughters. She was also a faithful sister and daughter. Lisa represented, in many ways, what makes our community so great: a dedication to public service, a spirit of volunteering, a strong work ethic, and a deep love for God, family, and country. Born in Asheville, North Carolina, Lisa moved to Lancaster County in 1987 along with her family when her father transferred to the Pennsylvania Army National Guard. In the 2000s, Lisa furthered her education, graduating from Harrisburg Area Community College and then Penn State University with a bachelor's degree in accounting. She worked as a records officer at Lancaster County Prison and then moved to the Controller's Office as senior accountant and assistant manager before being elected by the voters of Lancaster County to serve as county controller in 2021, a position she held until her passing. Lisa was the first woman elected controller in Lancaster County, but her impact as a trailblazer and her contributions to her community extends far beyond her service as a public official. Lisa had a heart for giving back to the community, volunteering for the Lancaster City Parks Department, Adopt a Block, and homeless shelters in the city. She was president of the local Blue Stars Mothers of America chapter, which assists active duty military personnel, their families, and veterans. Lisa also served as chair of the Lancaster City Republican Committee and the assistant treasurer for the Republican Committee of Lancaster County. For her many professional and community achievements, Lisa was honored as a woman of influence by the Central Penn Business Journal just last year. It was a fitting recognition for the positive impact that Lisa has made on our community. Even while battling cancer, Lisa Cologne continued her duties as controller and did missionary work in Cambodia as well. Lisa left behind an incredible impact on both the community and those she met, and I am glad to have known her and have called her a friend for many years. As we mourn the passing and celebrate the life of Lisa Cologne, we offer our prayers of comfort to her family and to those who grieve. May they have peace, and may Lisa's memory and the lasting impact on our community continue to inspire others. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for the 35th time today to call on the Trump administration to restore life-saving food aid for malnourished children. As a reminder, back in January, Elon Musk and Donald Trump halted shipments of life-saving food aid to children around the world who need it to survive. This is Plumpy Nut, a peanut paste that is made specifically to treat children starving to death. See, when children are starving, their organs shut down. So even if you get food to them, they cannot process traditional food. They need this. This is their only chance at life. 2 years ago, Congress appropriated, on a bipartisan basis, Democrats and Republicans, over $1 billion to get life-saving food aid and other aid to children around the world. This was produced in American factories with supplies that came from American farmers. The money was already approved. The money was already spent. Thousands of boxes of this life-saving food aid is now sitting in warehouses, including in my district in Rhode Island, because Donald Trump and Elon Musk stopped the program. Already paid for, already produced, children starving around the world, waiting for this life-saving aid, and it is sitting in warehouses while children starve. Congress came back and appropriated more funding for fiscal 25, $200 million plus. The Trump administration sat on that funding as well. Why? Well, interestingly, the administration for the last 8 months has insisted that they intend to restart this program. They have said, oh yes, it's coming back. They started saying that within the first few weeks. Elon Musk tweeted about it. Marco Rubio swore under oath that they were going to restart this program. But it's been 9 months. Where is the urgency? Finally, a few weeks ago, Adhesia Nutrition, the organization in my district that produces this food aid, received new orders from the State Department after 9 months. That is welcome news. But the days and weeks are continuing to tick by, and they still have not been told where to ship this food aid to. There's a lesson here. It is very easy for any idiot, any billionaire who's never worked in government, to go in and destroy a program. But then it's hard to rebuild it afterwards. And in the meantime, children are starving to death needlessly. So my message to the administration, once again, is to act with purpose, to act with urgency, to follow your own word, and to honor your commitment. You have said you are going to restart this program. You have awarded new contracts. Literally, all you got to do is hit a button and restart the shipments. That's all you have to do. It's been 9 months. These kids cannot wait a day longer. Restart the aid, disperse the funds, ship the food, save the children. And I will speak on this floor every day until you do. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of a true Rhode Island original and hero, Judge Frank Caprio. Born to Italian immigrants in 1936, Frank was raised in the proud neighborhood of Federal Hill in Providence, Rhode Island. His family, like so many in Rhode Island, came across the country, valued hard work and service. Frank served on the Providence City Council and had a distinguished legal career before being appointed to the Providence Municipal Court as a judge in 1985, a career on the bench that would span nearly 4 decades. During this time, Judge Caprio became renowned for his sense of compassion and fairness in the courtroom, which eventually made him an international television star and a beloved example of compassionate leadership across the world. I will tell you, I still have friends and family from all over the country. People I meet, when they hear I'm from Rhode Island, they ask about that judge. In 2000, Judge Caprio launched his show Caught in Providence on WLNE TV in Rhode Island so that Rhode Islanders could see how the nicest judge in the world works up close and personal. And in 2018, the show gained national syndication, reaching audiences across the entire United States and the world. Judge Caprio's show was nominated for 4 Emmys, and clips from Caught in Providence showcasing his humanity have garnered billions of views on social media. Through his work on the bench, Judge Caprio has inspired countless people to treat others with kindness and empathy. My thoughts are with his family, his loving wife, his 5 children, his grandchildren, and everyone whose life has been touched by his work. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to
amend my remarks.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor the life and the legacy of Dr. Joseph Castro, an exceptional leader who broke the glass ceiling as the first Latino to lead the California State University system, the largest university system in the nation, with 23 state campuses and over 500,000 students. A grandson of immigrants, his story is the American story. Raised by a single mother in Hanford, California, he was the first in his family to graduate from college. He never forgot the struggles his family faced, and he carried those lessons with him throughout his life as a role model. His journey reflected the hopes and the dreams of so many families in our valley and throughout our nation who work hard every day to hope to achieve a better life. That is why Joe made it his mission to open doors for others. From his time as a professor to his service as president of Fresno State and ultimately as chancellor to the university system, he dedicated his career to lift up students who, like him, came from very humble beginnings. That was Joe. That's who he was. And that's why we honor him. He believed that every young person deserved a chance to succeed, no matter what their background may be. I had the privilege of working with Joe on a wide range of initiatives, from protecting our dreamers to ensuring that they have a chance to achieve their full potential, to expanding global opportunities for students at Fresno State, through new study abroad partnerships with the University of the Azores and the Punjabi Agricultural University. This was just Joe. He would always reach out, not only throughout our valley, but throughout California. And these efforts didn't expand educational pathways, but they built bridges between our valley and the world. Joe understood that educating our children provided a foundation for future success. I mean, it's not rocket science. When our young people in this country get a complete education, a university education, they succeed. And guess what? When they succeed as part of America's future, America succeeds. That's why he dedicated his life to education. To me, Joe was more than just a colleague. He was a dear, dear friend. I will remember him not only for his many accomplishments, but for his kindness, his generosity, and that big heart that Joe had. He was a true son of the Valley who never forgot where he came from and never stopped giving back. His legacy lives on for thousands and thousands of students whose life he changed in higher education. My thoughts and prayers go to Joe's wife, Mary, a true partner. They achieved so much together. His kids, Isaac and Lauren and Jess, as well as the countless people whose lives Joe touched. It was really remarkable. He left a mark on all of us that will never, ever fade, and that we should carry on in turn. I was honored to call him my friend, and I will miss him like so many deeply. He always challenged us at Fresno State to be bold, to be bold. For me, Joe, my friend, I will always think of you as Chancellor Emeritus. Go Fresno State Bulldogs. God bless you, Joe, and thank you for your service to a grateful nation. We will always remember. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with a heavy heart to honor the life and service of Spokane County Sheriff Ken Sollars, who was tragically killed in the line of duty on August 9th while selflessly assisting with a traffic hazard on Interstate 90. Sergeant Sollars served the people of Spokane County for more than 34 years, first as a corrections officer, then as a parole deputy, a detective, and ultimately as a patrol sergeant. He was known for not only his dedication in uniform, but for his deep commitment to helping others in every aspect of his life. Ken Sollars also served our country for over 2 decades in the United States Air Force, retiring as a technical sergeant with the Washington State Air National Guard. Sergeant Sollars was a protector, a mentor, and a beloved member of both law enforcement and military communities. Both I and everyone in Eastern Washington were keeping his wife, his family, and the entire Spokane County Sheriff's Office in our prayers. We are profoundly grateful for his life and of service, and we will never forget his sacrifice. And may we all appreciate and remember the sacrifice of our first-line responders and the service that they do every day for our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor Jerry Consiglio, a World War II veteran, former mechanic, and aerospace foreman, and a beloved fixture of the Sierra Vista community for more than 4 decades. Died in July, just days before his 102nd birthday. Born in 1923, Jerry served in the U.S. Army during World War II, where he participated in some of the most harrowing campaigns in Europe. He landed at Normandy on D-Day and later fought in the brutal Battle of the Bulge. He was awarded 2 Bronze Stars and left the Army with the rank of sergeant. After the war, Jerry built a life grounded in hard work and community. He owned an auto shop and later worked in aerospace, contributing to the early development of the Boeing 747 landing gear at Aerojet. Jerry then moved to Sierra Vista more than 40 years ago. He built deep ties with the community and was well known amongst veterans. He attended Our Lady of the Mountains Catholic Church and had a vibrant social life even into his 2nd century. Jerry had relocated to Tennessee earlier this year to be close to family as his wife Nancy battled health concerns. Since his passing, his family plans to return his ashes to Sierra Vista, fulfilling his wishes to be remembered in the community that he loved. My thoughts and prayers are with the Consiglio family and Sierra Vista community. Jerry was a true role model for absolutely everyone. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honor Kelly Pierce, who tragically and unexpectedly passed away on August 1st of this year. Kelly was a mom of 3 boys. She was a daughter, granddaughter, friend, cousin, and a women's soccer coach. Kelly coached at Pima Community College, Mountain View High School, CDO Soccer Club, and FC Tucson. But she's most recently known for coaching the varsity women's soccer team at South Point High School Lancers, where she graduated from in 1999. As a player, Kelly won 2 state championships, and later as a coach, she led the Lancers to 6 state championships in the past 8 years, a truly remarkable feat. Only 44 years old, Kelly was passionate and devoted to her family and coaching. She was widely known in our community for her soccer talent and had been involved with youth soccer for nearly 20 years. She was an inspiration to young female athletes, instilling self-confidence and the power as individuals. Among her cousins, she was the leader with all the confidence, who was admired with the biggest and most giving heart. And later in life, her boys were everything to her. She was a dedicated mother who always prioritized her boys and their well-being. My prayers are with her 3 sons, Tyler, Brady, and Camden, her partner Joey Bernier, her brothers Jeff and Donald Pierce, and her large extended family, including her mom, grandmother, cousins, plus the players she loved so much, both current and former. Kelly truly reflects what I love most about our district. She was hardworking, passionate, and dedicated. She leaves a humongous hole in our community and will be dearly missed. As her family, friends, and the South Point community grieve, know that our community is alongside you. Kelly, may your legacy on this earth continue to inspire future generations, and may you rest in peace. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Sovereign God, establish your purpose for this day. Though we come to the business of this place with many plans and purposes, our minds filled with cares and concerns, and our spirits guided by the best of intentions, none of this will prosper unless we have your blessing. So we humble ourselves under your mighty hand, laying before you all that we could hope for or desire, that you will exalt only that which reveals your grace plan. We cast our worries before you, trusting that you will care for us. Into your keeping we commend this day and pray that all that we say and do will bring glory to you. Certain of your abiding presence and sure of your salvation, we pray in the power of your name. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Vindman.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Illegal alien crossings have fallen to an historic low, with the fewest arrests by the Border Patrol at the southern border in July being a 24% drop from the previous record low in June. Compared to July 2024 under Biden, this achieves an amazing 92% decrease of illegal aliens and terrorists coming into America. Since President Donald Trump took office, the administration has arrested nearly 150,000 illegal aliens, with 50,000 arrests occurring in just the past 8 weeks. It's coordinated by Border Czar Tom Homan and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Republicans are sending a clear message to traffickers, cartels, and criminals. They would be held to the full extent of the law. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength, revealing that war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump and mocking Trump, defiantly embracing fellow dictators today in Beijing. As Trump correctly interpreted, this threatens American families. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I am honored to recognize this week's Constituent of the Week, Ernisha Hall, on her work as co-founder, president, and CEO of the Virginia Black Chamber of Commerce. For over half a decade, Ernisha has been leading the chamber and working to foster economic stability for black business owners. Serving over 2,700 business owners to date, the chamber has introduced programs throughout Virginia that are aimed at strengthening the visibility of black business owners. Ernisha, your commitment to your community and continued success serve as an inspiration to us all. As your representative in Congress, I am grateful for the work you do each day in pursuit of economic justice. Congratulations again on your accomplishments. It is a privilege to highlight your story on the floor of the U.S. House. I'm thankful for all that you do. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the dawn of a new college football rivalry in the great state of Georgia, the clash of Highway 29 between the LaGrange College Panthers and the Point University Skyhawks. On Saturday, September 6th, these two incredible institutions will meet on the gridiron for the very first time. Both schools call Troup County home and the heart of Georgia's 3rd Congressional District and less than 1 hour away from Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. Founded in 1831, LaGrange College is the oldest private college in Georgia, and its vision is to be an innovative institution, holistically educating students to connect with and contribute to an ever-changing world. Competing in NCAA Division III, its athletic program has won national and conference championships in baseball, basketball, golf, and soccer, and softball, instilling excellence and pride across generations of Panthers. Point University was originally founded in Atlanta Christian College in 1937, and its mission is to educate and equip students for Christ-centered service and leadership throughout the world. For 3 consecutive years, Point has been recognized as an NAIA Champion of Character 5-star institution, a designation that honors their commitment to integrity, respect, and servant leadership. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to recognize the newest college football rivalry in the great state of Georgia, and I encourage you and all of my colleagues to tune in on Saturday night and watch the clash of Highway 29 between the LaGrange College Panthers and the Point University Skyhawks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in recognition of the brave hospital workers who responded to the Annunciation school shooting last week. Whenever a mass shooting happens, the ripple effects of the trauma it causes in that community are profound. I want to take a moment to thank every healthcare worker who helped save lives in responding to this event. Children's, Masonic, and particularly the staff at Hennepin Healthcare who took in nearly a dozen children in critical condition. These children arrived alone, unidentified, and ripped apart by gunshot wounds. The hospital staff leapt into action immediately, removing shrapnel, performing emergency surgery, providing stabilizing care and comfort to these little children. While we're immensely grateful for their expertise, we should not normalize that doctors and nurses in the United States have had to become expert in managing war wounds. The toll it takes on them is real. This event reminds us of how critically important our Level 1 trauma centers are in our communities. They are life-saving, and these hospital workers are our heroes. I am immeasurably grateful. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Carroll High School for their accomplishments in teaching future generations of leaders. As President Trump has highlighted, Indiana does education right, and Carroll High School is no exception. The U.S. News and World Report ranked Carroll High School as the #1 high school in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and number 15 in the state. Carroll has demonstrated their high standards through excellent performance on state-required tests, a 95% graduation rate, and exceeding expectations for college readiness. In high school, students learn more than just math and chemistry equations. Rather, students build their work ethic, establish critical thinking skills, and learn what it means to be a citizen of our great country. Teachers are endowed with educating our teachers, which is why I'm incredibly thankful to all the educators at Carroll High School for carrying out this mission. Your dedication to teaching Fort Wayne's next generation of leaders is incredible, and our community is extremely appreciative. Congratulations to Carroll High School on this accomplishment, and I'm excited to see the future achievements of Carroll High School students. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in defiance of President Trump's threats to deploy the National Guard to Chicago. He wasted $1 million every day to house the National Guard in D.C., and now he wants to further misuse taxpayer dollars instead of investing in real permanent solutions to gun violence. Like D.C., I'm sure Chicago can use money for more police, mental health counselors, social workers, and community violence intervention programs. President Trump is actively making gun violence worse. He froze funding allocated to community violence intervention organizations, shut down the Office of Violence Prevention, and made it easier to buy guns. Gun violence is a public health issue, but the CDC has been stripped of medical experts and leaders. Let's be truthful about the real reason why President Trump wants to deploy the National Guard to Chicago. It's not to reduce crime. It's to instill fear and abuse his power. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commend the Wild Sunshine Factory. That's a distillery in McKean County, Kane, Pennsylvania, that makes a great product using sunflowers for that beverage. But I commend them today for honoring a vital piece of the Commonwealth's logging and conservation heritage, the colossal cherry. The colossal cherry is now an artifact, but at one time it was the largest black cherry tree in the world. The Wild Sunshine Factory hosted a dedication ceremony on August 22nd in honor of the colossal cherry, which is also known as the Sheffield log. Discovered and preserved through efforts of local historians and conservation advocates, the Sheffield log stands as a powerful symbol of the region's natural history, the resilience of its people, and the enduring value of sustainable forestry. It once stood in the woods of the Allegheny National Forest before being knocked down during the tornado of 1985. It was then formally homed in Sheffield, Pennsylvania to mark its centennial in 1986, and now the newly restored colossal black cherry sits at its permanent home at the Wild Sunshine Factory. Mr. Speaker, this rededication is a story worth celebrating. I thank everyone who took part in the preservation of the colossal black cherry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize 4-year-old Grayson Ellis from Windsor, North Carolina. Grayson is full of energy and curiosity. In his spare time, he loves baseball and fishing. He learned to count to 50 from playing hide and seek. But what makes Grayson so special to me is his love for politics and civics. He wanted to meet with his congressman, so we met. I'm sure his mom, Samantha, and dad, Ryan, they were proud of him because he even dressed the part, too. Mr. Speaker, young people like Grayson are watching us every single day. Grace reminds us that we must inspire the next generation, work to open new doors of opportunity, and help every child live the American dream. Thank you, Grayson, for this reminder. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember the life and legacy of Jim DeMarco, a devoted husband, father, and grandfather. Jim was a passionate photographer and framed the world through his camera, capturing nature and small family moments. And he and his wife, Maria, moved to Northern Virginia over 30 years ago, raising 4 children and making countless contributions to our community. And as we mourn his passing, we celebrate a life well lived, one that embodied the principles of hard work, integrity, and love. Jim's memory will continue to inspire all who knew him to live fully, love deeply, speak truthfully, laugh often, and always take the picture. May he rest in peace. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intention to raise a question of the privileges of the House, in the form of a resolution as is follows. Whereas Representative Corey Mills has on several occasions conducted himself in a manner that reflects discredit upon the House of Representatives. Whereas on February 19th of 2025, Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department officers were called to resolve a private matter at Representative Corey Mills' residence, where officers were called to the 1300 block of Maryland Avenue Southwest around 1:15 p.m. for the report of an assault. Whereas the police reports obtained by NBC4 Washington confirmed that the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department was investigating Representative Corey Mills for an alleged assault of a 27-year-old woman that took place on February 19, 2025 at the residence of Representative Corey Mills. And whereas the first police report provided to NBC4 Washington by a source and confirmed by a second source familiar with the investigation said that the 27-year-old woman accused her significant other for over a year of having grabbed her, shoved her, and pushed her out the door. And also said the woman involved showed the officers bruises on her arm which appeared fresh. And whereas NBC4 Washington also reported that the Metropolitan Police Department identified Representative Corey Mills as the significant other of the alleged victim of assault, which alleged victim was a 27-year-old woman who was not the wife of Representative Corey Mills, and that the alleged victim let officers hear Subject 1, now identified by MPD as Mills, instruct her to lie about the origin of her bruises. Eventually, Subject 1 made contact with police and admitted that the situation escalated from verbal to physical, but it was severe enough to create bruising. Whereas on February 21st, 2025, the Washington Post also confirmed 2 D.C. police officials said that the alleged victim of assault initially told a 911 operator and police that she had been assaulted, and that officers said she also had what seemed to be visible injuries, and that while a supervisor initially classified the offense internally as a family disturbance, police commanders later learned of the incident, reviewed the reports and body cam footage from the responding officers, and classified the case as domestic violence assault. And whereas on February 21st, 2025, NBC4 Washington also reported that the Metropolitan Police Department determined that probable cause to arrest Representative Corey Mills for misdemeanor assault existed and sent an arrest warrant for Representative Corey Mills to the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia. However, then acting United States Attorney for the District of Columbia, Ed Martin, refused to sign the arrest warrant for Representative Corey Mills and instead returned the case to the Metropolitan Police Department for further investigation. Whereas on July 14, 2025, a different former romantic partner of Representative Corey Mills, who was apparently in a relationship with Representative Mills from November 2021 to February of 2025, reported to authorities in Florida that Representative Mills threatened to release nude images and other intimate videos of her and threatened to harm her future romantic partners in retaliation for her decision to end a relationship with Representative Mills after seeing the public records described above concerning the alleged February 2025 physical assault. Whereas in August of 2024, the Office of Congressional Conduct adopted and transmitted to the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives a report indicating that there was substantial reason to believe that Representative Corey Mills may have omitted or misrepresented required information in his financial disclosure statements, accepted excessive contributions to his campaign committee in the form of personal loans, and contributions may not have derived from Representative Corey Mills' personal funds, entered into, held, or enjoyed contracts with federal agencies while he was a member of Congress, and may have accepted through his campaign committee in-kind contributions or other contributions not lawfully made. Whereas individuals who served with Representative Corey Mills have called into question the veracity of the accounts of events which formed the basis of a recommendation that Representative Corey Mills receive an award of a Bronze Star bestowed in 2021 for his service under enemy fire in Iraq in 2003. Whereas in August of 2024, Representative Corey Mills provided the Daytona Beach News with documents purporting to prove that he earned a Bronze Star with heroism, including a Department of Army Form 638 recommending Representative Corey Mills for a Bronze Star, which includes a signature from then Army Brigade Commander Arnold N. Gordon Bray. However, retired Brigadier General Bray told the Daytona Beach News Journal in August of 2024 that he did not sign a Bronze Star recommendation for Representative Corey Mills. And whereas 5 people who served with Representative Corey Mills, including 2 men who were reported as having been personally saved by Representative Corey Mills at great risk to his own life as a basis for the recommendation for his Bronze Star in the Department of the Army Form 638, disputed that Representative Corey Mills was involved in their rescue or providing life-saving care. Whereas one private first class cited as having been involved in one of the listed achievements on Representative Corey Mills' Army Form 638, recommending him for a Bronze Star, denied that Representative Corey Mills provided him any aid, and also denied his injuries were life-threatening. Whereas one sergeant cited as having been involved in one of the listed achievements on Representative Corey Mills' Army Form 638, recommending him for a Bronze Star, called the account a fabrication, and claimed that he was not involved in any claims that Corey Mills makes about me. And whereas despite the numerous available contradictions of the accounts forming the basis of the recommendation for his Bronze Star, Representative Corey Mills described the legitimate factual disputes raised by individuals he purportedly served with and rescued as, quote, slander and defamation, end quote, in a statement to the Daytona Beach News. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Representative Corey Mills be censured. Representative Corey Mills forthwith presents himself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure. And whereas Representative Corey Mills be censured with the public reading of the resolution by the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to a question of the privileges of the House and offer the resolution that was previously noticed.
A resolution offered from the floor by a member, other than the majority leader or the minority leader, as a question of the privileges of the House, has immediate precedence only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentlelady from New York will appear in the record at this point. The chair will not, at this point, determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 672 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 42, House Resolution 672. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 4553, making appropriations for energy and water development and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill, and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill shall be considered as read. Points of order against provisions in the bill for failure to comply with Clause 2 or Clause 5A of Rule 21 are waived. Section 2A. No amendment to H.R. 4553 shall be in order except those printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution, and pro forma amendments described in Section 4 of this resolution. B. Each amendment printed in the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C. All points of order against amendments printed in the report of the Committee on Rules or against amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution are waived. Section 3. It shall be in order at any time for the Chair of the Committee on Appropriations or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 4. During consideration of H.R. 4553 for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. Section 5. At the conclusion of consideration of H.R. 4553 for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill to the House with such amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and amendments thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 6. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House any joint resolution specified in Section 7 of this resolution. All points of order against consideration of each such joint resolution are waived. Each such joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provision in each such joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on each such joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 7. The joint resolutions referred to in Section 6 of this resolution are as follows. A. The joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 104, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Miles City Field Office Record of Decision and Approved Resource Management Plan Amendment. B. The joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 105, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to North Dakota Field Office Record of Decision and Approved Resource Management Plan. C. The joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 106, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Central Yukon Record of Decision and Approved Resource Management Plan. Section 8, House Resolution 668 is hereby adopted. Section 9, House Resolution 605 is hereby adopted. Section 10, House Resolution 598 is laid on the table.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
The Rules Committee met last night and reported out a rule providing for consideration of 4 measures. H.R. 4553, the Energy and Water Development and Related Agencies Appropriations Act, H.J. Res. 104, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 of the United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Miles City Field Office Record of Decision and Approved Resource Management Plan Amendment. H.J. Res. 105, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 of the United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to North Dakota Field Office Record Decision and Approved Resource Management Plan. H.J. Res. 106, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 of the United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Central Yukon Record of Decision and Approved Resource Management Plan. House Resolution 672 provides for consideration of H.R. 4553, the Energy and Water Development Related Agency Appropriation Act, under a structured rule making in order 36 amendments. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.J. Res. 104, H.J. Res. 105, H.J. Res. 106, all under closed rules with 1 hour of general debate, each equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources, and provides each 1 motion to recommit. Finally, the rule provides that House Resolution 668 and House Resolution 605 are hereby adopted, and House Resolution 598 is laid on the table. Today's rule, H. Res. 672, allows for debate on several measures, including H.R. 4553, the Energy and Water Development Related Agencies Appropriations Act for fiscal year 2026. This appropriations bill funds many programs at the center of helping to assert our country's energy dominance. The bill cuts $766.4 million when compared to last year's funding bill by focusing our efforts on energy innovation and water infrastructure. This appropriations bill provides funding to numerous scientific energy endeavors, from nuclear fusion research, small modular reactors, nuclear fuel production, electric transmission system enhancements, energy storage, and traditional fossil fuel research. At a time when energy demand from data centers and new manufacturing is increasing, these research efforts will greatly contribute to meeting the new normal. Our example is the increase of funding for nuclear energy projects, which will make more advanced nuclear fuel available and accelerate small modular and advanced reactor testing. The department is also essential to our national security. This appropriations bill has over $20 billion in funds for the management of our nuclear weapons stockpile and over $2 billion for our nuclear navy. This bill also funds numerous Army Corps of Engineers and Bureau of Reclamation projects to provide dredging, to maintain navigable ports and rivers, and water storage projects to increase the water supply in drought-ridden sections of our country, as well as helping to forestall flooding in areas from coastal areas to mountainous valley regions such as the area that I represent. The rule would also provide for debate on H.J. Res. 104, H.J. Res. 105, H.J. Res. 106, all of which are Congressional Review Act resolutions of disapproval. These resolutions overturn Biden administration Bureau of Land Management plans that were aimed at restricting coal mining and oil and gas drilling on federal land. H.J. Res. 104, sponsored by Congressman Downing of Montana, overturns the Montana Resource Management Plan, which would prohibit new coal mining on about 2.75 million acres of federal land in Montana. This Bureau of Land Management rule would stop an estimated 30% of our country's coal reserves from being mined, even as electricity demand is increasing in the United States for the first time in over 10 years. H.J. Res. 105, sponsored by my Energy and Commerce colleague, Congressman Fedorchak, would overturn a similar Bureau of Land Management resource management plan for North Dakota. Under this Biden-Harris administration rule, 4 million acres of federal land in North Dakota would not be available for coal mining or oil and gas extraction. Additionally, the rule allows for debate on H.J. Res. 106, sponsored by Congressman Nick Begich of Alaska, which would nullify the Central Yukon Resource Management Plan. Under this rule, which affects 13.3 million acres of federal land in Alaska, millions of acres would be barred from energy development. Disallowing energy development on these lands will also hamstring efforts to get more American liquid natural gas onto the international market and improve our country's standing as the leading energy producer in the world. We will also be considering a resolution that will direct the House Oversight Committee to continue their investigation into the Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell files. The committee has already undertaken important steps in their investigation into Jeffrey Epstein. Just this week, the committee met with the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. They have already issued subpoenas to the Department of Justice related to the Epstein records. Further, they have also already received over 33,000 documents from the Department of Justice, with more on the way. Those 33,000 documents, Mr. Speaker, were released last night to the public. The committee already has transcribed interviews scheduled and have other subpoenas out as well. They are also doing this work in a bipartisan manner, and we must give them all the necessary tools necessary to continue this important investigation. This resolution will bring transparency into all the documents and records related to Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, flight logs, any individuals referenced in connection to Epstein, any entities with ties to Epstein, any agency internal documents, documents related to Epstein's detention and death, and other areas. There are strings attached to this resolution as well to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that we have full transparency, such as requiring written justification requirements for certain documents that are redacted unless they fall under certain sensitive categories. This is a critical step forward in providing transparency into the Epstein files and will give the public all the necessary information. This vote will show the American people that we are committed to full transparency and cooperation when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein and the investigation thereof. Lastly, this rule is standing up a new select committee to continue investigation of the events surrounding January 6th. They will bring more transparency and continue to investigate what happened that day so the American public is aware of the facts involved. I believe this new subcommittee is another critical step forward to bringing more transparency to everyone about the events and details surrounding that day. I hope members of this House support the passage of the rule and the underlying bills and resolutions. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves his time. The distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Virginia for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Here we go again, Mr. Speaker. Here we go again. This rule is insane. And notwithstanding the gentleman's monotone delivery, there's a lot going on here in this rule, and much of it is not good. What are Republicans doing the first week back? Something to lower food costs as Trump's tariffs drive up prices? Nope. Something to fully fund the government before it shuts down in less than a month? Nope. Something to help with skyrocketing health care prices or reversing their devastating cuts to Medicaid? Nope. None of that. Nothing to help regular people, nothing to help workers or families or people struggling to get by. Instead, Mr. Speaker, these guys are continuing to cover up the Epstein files. Republicans are deeming as passed, which means no debate, no hearing, no markup. They are deeming as passed a new fake Epstein resolution and killing their last fake Epstein resolution. All the while, we already have a real bipartisan bill to unseal all these files. It's the Massey Connor bill. And last night, every single Republican on the Rules Committee voted against that bipartisan bill. Every single one. And as if that's not bad enough, every single Republican on the Rules Committee also voted to create out of thin air a brand new committee to rewrite the history of what happened here on January 6, 2021. They are so desperate to paper over what happened that day, to whitewash it, and to pretend it was a normal tourist visit. I was here, Mr. Speaker, here in this chamber where you are sitting right now, and you can be damn sure I'm not going to let anyone pretend that January 6th was a normal tourist visit. But Republicans, the gentleman from Virginia included, refused to even display a plaque to honor the police officers who were here that day. I'm so sick of this BS about how Republicans support law enforcement. Mr. Griffith and every other Republican on the Rules Committee voted against displaying a plaque to honor the law enforcement officers who were here on January 6th. That plaque, Mr. Speaker, already exists. Congress already passed a law to create it. The Speaker just refuses to display it. Why? Why would he refuse to do it? I know why, and we all know why. It's the same reason why every Republican voted against releasing the Epstein files. It's because rules Republicans are scared as hell. This is not a deliberative body anymore. Under this Republican majority, Congress has become a rubber stamp for Donald Trump. This is all about the ego of the man who lives at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. You guys think you work for Trump. You're obsessed with him. It's pathetic. Republicans are ruining this institution, Mr. Speaker, destroying this institution. Again, let me repeat, every single Republican on the Rules Committee voted against releasing the Epstein files. Every single one. I mean, we heard last night that all Republicans want full transparency, but that's just not true. Let me read you a quote from the top Republican in this country, President Donald J. Trump. This is what he says about the Epstein files, and I quote, "It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats and some stupid Republicans," end quote. And at a press availability just minutes ago, the president again said that this is all a hoax. Now, what do Republicans think of that? Donald Trump says this is all a hoax, and if you want to release the files, you're stupid. Now, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that the guy who once called Epstein a, quote, terrific guy, and who Epstein considered his, quote, closest friend, is not actually interested in getting to the truth. But you know when this clicked in for me, Mr. Speaker, and for a lot of people? It clicked after Trump won, and then the backtracking began. It clicked again yesterday. It clicked after Republicans. It clicked after the same Republican leaders who invited influence to the White House and then passed out binders about the soon-to-be-released client list suddenly changed their tune. And it clicked again yesterday when Phase 2 of the binders came out. More information released that's already been released. 97% of it has already been released. It clicked when the same MAGA politicians who once pledged to release everything suddenly came up with more excuses, more delays, and more stalling tactics. And what is obvious to everyone is that someone is hiding something. And while all this stalling goes on, what happens? Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's partner in crime, winds up in a cushy country club prison courtesy of Trump's political appointees. Not a word of outrage from this Republican majority. Not a whisper of accountability. Just silence. Now, let's not pretend that this is complicated. It's pretty obvious what's going on. The Trump administration has the power to release the Epstein files today. They could redact names to protect victims and survivors and deliver the truth. But they refuse. And there's a simple through line to all of this, Mr. Speaker. We all know why Republicans are doing this with the Epstein files. We all know why Republicans refuse to display the plaque honoring the brave law enforcement officers who protected our democracy and protected all of us on January 6th. We all know why Republicans vote again and again and again for all these giveaways for the rich and powerful. It's Donald Trump. He wants to rewrite history. He wants to hide the truth about Jeffrey Epstein, and he wants to continue his giveaways to the well-off and the well-connected. This is all straight out of the authoritarian playbook, and you can bet your ass we are going to continue fighting like hell to oppose this insanity. I reserve my time.
Does the gentleman reserve his time? Gentleman reserves his time. Members should be reminded that they need to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President of the United States. The gentleman,
apply to members of Congress standing on the floor being called by name
The
as well, would it not?
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that very much. You know, it's so fascinating how facts don't seem to matter sometimes on the floor. The only administration that has ever released anything on the Epstein files is the Trump administration. And last night, House Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee released over 33,000 files. Now, they say that 97% of it had already been released. 33,000 files, that's a lot of files. Let's take that 97 and say it's accurate for argument, and for argument only. That means that of 33,000 files, 3% of that is new. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, I will tell you, as I was going through clips this morning, I noticed one conservative news source that said, Eureka, the missing minute surrounding Epstein's death is in the material that's been released. There's been a lot of controversy about that. A lot of people want to know about it. Well, there it is. So more and more information is coming out, and it's coming out because of the Trump administration and because of the House Oversight and Investigation Committee. But somehow, if we don't adhere to the exact demands of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, we're not doing it right. And I submit to you, Mr. Speaker, that the House Oversight and Investigations Committee is doing it right. They're going through it. And as I pointed out in my opening, Mr. Speaker, if they decide to use one of the limited areas that they could do a redaction, they have to explain why. And if the administration doesn't turn over some information, if they redact information before sending it to the House, they have to explain why. And of course, some of the information you want to protect, Mr. Speaker, is information related to victims that has not yet been in the press. Why would we want to take young women who were victims of Epstein and his colleagues, and they don't want to have their name in the press? Why would we suddenly expose them to that? Of course we don't want to do that. So there have to be some limited areas where redactions have to occur, but all of that has to be explained. And then they bring up the President's comments this morning about a hoax and are trying to mislead, in my opinion, some are trying to mislead the American people into thinking that the President said that Epstein and the investigation was a hoax. That's not what he said. If you look at what he said, it was the controversy over the Epstein files that was a hoax, because they've been releasing more data than any other administration. And I say that because the Biden administration had all this information, and they didn't release it. They had 4 years. They could have released it all. Didn't choose to do it. And now my colleagues on the other side of the aisle somehow want to claim it's a conspiracy by Trump to hide information that was in the hands of their party's president, and their party's DOJ was in their hands, and they didn't release it. But somehow it's our fault, Mr. Speaker. It's the Republicans' fault that the Biden administration didn't do what they now claim that the Trump administration should be doing. It's hard to understand that logic, but somehow we are at fault, Mr. Speaker, for them not doing the job that they think we should have made their president do. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. And then, of course, we get to all the consternation about this J6 committee. This is an outgrowth of an investigation that started as a part of House admin. I served on the subcommittee that was doing that investigation, and it's really interesting. That group, and I was a part of it, found that there was more than 1 terabyte of missing data. Based on the inventory of the digest data and statements from Chairman Thompson, there should have been 4 terabytes turned over, and there were only 3. That's equivalent to 6.5 million document pages as PDFs or Office files, 500 hours of high-definition video, or 250,000 photos. The depositions were not filed properly, or they weren't filed at all and archived as they are supposed to be, and as the rule that set up the prior committee said they were supposed to be there. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that as a former member of this preceding group, we're just trying to get the data that's missing. We're trying to make sure we put all the information on the table. We want the files released that were out there. We want to find that missing terabyte of information. Some of it has been recovered, but not all of it. And that work needs to continue. Further, the House Admin Subcommittee didn't have the power to subpoena records. And it is necessary, and I would submit to you, Mr. Speaker, it is necessary just to get all the information out. And as I said last night to my colleagues, as a person who loves history and has a history degree, we need to get all the documents on the table, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and let history determine what occurred on that day. There's no point in trying to hide it. And if my colleague, I don't understand why my colleagues on the other side want to hide a terabyte. A fourth of what the prior committee did was never properly turned over to the House. That information belongs to the House and to the people of the United States. It does not belong hidden somewhere in a hidden drawer or destroyed. And unfortunately, because of that lack of turning over the records in a proper manner to the House, we have to continue the work that was not done by the previous Democrat-controlled, I know they had 2 Republicans on it, but they weren't the members picked by the House Republicans. And it wasn't in the numbers usually allocated or originally called for a select committee. We're going to do it right. We're going to put the information on the table, and we're going to let the American people make a judgment now, and historians to be able to argue over what happened on that day as time moves forward. And with that, I reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is laughable, and it's also unconscionable. I mean, we know what's going on here. There's an attempt to distract and to rewrite the history of January 6th, and quite frankly, it's offensive. It's offensive to the brave men and women who protected our lives on that day. You know, there's not a bunch of evidence that destroyed evidence like the gentleman claims. That's just not accurate. And the Select Committee complied with the requirements of the resolution establishing it in consultation with the Clerk of the House and the document retention precedents of other committees of this House. The Select Committee's final report and its support materials are posted publicly online. And just to be sure, I checked again today. All of them, every single page of every transcript is posted online, publicly. Maybe the gentleman can't find them. I'd be happy to give him the website information. The truth is, you just don't like what the evidence shows. So you want to go on a fishing expedition to try to twist the truth instead of accepting the fact of that day. The fact is this: the people that stormed the Capitol beat police officers in order to try to stop the peaceful transition of power. And they were supporters of the president of Donald Trump, period. It was one of the most shameful and darkest episodes in our democracy. And no fishing expedition for alternative facts is going to change the reality. What is particularly offensive is Donald Trump pardoned all these people. Pardoned the people who beat the police officers who protect all of us every single day. It is shameful. And speaking about the Epstein files, again, I'm looking at the video of a few minutes ago. Donald Trump, speaking to reporters, calling all this a hoax. All this, the Epstein files, a hoax. He's not talking about what we're doing here. And by the way, let me just say to the gentleman and anybody else who wants to know, listen to what the victims were asking for outside this Capitol just a few minutes ago, the survivors of Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell. Listen to what the survivors have been saying. They want the Massey-Connor bill passed. They want something with teeth in it that will force this administration to comply because they don't trust that they will. And with that, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New Mexico, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledra Fernandez.
The gentlewoman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, last night the Rules Committee spent hours helping Trump and the White House cover up the Epstein files. Trump is terrified the House will pass the Massey-Connor resolution to require that his administration release the damn files. He's lobbying against it. What's he afraid of? To kill the Massey bill, Republicans are pushing a resolution that will give Chairman Comer of the Oversight Committee sole power over what gets released. I don't know about you, but I wouldn't trust a self-proclaimed, and these are his words, Trump man, to decide what to redact and therefore what Americans get to see. Remember, Trump repeatedly, not just today, but repeatedly called the Epstein scandal a hoax, and he has called Epstein himself a terrific guy. And oversight acted only because Democrats forced the subpoenas. Today, Republicans, as you heard it, are patting themselves on the back for releasing the same documents that were given to right-wing influencers months ago. We want the Oversight Committee to do its job, hold the hearings, follow the money, pursue the truth, and protect the victims. But we can do both. The committee can do its job, and we can get, all we need is 2 more Republicans to sign Massey's discharge petition so the files get released to the public. Let's not forget, this is about the women and children who were terrorized and abused by a pedophile and his rich friend. It's about the cover-up that started with the rich and powerful and is still coming from a gold-plated Oval Office. We've listened to the survivors share their stories. They've made many of us cry, but we won't stop at tears. We will work to bring justice to these brave women, to do what they've asked, which is release the files. The rule, by the way, is also a Republican attempt to cover up how they are raising energy prices for American families in the Energy and Water Appropriations Bill. Renewable energy brings down the cost of electricity. Trump and Republicans are destroying this clean and affordable energy by cutting its funding in half. They are doing this to benefit the fossil fuel companies that donated to their campaigns. Finally, they're also rewriting the history of January 6th. They quietly slipped into the rule a brand new Select Committee on Selective Memory, designed to protect the very insurrectionists who stormed this Capitol. These were violent thugs who attacked our democracy and brutalized police officers. Donald Trump pardoned those violent criminals. Now Republicans want to give them cover in the same halls of Congress the thugs once attacked. Shame, shame, shame. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back her time. Does the gentleman wish to reserve his time?
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves his time. Distinguished gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me state up front, I make no apology for being pro-U.S. energy. I make no apology in saying that the United States needs more electric power. I make no apology in saying that we can get that electric power with things like these bills that are in this rule today. It works on small modular reactors. It works on nuclear. It works on fusion. It works on coal. It works on making sure that we have the ability to mine the coal in the United States. It makes sure that we have the ability to extract our oil and our natural gas resources. And if we want to compete with the Chinese, Mr. Speaker, we're going to have to up our game on producing electric power. And it's fascinating to me that when we hear these debates, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will often point out, in fact, they did it last night, point out that the Chinese are doing so much more with wind and solar, and they never mention that the Chinese are building dozens of new power plants as we speak, powered by coal. And so if we're going to use the Chinese as the model that we're supposed to follow in generating electricity, we should therefore not be closing down all of our coal power plants. And Mr. Speaker, as you know, the coal in the United States and the way that we burn it is much cleaner than the way the Chinese burn it in their plants. And we need to be working on making sure that we have new energy development, which the Energy and Water Bill does, energy ways that we can burn that coal and burn our natural gas even cleaner than we're doing it today, even though we produce electricity cleaner with our fossil fuels than any other country in the world. And guess what we can do, Mr. Speaker? If we can continue to move forward and build new plants and show how this new technology can be used, we can then be the ones exporting it to sub-Saharan Africa and to India instead of having the Chinese exporting facilities and the technologies that are from the 1960s and 70s instead of the technologies that are available today. When you talk about the air and the planet Earth, ladies and gentlemen, I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, I have to tell you that the air is shared by all of us. In fact, there's a NASA study that I often cite that says it takes 10 days to get from the middle of the Gobi Desert to the eastern shore of Virginia, and that's why a majority of the mercury in California comes from Asia and not from the plants in California. It comes from overseas. And so the more we can do with our fossil fuel plants and our technologies to make our processes cleaner and then export it to the rest of the world, the more we can do to clean up the air in the world as a whole, because the air is not something that uniquely belongs to the United States. It doesn't sit over one town very long. Sometimes we get a little inversion in the Roanoke area and it sits there for a few days, but it doesn't sit there for weeks and months and years, and so we need to be looking at the worldwide issue in regard to that. So I make no apology for supporting bills that will take care of making sure that we can, in this nation, as a nation, all of us, profit and have the AI needed and have the electricity for data centers needed instead of giving it and ceding it to the Chinese because we don't want to work on oil, natural gas, and coal because somehow my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have decided that those resources are not appropriate to be used in the United States. And if we want to be a second-rate country, have at it. But that's not what I stand for, Mr. Speaker. I stand for us being the leading energy producer in the world and making sure that we do it as clean as possible so we can export our clean coal technology, our clean natural gas facilities, new fusion if we can get there, new modular reactors, and export that technology to the world and be the leader in the world when it comes to energy production. But number one, making sure that we take care of our needs in the United States as we are looking at not having enough electricity going forward to keep our economy as the number one economy in the world. Mr. Speaker, I often tell people back home, this is important not just for today, but for the generations to come, because when you look at the powers in the economic sphere in the past, some very small nations have reached into the future and benefited their children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. And in fact, I often talk about Royal Dutch Shell Oil, which was a derivative. Now, you can attack how they got the money because it was all part of colonialism, and I get that. But because they were number one economic nation in the world from roughly 1650 to 1700, there are still people and families in the Netherlands who are benefiting, notwithstanding the fact they moved their headquarters to London. They are benefiting from the fact that at one time their nation was the number one economic nation in the world. I want that for the United States. I want us to be number one economic nation as long as possible so that children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren out 10 generations will benefit. So I make no apologies for supporting these bills that we have in this rule today and supporting the fact that American energy is predominant and should remain a major force in the world instead of ceding everything to the Chinese. With that, I reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, well, Mr. Speaker, that's an awful lot of words to defend the fossil fuel industry. And while the gentleman's defending big oil all these big corporations that rip off the American people, charging exorbitant prices for energy. While he was going on that tirade, I went back and I listened to Donald Trump's press conference at the White House. And not only did he call the move to release the Epstein files a Democratic hoax, he said it was designed to get the American people to focus in on something that was irrelevant. Now let that sink in. I mean, if you listen to the survivors that were in front of the Capitol just a few minutes ago, listen to their horror stories, that's irrelevant? I mean, that the President of the United States of America would say something like that is pathetic. He could, very easily put all this controversy to rest by just releasing the files. And that is why we need to pass the Mass-Ecana bill, because we could actually pass a bill that would compel him to do that. What you all did in the Rules Committee last night is a resolution that doesn't really mean anything. It's designed as cover. And quite frankly, it's not enough. I now yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansbury.
Gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I have to say I'm always amazed, disturbed, sometimes can't believe what I hear on this floor. We're sitting here today as a government shutdown is looming. Survivors of the crimes committed by Jeffrey Epstein and his associates are here on this campus sharing their harrowing and heartbreaking stories. The court has just ordered that Trump's illegal tariffs have been put in place and are harming Americans and violating the law. And the president is deploying our brave men and women who serve in the National Guard to occupy American cities. And what is the GOP's agenda for this week crammed into this one bill that we're here to debate? One fake appropriations bill that they know will never pass. 3 resolutions to undermine protections for the environment. 1 resolution snuck in the dark of night to reconvene the January 6th Commission to try to rewrite history. And 1 resolution designed to provide Donald Trump and the White House cover in one of the largest Epstein cover-ups we've seen. This isn't about protecting people. We have a bipartisan discharge petition right there at the clerk's desk. If my colleagues would like to see the files released, the 2 of you who are in this chamber right now could literally walk down there and sign that petition right now. But you don't want the files released. You want it controlled by the Oversight Committee. Because if you did, you could sign that petition right there that would release those unredacted files. Now let's also be clear. Donald Trump issued a statement today that said to all of you, you Republicans here in this chamber, that if you sign that discharge petition, he will count it as a hostile act. That's right, the United States president is threatening members of his own party in this chamber from signing a petition that would release the full unredacted Epstein files. So my question is, what are they hiding? Who are they protecting? And why are our colleagues failing to have a backbone not only to stand up for the survivors, but to stand up for the American people? I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Does the gentleman wish to reserve his time? I would remind my colleagues that they need to address the speaker and not the audience that is here. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, this Epstein situation is very serious, and I take it as such. We have victims whose lives can never be made whole. And this debate has taken on a life of its own, and in many ways it's illogical. On the one hand, we have the resolution included in the rule that has subpoena power and has broader authority than the Massey-Rokana piece of legislation that my colleagues on the other side want. It gives us the ability to subpoena banking records, estate files, and depositions, none of which are required in the Massey bill. Further, I find it interesting because ours is a resolution that gets the endorsement of the House, gives more power in the oomph behind the Oversight Committee's hard work. The opposing piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, should it pass the House, goes over to the Senate. And should it pass the Senate, requires the signature of the very president they say wants to block it. It would only seem logical, I submit to you, Mr. Speaker, and to the American people. It would only be logical to go with the one that we can get voted on in the House and have action going forward and have action taking place that deals with these serious issues and brings to light every piece of information that we can put on the table, with the rare exceptions of a few redactions which have to be explained, and some of which are necessary to protect some of the victims themselves because they don't want to have their names out there in the public. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't understand it. If what we want is the information, we should pass this rule and move forward and not have to rely on passage in the Senate and signature by the President. I reserve.
Reserves this time. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'm going to thank the gentleman for publicly splitting with the President of the United States. He said that the Epstein matter was a serious matter. The President, just a few minutes ago, said it was irrelevant. So I think it takes a little courage for Republicans these days to stand up to the President. But I do want to point out for the record that the resolution that is deemed passed in this rule grants no new authority, no new power, no new nothing to the Oversight Committee. It doesn't do anything. You know, if you want to do something, you can go to the well and you can sign the discharge petition to allow us to vote on the Massey Counter bill, which would compel and force the Justice Department to release the files. And if the President, by the way, wants to veto that bill, I would like to think that Democrats and Republicans unanimously will join together to override such a veto. I can't imagine anybody here wanting to defend the indefensible. And we have another way you can be helpful here. If we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to provide for consideration of H.R. 4405, the Bipartisan Epstein Files Transparency Act, introduced by Representatives Khanna and Massey. Mr. Speaker, Republican leadership is twisting themselves into knots, trying to look like they're doing something on Epstein to give their members something to vote on, anything for political cover, while also not upsetting the President. That is why they have deemed in this rule a non-binding resolution to tell the Oversight Committee to keep doing what they are already doing, which, best as I can tell, is to slow roll the release of documents that the DOJ seems to think are acceptable to the President for release. Well, Mr. Speaker, the American people didn't ask for an Oversight Committee investigation. They asked for all the Epstein files to be released, the very thing that the Trump administration promised and then suspiciously backtracked on. This bill is bipartisan, and it is the only legislation on Epstein that has the force of law. It has the votes to pass. The survivors of Epstein's and Maxwell's crimes spoke today at the Capitol demanding this very bill get passed. Republican leaders need to stop standing in the way, and now is their chance. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And, Mr. Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, the sponsor of this bipartisan legislation, Mr. Khanna.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm just returning from hearing the survivors tell their stories, and I was so deeply moved. This is not a political issue. This is an issue of 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds who told the stories of how they were solicited by Jeffrey Epstein and raped and assaulted. And then they went to the police, and the police didn't do anything because Jeffrey Epstein knew rich people, because he knew presidents, because he knew donors. This is not a Republican issue. This is not a Democratic issue. Marjorie Taylor Greene was there speaking out for the survivors. Nancy Mace was in tears because she's a survivor when she heard their stories. Lauren Boebert has said we need to speak up for the survivors. This is an issue that could actually bring this country together. To say that a nation in which rich and powerful men can rape young girls without consequence is a nation that has lost its moral and spiritual soul. We can fight about a lot of things. We shouldn't fight about this. We need 2 more Republicans to sign the discharge petition. I have a pretty simple rule. Most people don't understand all the jargon of Congress, but the survivors very clearly said they want the Massey kind of bill. They want it for closure. They want it for the release of the files. You know what the irony here is? President Trump could actually be the person who does good in this. He can still change his mind. Speaker Johnson is a true Christian. I know him. I know his family. He's a good Christian man. He can be for bringing justice. I really don't understand why we're fighting over this. Why don't we do something good for this country? Why don't we stand with these survivors and show this nation we're still capable of coming together when it matters for truth and justice? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the gentleman from Massachusetts choose to reserve his time? Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves his time. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
It seems lonely over there, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan.
Thank you, Mr.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. How much time is the gentleman yielding? The gentleman is yielding 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Virginia. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the last 6 weeks, I traveled around not just my district, but the entire Commonwealth of Virginia to talk about the work that we're doing here in Washington as we headed back to try to avoid a government shutdown in the next 28 days. And frankly, I didn't hear a lot about Jeffrey Epstein, although what happened is very serious and the victims do indeed, the survivors do indeed need closure. I didn't hear very much about January 6th, although that was a serious stain on American history. What I did hear about were concerns about rising costs. The cost of everything, from health care to child care, energy, food, technology, everything's going up. And the president's illegal tariff policy is making that worse. I heard concerns from providers and patients about the impact that Medicaid cuts are going to have on hundreds of thousands of Virginians. I heard from state legislators and local government officials about the concerns they have about shifting costs on their budgets. And that's why I oppose the energy appropriations bill here today, because one way to reduce costs while meeting our energy demands is through energy efficiency programs and clean and renewable energy. But this bill cuts in half the Department of Energy's Office of Energy and Efficiency Renewable Office, and by extension, the programs for energy efficiency and clean energy. And we will never meet our exploding energy demands affordably, reliably, and quickly without energy efficiency and clean energy programs, and that's why I stand to oppose this bill.
Time has expired.
I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves his time. Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In regard to energy, I can tell you that I represent a region of the country where when we were using our coal resources, which God has blessed us with abundantly, we had the 3rd or 4th lowest electric rates in the country. And then suddenly, fossil fuels became a bad idea. Even natural gas, oh my gosh, we can't use it. And the electric rates keep going up and up and up. And the people in my district, which is not a wealthy district, the people in my district are complaining because their electricity rates are going up. And one of the major drivers are prior Democrat policies, Mr. Speaker, that said we're not going to be doing any more coal-fired power plants. We're not going to encourage natural gas to be used to create electricity. and we stranded the assets. Now, as you know, Mr. Speaker, what that means is that they're paying for the electricity generated by wind and solar, and they're paying for the electricity that was there for plants that were opened who have not met their full expectation or life cycle. For example, there's a facility in my district that I went to the ribbon cutting on in 2012, that Democrats in the Commonwealth of Virginia, including some of my esteemed colleagues on the other side from that Commonwealth, that great Commonwealth, thought it was appropriate to say, let's close that down early. It opened in 2012 with a 50 to 60 year life expectancy, and they wanted to close it down somewhere around 2035 or 2040, well before its life expectancy is up. And what that does is that pushes the power companies to have to find different and more expensive ways, as it turns out, to create that electricity. And what this bill does is it pushes us on nuclear, which if you don't want to use fossil, that's the only way you can get the baseload power to supply us and make us competitive with the Chinese in the field of AI. And yet somehow, once again, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle cannot realize that it's the policies of their prior Congresses and their prior administrations which in large measure, not exclusively, but in large measure have caused the spike, not a general increase, not inflation level, but a spike over and above your general inflation on the cost of energy in this country. If we get back to the basics, if we pass this rule, we have 3 CRAs, we have the Energy and Water Act, all of which help make the United States of America more viable when it comes to energy and makes those electric prices that my colleague said it was one of the bigger concerns that she heard when touring around the Commonwealth. The cost of those energy prices will go down if we pass this rule and pass the underlying bills. I reserve.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. Poe.
The gentlewoman from New Jersey is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and our ranking member, Mr. McGovern. Across New Jersey and our country, Americans are struggling with skyrocketing energy costs and are demanding relief. Yet, that did not stop the congressional Republicans from repealing the energy-efficient home improvement tax credit, a major mistake that could not have come at a worse time. Amidst the rising cost of living, Americans are now being denied an important tool to lower their energy costs solely so billionaires could get another unneeded tax giveaway. That is why I introduced a common sense amendment to study the impacts of tearing this program away from American homeowners. I am absolutely disappointed, but not surprised, that the House majority continues to hide the impacts of their big, ugly bill and block Americans from seeing how it raises their electric bills. I came to Congress to lower high costs, and I will not stop working to lower energy costs for the hardworking Americans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, a vote for this rule is also a vote to create a new select subcommittee to investigate the remaining questions regarding the insurrection on January 6, 2021. And you know, I've got a radical idea. Instead of wasting time creating a select subcommittee to investigate January 6th, maybe, just maybe, we should read the report that the January 6th Select Committee already finished in 2022. Here it is, thousands of pages, millions of records, testimony from Trump's own people. You could use it as a doorstop. It's so thorough. But no, Republicans want to rewrite history, because if we were all being honest here, that's what this is all about. Pretend January 6th was just a field trip gone wrong. Pretend the police weren't bludgeoned, crushed, or tased. Pretend the gallows outside this building were just some kind of art installation. It's insulting. It's a slap in the face to every officer who put their body on the line to save ours. And here's the kicker. This majority still hasn't even hung the plaque honoring those officers, a plaque required by law, So instead of a sham committee, how about you get a screwdriver and hang the damn plaque? Because every day it sits in a box is another day Republicans dishonor the heroes who defended this place. But if they insist on this little circus, at least investigate something real, like why Donald Trump pardoned people who assaulted police officers. One of those men is now serving a life sentence for plotting to murder nearly 40 law enforcement officers and blow up the FBI. His lawyers even tried to argue that Trump's pardon should cover his murder plot. Another pardon rider committed a home invasion less than 4 months later, and I bet those homeowners wish he'd be behind bars serving his 8-year sentence for assaulting cops instead of terrorizing their family. In fact, at least 10 of Trump's pardoned insurrectionists have already been rearrested, charged, or sentenced for other crimes. I yield myself 15 additional seconds. Quite a record. But maybe we should call this new panel the Subcommittee on Criminal Recidivism by Trump's friends. But let's be honest, that's not what this is about. This is about distraction, another shiny object, because the majority doesn't want to talk about the things that they're actually blocking, like the bipartisan effort to release the Epstein files. So I'll make it simple. Stop rewriting history. Stop wasting time. Stop dishonoring the police. Follow the law, for God's sakes. Hang the plaque. I reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, is the gentleman prepared to close?
I am.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
He has no more speakers? That is correct. All right. Okay. May I inquire how much time is remaining?
2¼ minutes.
Okay.
5.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself to remaining time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, what we have heard today is excuse after excuse after excuse, diversion after diversion, but no answers to the questions that I've asked. Why won't the Trump administration release the Epstein files? Why won't the Speaker hang up the plaque honoring the law enforcement officers who defended our democracy on January 6th? Why do Republicans continue voting time and time and time again to help their rich and powerful friends? I know the answer, Mr. Speaker. The answer is because of the man who occupies the Oval Office. Republicans want to let Trump rewrite history to protect the rich, powerful perpetrators of Epstein's crimes, to protect the people who came into this building to desecrate our democracy, and to protect his wealthy donors in big oil who want another giveaway. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, this is about trust. How can the American people trust Republicans when they promised to release the Epstein files and then they broke that promise? How can Americans trust Republicans when they claim to support law enforcement and then they want to rewrite the truth about what happened on January 6th? Republicans who want to ignore the fact that Trump pardoned people who brutally assaulted law enforcement officers. How can they be trusted? How can anyone trust Republicans when they negotiated spending bills which have become law only to let Donald Trump illegally shut down federal agencies in direct violation of those negotiations? I don't trust these guys to tell me the correct time, let alone trust them to do what's right for the American people. The way to restore trust is simple. Hang the January 6th plaque honoring the officers who defended our democracy on that day. Stop the giveaways for those at the top and release the damn Epstein files. The victims of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's horrific crimes were outside the Capitol building this morning to demand that we pass the bipartisan Massey bill to release these files. We have a bill to do it. Stop delaying. Stop obstructing. Stop protecting the powerful perpetrators of these crimes and just release the damn files. I urge you to vote on this rule, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman, time has expired. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this rule covers a number of topics. We've been over energy, water, We didn't get much into the full funding of Army Corps so they can help take care of flooding problems in my district and other districts, take care of water problems, etc. We have argued for over an hour, most of it being the same repetitive things. This rule gives that extra oomph. It shows the support for what the work that the Oversight Committee is doing regarding the Epstein files. It moves us forward on energy and water. It moves us forward on energy production in the United States. It moves us forward on nuclear power and making sure that we're using it in a responsible but effective way so that we can continue to be the world's leader when it comes to energy production instead of handcuffing our capabilities. We've gone over a lot of serious issues. The American people who are paying attention to this have already heard all those arguments. And so, Mr. Speaker, I will simply say that I hope that all the members of this House will support the passage of this rule. It's important for a number of reasons. And I hope they will pass the underlying bills and resolutions when those come up. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on this important resolution.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Independent chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring the vote of the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of adoption of the resolution. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 209. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise, a sufficient number having risen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 208, and 1 voting present. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to the adoption of the House Resolution 672, House Resolution 668, and House Resolution 605 are adopted. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to a question of the privileges of the House and offer the resolution that was previously noticed.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 539. Whereas on May 9th, 2025, Representative McIver took part in an incident at the Delaney Hall Federal Immigration Facility located in Newark, New Jersey. Whereas Representative LaMonica McIver of New Jersey, as a result of her actions on May 9th, 2025, has been charged in a 3-count indictment by a federal grand jury for assaulting, resisting, impeding, and interfering with federal officers. Whereas Representative McIver is alleged to have challenged guidance from a federal officer regarding access to the secure immigration detention facility. Whereas Representative McIver is alleged to have interfered with Homeland Security Investigations, HSI, officials from making an arrest of an unauthorized visitor. Whereas Representative McIver is alleged to have slammed.
The House is not in order. Clerk will continue.
Whereas Representative McIver is alleged to have slammed her forearm into the body and restrained an HSI officer by forcibly grabbing him. Whereas Representative McIver is alleged to have further interfered with an Immigration and Customs Enforcement deportation officer engaged in the performance of his official duties.
Members, the House is not in order. Read over them. Read over them.
Whereas Representative McIver is alleged to have further interfered with an Immigration and Customs Enforcement deportation officer engaged in the performance of his official duties. Whereas body camera and other video evidence support allegations made within the federal indictment. Whereas such actions constitute a violation of Section 111A1 of Title 18 United States Code relating to assaulting, resisting, impeding, and interfering with a federal officer. Whereas Clause 1 of Rule 23 of the Rules of the House of Representatives provides a member, delegate, resident commissioner, officer, or employee of the House shall behave at all times in a manner that shall reflect credibly on the House. Whereas such actions of a member of the House of Representatives do not reflect credibly on the House, and whereas Representative McIver's continued service on the Committee on Homeland Security, which is charged with oversight of federal immigration enforcement and other national security matters, would represent a significant conflict of interest. Now therefore be it resolved. Section 1. Censure of Representative LaMonica McIver. Representative LaMonica McIver, 1, is censured. 2, shall forthwith present herself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure. And 3, is censured with the public reading of this resolution by the Speaker. Section 2, removal from the Committee on Homeland Security. The following named member be and is hereby removed from the following standing committee of the House of Representatives. Committee on Homeland Security, Mrs. McIver.
The resolution presents a question of privilege of the House. For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Clark of Massachusetts moves to lay the resolution on the table.
The question is on the motion to table. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr.
The motion
Speaker?
is not adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I request a call of the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote for the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are orders. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. yeas are 215, the nays are 207, present are 2. The motion is adopted, and without objection, the reconsider is laid on the table. House will be in order. House will be in order. Members are asked to take your conversations off the floor. Gentlemen, what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition? Mr. Western.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 672, I call up HJ Res 104 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 104, a joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Miles City Field Office Record of Decision and Approval Resource Management Plan Amendment.
The House will be in order. Ladies and gentlemen, please remove your conversations from the floor so we can conduct the business of the House. Pursuant to House Resolution 672, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debated for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Nugus, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on HJ Res 104.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of HJ Res 104, sponsored by Representative Downing of Montana. This Congressional Review Act resolution would permanently repeal the Bureau of Land Management's Misguided Resource Management Plan Amendment for the Miles City Field Office in Montana, finalized under the Biden administration. This Resource Management Plan, or RMP, amendment locked up 11.7 million acres of land and mineral estate. To put that in perspective, that is an area roughly the size of the states of Rhode Island, Delaware, Connecticut, and New Jersey combined. RMPs are meant to be collaborative approaches to land management that balance multiple uses, including energy and mineral production, outdoor recreation, grazing, and timber harvesting. When done correctly, RMPs help guide public land management in a way that provides fuel, food, and fiber for the nation and conserves our natural resources. RMPs manage the resources that are the backbone of Western rural economies and support thousands of good-paying jobs. That's what makes the Miles City Resource Management Plan Amendment so egregious. This RMP amendment virtually ended future coal leasing across Montana's entire Powder River Basin, dealing a severe blow to America's energy security and threatening Montana jobs and economic growth. The national security and economic importance of this region cannot be overstated. Montana holds nearly 30% of our nation's coal reserves. In total, coal from the Powder River Basin produced in Montana and Wyoming makes up about 85% of federal coal production and 40% of overall coal production in the entire United States. Coal is reliable, it's affordable, and we know we're going to need this critical resource of baseload power as electricity demands continue to skyrocket. If your state has coal, we should be developing it, not burying it under bureaucracy. And no one produces coal cleaner or more responsibly than the United States. Nobody understands this better than President Trump, who is reversing the war on American energy and ushering in a new age of energy dominance. He's putting Montana over Moscow and the Powder River Basin over the PRC. By passing this CRA today, we're advancing President Trump's executive orders on unleashing American energy and reinvigorating America's beautiful clean coal industry. The CRA will immediately reinstate future coal leasing and open access to 37.8 billion short tons of coal, enough to meet U.S. demand for the next 73 years. In addition, passing Representative Downing's CRA will unleash Montana's coal industry and generate millions of dollars in revenue for the federal government and the state of Montana. According to the Congressional Budget Office, the CRA will generate $16 million in revenue for the federal government over the next decade. This resolution also protects approximately $46 million in annual revenue for Montana's K-12 public education system. These estimates are conservative as they don't account for the thousands of good-paying jobs supported by Montana's coal industry and the broad positive economic effects of producing energy here at home. The CRA isn't just about Montana. Energy security is a national security, and Montana's mining industry plays a vital role in ensuring America and our allies maintain a strategic energy advantage over our adversaries. We can be sure of one thing. The people who benefit from America not harnessing our abundant natural resources are currently sitting in Beijing, China, and where they are building new coal-fired power plants at a rate of 1 per week. In this global energy race, we cannot afford to lose. Unleashing American energy should not be a partisan issue. Harnessing and unleashing American energy brings down electricity prices for families and boosts real wages for hardworking Americans who keep our economy running. This CRA is about grid reliability, energy affordability, and ensuring that states across the country have access to dispatchable baseload power, especially during extreme weather and peak demand. It will create jobs, generate millions of dollars in revenue, and provide for our national security. I thank and commend the entire Montana delegation, Representative Downing and Zinke and Senators Daines and Sheehy for their tireless work and leadership on this issue. I encourage my colleagues to support the CRA and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're on the floor this week debating 3 Congressional Review Act resolutions that would overturn balanced, forward-looking resource management plans, or RMPs, that have been carefully developed over the past 4 years. Now, with all due respect to my friend and colleague, the chairman, I heard a lot of slogans, a couple references to Moscow. I will just tell you, the CRA before this body is very simple. It is an effort by House Republicans to do something that has never been done before in the history of the Congressional Review Act, which is to overturn a resource management plan. Why, you might ask, Mr. Speaker, do Republicans intend to take this unprecedented step? Simple, because they'd like to open up millions of acres in Montana, in North Dakota, and elsewhere to coal extraction. That's it. Very simple. We can probably dispense with I guess there's an hour of debate that we're allocated for purposes of these CRAs. It doesn't really get more complicated than that. Balanced resource management plans that were developed in consultation with the communities and the states at issue. And this Republican Congress has decided that it is of the utmost priority to, via legislative action, overturn resource management plans that, by the way, Mr. Speaker, could simply be reversed with a phone call to the Secretary of the Interior. Last time I checked, the Secretary of the Interior happens to be the former governor of North Dakota. So insofar as my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are so invested in overturning this resource management plan, perhaps they should call the former governor of North Dakota, who now works 2 miles from the U.S. Capitol, as the Secretary of the Interior, and ask the agency to follow the process by which a resource management plan is historically reconsidered. Instead, we're here on the House floor debating a CRA on the resource management plan, a giveaway to some of the biggest mining and oil companies on the planet. That's how House Republicans have decided to spend our time on the floor today. There are a lot of priorities, Mr. Speaker, that my constituents back in Colorado believe this House should consider. Reversing the draconian and cruel health care cuts that House Republicans pushed through just a mere 7 weeks ago. That is at the top of the list. I can tell you what's not on the list. CRA resolutions to overturn resource management plans so that more coal extraction and mining can be done in Montana. That's not on the list of priorities of my constituents, and I suspect that's the case for the vast majority of Americans. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Colorado reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, all Americans should have on the top of their priority list energy security and national security. And when we block off millions of acres of land from any kind of energy development, that's something that should come right up to the top on priorities. I heard mention of balance. To think that there was balance in the RMP that the Biden administration put out, especially on this land in Montana, is no kind of balance that I've ever seen. It's totally unbalanced. It locks things down, shuts things off, and gives the American people to deal with the ramifications of it, with higher energy prices, with less reliable energy, and also less national security. So with that, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Montana who knows more about Montana than, well, I guess he and Representative Zinke know more about Montana than anybody else in the House here. He's the lead sponsor of this legislation, Mr. Downing.
The gentleman from Montana is recognized for 4 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Arkansas for yielding me time. And Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my resolution, HJ Res 104. For 4 years, President Biden and his auto pen waged war on American energy. He targeted the very foundations of our energy independence. No industry felt the brunt of the administration's attack more than the coal industry. Coal mines, coal-fired power plants, and the communities they support were pushed to the brink of collapse. The 2024 amendment to the Miles City Resource Management Plan would have cut off access to 30% of the nation's coal reserves. 30%. The vast majority of Americans rely on coal for at least part of their electricity every single day. And at no point did Biden's Bureau of Land Management stop to consider the $46 million in lost revenue to the state of Montana, money that helps pay for K-12 education. Now, make no mistake, this amendment was not a moderate, science-based decision. This was the heavy hand of big government crushing an entire industry in the name of a radical Green New Deal agenda. It was the inevitable result of an anti-human, America Last ideology that has been knocked on its heels in the wake of President Trump's election. Today, I am thankful that we have the opportunity to reverse this rule before any permanent damage could be done. Today, we are advancing President Trump's executive order to expand American energy production and achieve energy dominance. We are standing up for the people of Colstrip, for the workers of eastern Montana, for the thousands of Montanans whose livelihoods depend on responsible coal production. We are standing up for affordable electricity, for state and local governments that rely on revenue from federal leases, and for a common-sense energy strategy that does not depend on imports from adversaries like China. This resolution is not about politics. It's about putting working families before bureaucrats. It is about keeping the lights on in America, keeping paychecks flowing in Montana. When the federal government acts recklessly, it is the responsibility of Congress to step in and course correct. That is exactly what HJ Res 104 does. The war on coal must end. It must end here with a vote to overturn this dangerous and short-sighted rule. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on HJ Res 104 and send a clear message that energy security, economic stability, and the voices of rural America will not be ignored. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to the distinguished ranking member of the Natural Resources Committee as much time as he may consume.
The gentleman is recognized for as much time as he may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the gentleman from Colorado. Mr. Chairman, I strongly oppose all three of these Congressional Review Act resolutions on the floor because the reality is these would overhaul years of public input. They would silence tribal voices, erase science-based planning, all so that this administration can hand millions of acres of our public lands over to the fossil fuel industry for extraction. Now, public lands should be our country's proudest legacy. They're our natural heritage, a national treasure, and the agencies responsible for stewarding them, like the Bureau of Land Management and the Forest Service, diligently manage these resources for the future through the development, the careful development of these resource management plans and forest plans. The BLM plans, or the RMPs, are carefully crafted to establish safeguards for wildlife, recreation areas, watersheds, and to identify suitable areas for energy development as well. And that includes also grazing and logging and other commercial activities. They have to balance all of it in these RMPs. And it's based on a robust input from communities, stakeholders, the public, on government-to-government consultation with the impacted tribes as well. But the Republican majority has proven time and again that they don't want any of that public process. They simply want to hand things over to big oil and big coal, and this week they are right back at it. They're making us vote on legislation that would turn public lands, the management of public lands, upside down, throwing it into chaos, and all to just score that quick win for their fossil fuel buddies because the existing plans don't give away the store the way they would like to do. And it doesn't matter that this might upend the system that grants land ownership to Alaska Native veterans of the Vietnam War, which is what one of these RMPs does, or that tribal governments have spent years working in good faith with the federal government to develop land management plans that both allow for energy development and protect subsistence hunting and fishing resources. That's what they're blowing up with these CRAs. Not to mention that if these CRAs are signed into law, the validity of every single permit, lease, and federal approval that's been issued based on one of these RMPs would suddenly be called into question and subject to litigation. So I will remind my colleagues once again, they don't have to go down this road. The gentleman from Colorado mentioned that the CRA has never been used to overturn a resource management plan. There are perfectly valid ways for achieving the same goals in the Federal Land Policy and Management Act. It's what the Biden administration did to update these plans, and it's what the Trump administration has already announced it intends to do. And so I certainly expect to disagree with the outcomes and the objectives of the Trump administration's efforts to amend these RMPs. If they followed the formal process, at least, though, we would have a chance to make our case in that process, and it wouldn't imperil existing permits and leases. And most importantly, it would require community input and tribal consultation. So I strongly urge my colleagues, let's not continue this race to the bottom. You have already thrown so many norms out the window. You have already disregarded Democrats in all of your legislation. You've started this radical appropriations process where it's party line Republican only. So many norms being trashed, and now for the first time, you're going to do this using the CRA to resource management plans. Stop the race to the bottom. Vote against this CRA resolution package. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to point out that these CRAs do have tribal consultation. If there wasn't tribal consultation, it was during the development of the RMP. In fact, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the Navajo Transitional Energy Company in support of the CRA, repealing the Miles City RMP amendment.
Without objection.
The Navajo Transitional Energy Company is the third largest coal producer in the United States and operates 3 mines in the Powder River Basin. They were strongly opposed to the previous RMP amendment and support this CRA to, quote, preserve family-sustaining wages for miners, engineers, and support staff across Montana, end quote. The NTEC also stated that the RMP, quote, prohibits the leasing of federal coal, leaving skilled workers questioning the sustainability of the current economic environment. Passing the CRA resolution sends a clear message to families, small businesses, and energy partners that Montana is open for responsible development, end quote. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in strong support of the Congressional Review Act joint resolutions that we are bringing forward to overturn the Biden administration's disastrous and radical resource management plans, beginning with H.J. Res. 104 to repeal the Miles City RMP in Montana to ensure continued access to the Powder River Basin. These Biden-era plans lacked balanced resource management and, in fact, are mineral withdrawals in disguise, which runs contrary to federal law. They lock up America's resources, kill jobs, and undermine energy security. The Miles City Resource Management Plan Amendment, combined with the Buffalo RMP Amendment in Wyoming, bans future coal leasing across the Powder River Basin, which holds roughly 30% of our nation's coal reserves. The Powder River Basin does not just power Montana and Wyoming, however, but our nation at large. The Miles City Plan strips away access to 37.8 billion short tons of coal, which is enough to meet U.S. demand for the next 73 years. The consequences are vast, including higher energy costs for American families, the loss of $46 million annually in Montana state revenue that supports public education, and the elimination of countless high-paying jobs that sustain rural communities. Wyoming knows this fight all too well, where the Buffalo field office was hit with the same environmentalist-driven lawsuits and agency overreach, with bureaucrats pushing no leasing alternatives that amount to nothing more than backdoor energy bans. To this day, I am still baffled and horrified that for 4 years, our government intentionally tried to impose energy poverty on the American people, all to please the vocal but minority climate lobby. When the Powder River Basin turns off, so does America. Energy security is national security. The Biden administration's RMPA undermines both. By restricting access to our own resources, it pushes America towards greater dependence on foreign nations, including our adversaries. I applaud congressional downing of Montana for introducing this joint resolution, which aligns with President Trump's executive orders to reinvigorate America's clean coal and unleash American energy, to restore strength to our energy policy and put the needs of his constituents and all Americans first. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution to restore American energy dominance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the balance of my time.
Reserve. Gentleman from Arkansas Reserves, Colorado. Gentleman from Colorado.
I thank the Speaker. With respect to the Miles City Resource Management Plan, the update, rather, it's just important contextually to say that it was a very extensive and inclusive public comment period. BLM provided a 90-day public comment period, 2 public meetings, a 30-day public period, and a 60-day review period for the governor. BLM directly contacted over 40 private landowners, all according to BLM, to help refine and guide development of that RMP amendment, and that robust public input was instrumental in shaping a plan that reflects the values of the communities it impacts. But I want to go back to, I guess, a core point that the ranking member articulated previously, Mr. Speaker, and I wonder, perhaps the chairman, it's a fairly empty chamber here, I don't see any other members. Maybe he might engage in a bit of discourse here and a colloquy. I'm trying to understand why the CRA is necessary, given that the Interior Department retains the ability to amend and modify these resource management plans in any way that the Secretary deems necessary. And I wonder, Mr. Speaker, if I might inquire through you as to whether the chair could help us better understand why they've decided to pursue the CRA rather than just simply amending the resource management plan. And I'll reserve to, in response to that colloquy. But.
Gentleman from Colorado Reserves.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think my microphone's on.
I can hear you.
All right. In regards to my colleagues' request for a colloquy, I'll just say that it's necessary to do a CRA because the previous administration issued bad resource management plans. Had they not issued bad resource management plans, then we wouldn't be here today. The thing about a CRA is if Congress passes this law, then another administration can't go back and put it in place. I think that's why my colleagues fear this process of using the CRA, because then it would be up to future Congress to go back and undo what we do in this Congress if we actually pass a Congressional Review Act. And again, we're here today because the Biden administration decided to unbalance the scales and put onerous burdens on states and on our natural resources and on the ability to produce our energy here. So they started it by issuing the bad RMP. Hopefully we're going to finish it by passing a CRA. And I recognize and yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Chairman Westerman for bringing this important issue up today. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of HJ Res 104, which nullifies the Bureau of Land Management's restrictive Miles City Field Office Resource Management Plan. This resolution is a critical step toward restoring American energy dominance, a cornerstone of President Trump's agenda to secure our nation's economic and energy future. The BLM's rule stifles resource development in Montana, limiting access to our abundant natural resources and threatening the livelihoods of our ranchers, energy workers, and small businesses. By imposing burdensome land management policies, it undermines the very communities that power our great nation. HJ Res 104 aligns directly with President Trump's vision to unleash American energy by removing regulatory barriers and prioritizing domestic production. This resolution ensures our lands are used to bolster energy security, not obstruct it. By passing HJ Res 104, we reject bureaucratic overreach and champion affordable, reliable energy for all Americans. Let's stand with President Trump's mission to make America energy dominant, protect jobs, and empower our communities. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this resolution, and I yield back.
I reserve.
Reserves, gentleman from Colorado.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, facts matter. Under President Trump, Americans are paying more for their electricity than ever before. Ever before. Energy costs right now are higher than they have ever been. They're increasing at twice the rate of inflation. So, spare us lectures about energy costs as Republicans preside over an economy in which everything is getting more expensive. Healthcare more expensive, groceries more expensive, energy costs going through the roof. Seriously? Their answer to all of this? More coal. That's it. That's the sum total of the Republican response to the cost of living crisis in the United States of America today, from Arkansas to Colorado to Minnesota and everywhere in between. More coal. That's their prescription, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you in Colorado, we certainly don't think that's a prudent approach. And I will also say, I regret that the Speaker didn't indulge me in the colloquy that I had hoped I could engage in with the chairman, whom of course I greatly respect. But he did reveal the plot here, Mr. Speaker, in his answer as to what the impetus was for the CRA. Because of course it's not as simple as amending or modifying the resource management plan. The reason House Republicans are pursuing this tool is to prevent not just this Interior Department, but any Interior Department into perpetuity from issuing a resource management plan that is in any way substantially similar to the one that is at issue here. That's what this is about. That's this effort. So I don't think my colleagues on my side of the aisle will be confused, by the chairman's arguments. But just in case, I want to make sure it's crystal clear for the record that a vote in favor of this CRA is not a vote to modify or amend the resource management plan. It's a vote to prevent the agency and sub-agency, in the case of the BLM, from promulgating any resource management plan that remotely tries to do something similar to what's been done here. And I understand my colleague, again, on the other side of the aisle, they have their ideological reasons for pursuing that. More coal. Again, sum total, 2 words. But in my view, I think most Americans would think and agree that this isn't how we should be spending our time. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I do have ideological reasons for wanting to lower energy costs across America. Last time I checked at the gas pump, the energy prices are going down there, but we are seeing a huge demand for energy across this country. It's being driven even more by AI and data centers with unimaginable amounts of energy required for these facilities. I heard about a data center that's been announced that would require the amount of electricity to run the city of Denver 5 times over in a year. One data center needing that much energy. We are seeing electric prices increase because there's more demand for electricity, and we've had horrible energy policy in the past, and we haven't kept up with the demand. The Chinese, on the other hand, are building a new coal-fired plant at the rate of about 2 per day, or every 2 days they're building a new coal-fired plant, which is hard to even imagine, but they're trying to beat us in this race on AI, and they're not going to let energy be the deciding factor on that. I now yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Sauber.
Thank you very much.
Recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise today in strong support of these 3 CRA resolutions that reverse the Biden administration's Bureau of Land Management resource management plans that attack Alaska, attack North Dakota, and attack Montana, locking up millions of acres of land from responsible oil and gas and coal development. Last year, on their way out of the office, the Biden administration finalized these 3 resource management plans that not only threaten the hardworking miners and energy workers across Alaska, North Dakota, and Montana, but also millions of dollars in direct state and federal taxes and royalties. These dangerous policies also jeopardize the entire United States and our access to reliable, affordable energy. These resource management plans were just another example of the Biden administration's anywhere but America, any worker but American energy agenda. They just couldn't help themselves launching one last attack on American energy, on our energy independence, even on their way out of office. Mr. Speaker, over the past 4 years, my colleagues in this chamber have heard me speak out against the Biden administration's attempt after attempt to attack my constituents and shut down northern Minnesota. At every single turn, the Biden administration tried to shut down responsible mining in northern Minnesota, home to the largest untapped copper-nickel find in the entire world. What the administration did to northern Minnesota, they also did to Alaska, North Dakota, and Montana. The CRAs before us today will reverse the Biden administration's anti-responsible resource development policies and will allow responsible mining, oil, and gas projects to continue through the regulatory and environmental review process, allowing them to fight another day. Most importantly, these resolutions will prevent future anti-American energy administrations from taking similar actions in the future. I want to thank my colleagues from Alaska, North Dakota, and Montana for introducing these important resolutions to reverse the disastrous Biden administration's policies, and I urge my colleagues to join and support me today. You know what, the prior administration, Mr. Speaker, they were the most anti-mining, anti-oil and gas administration in the history of this country. I was just up in the great state of Alaska in a national refuge. They're extracting oil safely, responsibly, that Alaskans need. They're going to put an LNG pipeline, the safest, best pipeline in the world, for Alaskans and our country and our allies. The Biden, it's going to take a lot of years to fix the disastrous policies of the last administration. Remember, that Secretary of Interior banned mining in northeastern Minnesota, and when asked in the Senate, why did you stop these critical minerals from coming forward? Her answer was, I didn't think there were critical minerals there. Mr. Speaker, it was the biggest find in the world. We have an opportunity right now, today, to start changing these disastrous Biden policies and get this economy turning. We must become American and energy independent and critical mineral dominant. We need to. COVID taught us so much. We cannot rely on foreign adversarial nations for our much-needed strategic national security supply. Our supply chains need to be coming from American workers, American development, American communities, American technology, American workers, American families. We can do it. We have to have the political will to do it. And these 3 CRAs are worth voting for. And I commend my colleagues from these 3 states. And I have a suspicion there might be several more coming in the near future because of the disastrous decisions of that prior administration. There's a breath of fresh air across America right now. As the chairman just talked about, the reduction in the gas prices. That's real money for the working class, middle class Americans when they can save $15 or $20 at the gas pump. That's real money when they can save money on their natural gas or propane to heat their house. That's real money for the constituents that I serve. These are good.
This time has expired.
This is a good policy, and I urge my colleagues to vote, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Colorado recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I was trying to keep track. I lost track at some point, but my colleague from Minnesota, I think, said the word Biden 8 times, if I'm not mistaken. You couple that with references to the prior administration, that jumps up to 12 or 13. It's unclear to me when Republicans are going to stop complaining and actually do something to address the challenges that face our country. They spend more time talking about Joe Biden than they do about reducing costs. Every sentence from that side of the aisle, Biden, a verb, an adjective, and more coal. That's essentially the sum total of every sentence. And by the way, my colleagues, I suspect, are watching from their offices. I know that more of my colleagues are going to come to the floor here to engage in debate on, I don't know, how many CRAs are they putting on the floor today? 3, 4, 5. That's all we do around here is CRAs. So I encourage them as they're watching, please, when you come to the floor, maybe spend some time talking about your affirmative vision for the country and not so much time talking about the prior president. You are in charge. Republicans have a majority in the House, a majority in the Senate and the presidency. And we spend all of our time on the House floor doing CRAs, resolutions of disapproval, the weakest vehicle that this House could consider. Mr. Speaker, I know you're aware of this, but the House has been on vacation for like the last 6 weeks. Republicans recessed us out of session early. 6-week vacation for Republicans. Finally, we're back in Washington, September, 10 months into the Trump presidency. And this is how you choose to spend your time? Resolutions of disapproval? Reversing resource management plans for North Dakota? Of all of the concerns of the people in Arkansas or Colorado? This is the priority? It's a shame, Mr. Speaker. Deeply disappointing and disheartening, I suspect, to most Americans, those who might be watching C-SPAN, to learn that this august body in the world's greatest democracy is wasting its time debating resource management plans issued by the prior administration. I reserve.
Reserves?
I reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Colorado?
I thank the Speaker. I will simply close. I'll give a brief closing because, as I said, this is, I guess, I think all we're doing today are these resolutions of disapproval. So I'm going to have more opportunities apparently, to make this argument, but I would encourage my colleagues to dispense with what, in my view, are very intellectually dishonest arguments about these resource management plans. I think fundamentally they should continue the work that was done by the prior administration through an open and a transparent process. That's the way these resource management plans are meant to be developed. I get it. I understand that my Republican colleagues have disagreements about the resource management plans. Understood. Call Secretary Burgum. Call the BLM director. Well, I guess I don't think there is a BLM director 10 months into the administration. Call whoever's running the show, I guess, over there at the BLM now. And ask them to reopen the process. Listen to tribes. Listen to the American people. Update the resource management plan. That's the way it's done. Using the Congressional Review Act to overturn the plan is the wrong approach. And I understand why it may seem easier for Republicans to just bring the hammer down and use this blunt instrument, but all you will be left with are smashed pieces. And you will foreclose the ability of these agencies to protect some of the most treasured lands in our country. Lands that belong to the citizens of this country, to you, Mr. Speaker, and your children, your grandchildren, to future generations. I urge a no vote on this CRA, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Yield back.
Mr. Speaker, it's a good thing that we have this tool called the Congressional Review Act that asserts the Article I authority that Congress has. You see, we don't have to go begging a secretary or asking the administration what actions we take. We get to determine which actions we take. And the Congressional Review Act is one of those tools that we have to take a big hammer to a bad policy. And I'm glad that we're taking that big hammer to a terrible policy, and we're also making it so that a future administration can't enact another bad policy like the ones that were put into place with these 3 RMPs that we'll be addressing today. That is a good thing. It's a good thing that we're focusing on unleashing American energy. And the time to do that is now. The time to restore balanced management to our public lands is now. It's now time to put Big Sky country ahead of Beijing. It's past time that we do that. If allowed to continue, the Miles City RMP amendment developed by the previous administration could have devastating impacts on Montana and the entire U.S. economy. Passing this CRA will help reinvigorate America's coal industry, and also it will unleash American energy. In my district, I have a coal-fired plant that was built in 2010, and to my knowledge, that was the last coal-fired plant built in the United States. And again, I mentioned earlier that China's building 120 gigawatts a year. That's one every 2 days. One of those 650 megawatt coal plants every 2 days that they're putting online. What are we doing with coal plants across America? We've been closing them down. They provide reliable baseload energy. But you know, that coal plant in my district that provides energy to businesses, energy to homes, it can't operate without coal, and that coal comes from the Powder River Basin. When we harness our resources out west and use those, it's a good thing. But when we lock them up, we keep electricity from being affordable, we keep it from being reliable, not just for constituents in Montana, but for people all across this country. And that's exactly one of the many reasons I'm supporting this CRA today. It means affordable, reliable energy. It means improved national security. It means good-paying jobs for rural Americans and millions of dollars in revenue for the U.S. Treasury. I urge the adoption of this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All time for the debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 672, the previous question is ordered on the joint resolution. The Question is on engrossment and third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Miles City Field Office Record of Decision and Approval Resource Management Plan Amendment.
The question is on the passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The joint resolution is passed.
Yeas and nays?
What purpose does the gentleman from Colorado?
I would ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and the nays will rise. Sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of the Rule 20, the further proceedings on the question will be postponed. Okay, for what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 672, I call up H.J. Res. 106 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 106, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Central Yukon Record of Decision and Approval Resource Management Plan.
Pursuant to House Resolution 672, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Natural Resources, their respective designees. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westman, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that all members be given unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
And also to include extraneous material on H.J. Res. 106.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
So moved.
I rise in strong support of H.J. Resolution 106, a Congressional Review Act resolution led by Congressman Nick Begich of Alaska. This CRA reverses a resource management plan, or RMP, for the central Yukon region in Alaska, which locked up an astonishing 13.3 million acres of land. Alaska is crucial to our national security and economic prosperity. In 2020, President Trump announced a draft RMP for the central Yukon that, among other provisions, revoked Public Land Order 5150 and unleashed American energy. For more than a decade, the state of Alaska has worked on this RMP to revoke Public Land Order 5150, which would unlock millions of acres of land from restrictive de facto wilderness management and return it to multiple use. Unfortunately, the previous administration reversed this decision against the wishes of Alaskans and finalized a new RMP that enshrined Public Land Order 5150. On his first day in office in 2025, President Trump issued Executive Order 14153 on unleashing Alaska's extraordinary resource potential, which directly called for repealing the Biden administration's Central Yukon RMP. This CRA advances President Trump's executive order. So why is this CRA so important? Revoking Public Land Order 5150 is the first step in allowing the state of Alaska to acquire lands that are critical to 2 essential projects, Ambler Road and the Alaska LNG pipeline. Currently, our adversaries have a chokehold on worldwide mineral supply chains. Alaska, our 49th state, has rich deposits of 49 out of the 50 minerals on the critical minerals list. With such abundant resources in our own backyard, it should be appalling to every American that the United States relies 100% on imports for 12 of the 50 critical minerals on the critical minerals list. What's more, our nation is 50% net import reliant for an additional 29 critical minerals on the list. The smartphones that we carry around every day in our pockets contain 15 critical minerals. Computers, home appliances, and batteries all rely on critical minerals. The Ambler Mining District in Alaska is home to some of the largest deposits of these minerals, including copper, cobalt, and zinc. Just 4 deposits in the Ambler Mining District alone have an estimated resource value of $26 billion. but currently there is no way to access these minerals. To do so, we need to construct Ambler Road. Last year, the Biden administration denied a permit for Ambler Road, effectively preventing Alaskans from developing their own resources. Passing this CRA is the first step in allowing Alaska to acquire these lands outright, create long-term certainty for this project. Constructing this road and allowing access to the Ambler Mining District is expected to create thousands of new jobs and produce $1.1 billion of revenue for Alaska. Road construction alone will create more than 350 jobs, creating economic opportunity desperately needed in rural Alaska. Now keep in mind, this is only one project unlocked by this CRA. This CRA will also help the advancement of the Alaska LNG pipeline project. Global demand for energy is expected to double by 2050, and our domestic energy production must rise to meet that demand. With the rise of data centers and AI fueling this growth, it is more important than ever that we produce energy here at home rather than ceding energy dominance to hostile foreign nations like China and Russia. Once online, the Alaska LNG project will produce 3.5 billion cubic feet of natural gas daily and sustain more than 10,000 jobs. Through this project, Alaskans will gain long-term and affordable gas for home heating and industrial needs. Currently, the gas supply for Alaska from the Cook Inlet is uncertain, and local utilities are evaluating alternate supplies, including importing LNG. It goes against all common sense to import LNG into Alaska, when the state is blessed with abundant resources that can supply the state and beyond. Every action must be taken to provide North Slope-produced gas to Alaskans for their home heating and local industry needs. In addition to providing gas to Alaska, the Alaska LNG pipeline will be able to export 20 million tons of LNG yearly, reaching our Asian allies in 6 days with no strategic choke points. It's no exaggeration to say that creating this pipeline is one of the most crucial steps we can take to counter China's influence in the Indo-Pacific. Earlier this year, I led a bipartisan congressional delegation to Taiwan, Japan, and South Korea. Taiwan has already signed a letter of intent with the state of Alaska to purchase Alaskan LNG, and both Japan and South Korea are deeply interested in pursuing American energy from Alaska, as well as other Pacific Rim nations. But the message we heard at each stop was universal and resounding. Without certainty in the timeline and our permitting system, these countries won't be able to buy our energy. Make no mistake, these are our allies, and they desperately want to buy American. They'd much rather get their energy from the North Slope than from China and Russia, the friends of North Korea. Today's CRA is the first step in providing energy certainty to Alaska and our allies abroad. We're taking strong, decisive action to remove barriers that prevent us from accessing our own energy and minerals. By unleashing Alaska's extraordinary resource potential, we're providing energy certainty and affordability to Alaska and creating thousands of well-paying jobs, generating billions of dollars in revenue for federal and state coffers, and keeping America and our allies safe from foreign adversaries. I'd like to commend Representative Begich, the entire Alaska delegation, and Governor Dunleavy for their work on this effort. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As promised, we're back debating another Congressional Review Act disapproval resolution. This time, as was referenced, it's in regards to the resource management plan for the central Yukon in the heart of Alaska, governing over 13 million acres of public land in central and northern Alaska, some of the most culturally significant landscapes in the United States. This region includes the Central Yukon River watershed and the Dalton Highway corridor, areas that are vital to both biodiversity and community survival. These lands are also interconnected with the gates of the Arctic National Park, the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. They are home to caribou, salmon, sheep species that Alaska Native and rural communities depend on for food and cultural traditions. The existing RMP sets strong protections in response to declining populations of these important species. It created 3.6 million acres of areas of critical environmental concern, but I will just also mention here, because of course the one voice we haven't heard from on the House floor are from the tribal communities impacted by both the resource management plan and this particular resolution to reverse the resource management plan. These lands promote community health, support subsistence, and sustain the wild food economies that numerous Alaska Native communities rely on. The current resource management plan is the result of over a decade, 10 years of work between the tribes in the Central Yukon, as well as the Bureau of Land Management and other stakeholders. 6 tribes worked as cooperating agencies in the development of this plan. Now, rather than, and I know I've belabored this, Mr. Speaker, but it merits mentioning again, rather than simply amending the resource management plan, doing the hard work required in the agency to perform the consultations necessary to then change the RMP if folks have concerns, good faith concerns about the contours of that resource management plan. That's the way to do it. But instead, my colleagues have chosen to use the Congressional Review Act, a very blunt instrument, and using the CRA, unlike pursuing an administrative update, would lock out tribal engagement in BLM's existing processes. Using the CRA to overturn an RMP would also ban the agency, not from issuing this resource management plan, but from issuing any resource management plan like it. That is reckless. I understand my colleagues have a disagreement with respect to the contours of this resource management plan. Work through the Interior Department to change it. That's the way that it should be done. So there's a lot on the line with respect to the fate of this particular CRA resolution before us. I mentioned before, we are in uncharted territory because the House has not pursued this type of vehicle to overturn resource management plans in the past. That it is unprecedented. And it's important for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to recognize the gravity of taking this step. It's one that I would hope some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle might reconsider. So I oppose the resolution for those reasons, and I reverse the balance of my time.
Jennifer from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Alaska, the lead sponsor of this legislation, Mr. Begich.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are in uncharted territory. We're in uncharted territory because the previous administration took us here. At the end of the day, we hear from voices across America, but we don't hear from the voices of the people of my home state. And the people that I've spoken with, the landowners, the Alaska Natives, who were not consulted by the previous administration in the development and approval of this resource management plan, they have stepped forward and said, we need to remove this plan. And we need to make sure that something like this does not happen again in the future. I rise today in strong support of House Joint Resolution 106, a resolution to overturn the Bureau of Land Management's 2024 Central Yukon Resource Management Plan. This Biden-era management plan locks up more than 13 million acres of land in Alaska, part of a region that spans 56 million acres in my state. The plan threatens economic opportunity and undermines national security while ignoring the needs of everyday Alaskans. The plan also designates more than 3.6 million acres as areas of critical environmental concern with little or no justification. The Biden plan restricts access to native lands, violating commitments made under the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. Sadly, the plan also continues outdated land withdrawals that block responsible access to our nation's critical mineral resources. Mr. Speaker, this is not balance. It is federal overreach, ensuring that Alaska's wealth stays in the ground, unavailable to people of one of America's most impoverished regions. The plan also obstructs projects vital to America's future, such as the Ambler Road, which will bring access to strategic and critical minerals, and the Alaska LNG project, which is projected to deliver 3.5 billion cubic feet of natural gas per day and create more than 10,000 jobs in Alaska. These projects are essential to American energy security. They are essential to Alaska's economic growth, and they are essential to lowering costs for America's working families. This resolution supports President Trump's commitment to unleashing Alaska's extraordinary energy and resource potential. It restores balance to public land policy, ensures that we meet our commitments to Alaska's native communities, and allows for opportunity in an area of my state that is desperately in need. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support House Joint Resolution 106 to strengthen America's energy and mineral dominance, to strengthen our economic and national security, and to keep our promises to the people of Alaska. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to point out the great work that my colleague from Alaska has done on this issue and the potential that's in Alaska. We had the committee up there last week, had a bipartisan group there, touring around looking at all the many, many resources that's in Alaska, the vast size of Alaska, and the burdens that the federal government has put on the state, and really, I think, fallen short of living up to the promises that were made when Alaska became a state. We talked about Native Americans and their input in the process, and I ask unanimous consent to submit to the record this letter from Doyen Limited, and I just want to read from this letter to show you what's really happening in Alaska. It says, Doyen strongly supports this joint resolution and urges Congress and the President's swift action to reject this misguided and harmful planning decision. Many large tracts of land that were conveyed to Doyen under the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act are surrounded by or abut BLM-managed public lands. Doyen owns substantial interest in the central Yukon planning area, holding an ownership interest in approximately 4.65 million acres. Doyen's land base shares indigenous land, or shares approximately 3,000 miles of border with BLM lands, potentially more than any other indigenous landowner in the nation. Consistent with ANCSA's intent, much of the land that Doyen selected was selected for its economic development potential. As Doyen explained to BLM throughout the Central Yukon RMP planning process, further developing Doyen's lands within new or expanded areas of critical environmental concern and other restrictive land designations and otherwise imposing restrictions on use of surrounding lands will further complicate access to and use of Doyen lands and potentially prevent Doyen from fully realizing the economic and other benefits that Congress intended it would enjoy as a result of ANCSA's settlement of Aboriginal land claims. That's from the people who are affected on the ground by this misguided resource management plan that the previous administration put in place. And it's an honor to be here today to be able to use the CRA to hopefully reverse that plan and prevent other administrations in the future from either party from putting such ridiculous management plans in place. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Colorado, recognized.
You know, the chairman read from a letter there. I like to read from a letter. I think the speaker might find interesting. This is a letter from the Tanana Chiefs Conference in opposition to this resolution. Who is this conference made up of, you might ask, Mr. Speaker? It's made up of 37 federally recognized tribes and villages across the Yukon River Basin. These tribes served as cooperating agencies in the RMP development process, working to ensure protection for critical salmon habitat and other interests, and they endorsed the RMP after extensive consultation. They opposed this resolution, among many others. Now, I do want to say, Mr. Speaker, it's important to recognize what this, I think the chairman, if I'm not misquoting him, called a hammer, what this hammer will do. My view is very simple. This hammer that Republicans have proposed risks precluding these agencies from engaging in any type of rulemaking, resource management planning that is substantially similar to the resource management plan before us. I want to give a simple example of what that looks like in practice. This resource management plan, the Central Yukon Resource Management Plan, opens up 11 million acres to selection by eligible Alaska Native Vietnam-era veterans under the Dingle Act. So, for those who are watching, the Resource Management Plan allows, it enables Alaska Natives who served our country so bravely during the Vietnam War to access upwards of 11 million acres of lands at issue. Here's the problem, Mr. Speaker. By passing this resolution of disapproval, this CRA vehicle, it is not simply eliminating that provision along with all the other provisions in the Resource Management Plan. It is potentially risking the ability of a future administration, including this one, from issuing any resource management plan that provides a similar benefit. What happens when a court 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now, rules that the Republican resolution that you all are poised to pass today precludes the BLM from giving any access to Native Vietnam-era veterans in accessing this land? When we call this a blunt instrument, that's what we're referencing. So I understand, my colleagues disagree with the variety of different components of the Resource Management Plan. They are fortunate that the Secretary of the Interior happens to be the former Republican governor of North Dakota. And I imagine if they call him, that he'll pursue a reopening of this resource management plan. But taking this step, foreclosing the ability of those Alaska Natives who are Vietnam-era veterans from being able to access these lands and precluding that kind of benefit into perpetuity by virtue of using the CRA is reckless. No other word to describe it. So I would hope my colleagues would, again, reconsider. Follow the process. Regular order. That's the way to pursue the changes that they seek. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Colorado reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, this idea that Alaska Native Vietnam-era veterans can't select lands is just factually inaccurate and fear-mongering. Congress has already statutorily codified the Alaska Native Vietnam Veterans Allotment Program in 2019. Nothing in this CRA repeals those requirements under the 2019 law. In fact, the House just passed a 5-year extension of this program in July. To suggest that we are now somehow unsupportive of this program is ludicrous. Congress is using the CRA for this RMP because there weren't enough public land order revocations, not because there were too many. Keeping the withdrawal revocations for Alaska Native Vietnam-era veterans and adding new withdrawal revocations will be entirely consistent with the CRA. The argument is ironic coming from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, as Secretary Holland unnecessarily delayed the implementation of this program for years, despite strong demands from the Alaska delegation that outdated PLOs be lifted so land selections could begin. And for more on that issue, I'm going to yield time, 2 minutes, to the gentleman from Alaska who understands this better than anyone, Mr. Begich.
The gentleman from Alaska is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, fewer than 20 Alaska Native Vietnam-era veterans have received their conveyances. And a big part of the reason why so few of the 2,000, more than 2,000 eligible Vietnam-era veterans or their heirs have received those lands is because they were delayed or outright blocked by the previous administration. The previous administration blocked their ability to select and receive their lands. So to hear from my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, in this chamber, suggesting that somehow Republicans are standing in the way of Vietnam-era veteran land conveyances in my home state, that's ludicrous. It's simply not true. In fact, my bill extends the available time for them to make those selections by 5 years, and there is nothing in this CRA that prevents them from making those selections, and we hope that they do. In fact, we want more land to be available to those families. In fact, there are some communities in Alaska where Vietnam-era veterans who are eligible in this program have to select land hundreds of miles away from their own community. Hundreds of miles away. We're trying to unlock the state of Alaska, Mr. Speaker, and it's my colleagues on the other side of the aisle in this chamber that have repeatedly blocked our ability to do so. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not in the predictions business, but I can confidently predict, and that's why one of the reasons this exchange is so important, that this particular exchange will appear in litigation 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. This is untested. The Congressional Review Act has never been used before to repeal a resource management plan. So we don't know how a federal court is going to construe this Congress's decision to en masse disapprove of a resource management plan that did provide for the allotment for Alaska Natives who are Vietnam-era veterans to access these lands. I understand the chairman is making the case here on the floor. He made it during the debate on the Rules Committee. I remember this back in July. He maintains, no. This congressional resolution of approval, it's just limited to the energy portions of the resource management plan. Just the energy portions. Well, that's not what the resolution says. The resolution of disapproval disapproves of the resource management plan in its entirety. I understand that the statutory provisions that provide Alaska Natives with the ability, those who are Vietnam-era veterans, to access these lands, remains codified. That's not up for debate. The problem is that Republicans have decided to disapprove, to use this blunt instrument of this particular allotment, or rather access, that the prior administration, as was noted, included in this resource management plan. We have no idea how a federal court is going to construe the actions of the Congress as it relates to the different component pieces in the resource management plan, if and when a future administration, including this one, decides to take that step. It's one of the reasons why a Congressional Review Act, or rather the Congressional Review Act, has not been deployed in this way previously, because it's risky. So I understand. My colleague from Alaska, seemed very upset. I don't disagree. I share his frustration. I support, by the way, the legislation that he mentioned. The legislation he was referencing is not the bill that's before this Congress. I don't quite understand the impetus behind extending the time, as he noted, to 5 years, while you're simultaneously passing a resolution disapproving of a resource management plan that provided the very access to these lands that you purport to want. But that's for him to explain. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman is prepared to close and reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the Speaker, again, not to belabor the point here, but I do think that last exchange was instructive and revealing. I remember very well the debate that this House engaged in a mere 3 months ago, 2.5 months ago, regarding the budget bill and the terrible cuts to Medicaid that this chamber, Republicans, passed and that the president signed into law. And I remember, after that legislation was signed into law, several of my Republican colleagues, including one Republican senator in particular, bemoaning the Medicaid cuts that he had just voted for. Mark Twain's old adage, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you're familiar with it, that history doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes. It does feel a little bit like deja vu, because in the case of these CRAs, I have no doubt that several of my colleagues, including several of my colleagues who are championing these resolutions, will find that down the road, they'll regret being so vociferous in their support for the resolutions of disapproval of these resource management plans. When a federal court decides that the agencies, the BLM, the Interior Department writ large, can't protect, or rather enact protections in the way that it had in the past, because Republicans decided to use this blunt instrument. So again, for all the reasons, I think we're going on hour number 2 here. I believe we have another hour of debate on another resolution of disapproval that will be coming up next. So for all the reasons that I've articulated, I would hope my colleagues would oppose this. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this CRA is crucial to unleashing Alaska's abundant natural resources. It will unleash billions of dollars worth of oil, natural gas, and critical minerals that are critical not only to Alaska's economy and security, but also to the economic and energy security of the United States, and extended further to our allies around the world. This is a very important issue, as this CRA shifts land management back to Alaskans and away from NGOs and environmentalists in the lower 48 who have had way too much of an oversized impact on the decisions made in Alaska. It is essential to projects that will create tens of thousands of jobs, generate billions of dollars in revenue for the U.S. Treasury and the state of Alaska, and again, make our nation less reliant on hostile foreign nations. I commend Representative Begich once again for his work on this effort. He is a tremendous and fierce advocate for Alaska. Through his efforts, we're helping President Trump and his administration advance his executive orders and usher in the golden age of American and Alaska energy dominance. I urge adoption of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 672, the previous question is ordered on the joint resolution. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Central Yukon Record of Decision and Approval Resource Management Plan.
The question is on the passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the joint resolution is passed.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 672, I call up HJ Resolution 105 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 105, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to North Dakota Field Office Record of Decision and Approval and Approved Resource Management Plan.
Resolution 672, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debated for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee of Natural Resources or their respective designees. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Negus, each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material on HGA Resolution 105.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of HJ Resolution 105, led by Representative Fedorchak of North Dakota. This Congressional Review Act resolution reverses a resource management plan, or an RMP, finalized in the waning days of the last administration that locked up more than 4 million acres of land in North Dakota. Astonishingly, this RMP blocked coal leasing on 99% of coal deposits in North Dakota and prohibited oil and gas leasing on an additional 44% of federal land. North Dakota is a top 10 coal-producing state and the number 3 oil and gas producer in the nation. According to state estimates, North Dakota produces 400 million barrels of oil, 1.1 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, and 27.5 million tons of lignite coal annually. To put this in perspective, North Dakota produces enough natural gas to heat 15 million homes for an entire year, equivalent to 100 billion kilowatt hours of electricity. U.S. electricity consumption is projected to hit an all-time high this year, and electricity demand will grow by as much as 128 gigawatts through 2029. Fueled by new data centers and AI, these estimates of electricity demand are 5 times higher than earlier forecasts. The United States should be the world leader in energy and mineral production. We are blessed with abundant resources, we have the brightest minds, and we maintain the most rigorous and clean production standards in the world. Yet the anti-American energy policies pursued by radical environmentalists in the previous administration crippled communities reliant on energy jobs, weakened us on the global stage, and enriched adversarial nations that were able to cash in as we took a back seat in the global energy market. The road to energy dominance and meeting this growing demand runs through North Dakota. Advancing the CRA is the first step in helping to unleash American energy and reinvigorate America's beautiful coal industry, as President Trump has called for in his recent executive orders. This CRA is important not just to the people of North Dakota, but also our collective American energy and mineral security. If you've ever worried about your electricity bill or wondered if prices at the pump might cancel a family vacation, then you should care about reversing ill-advised lockups of our energy and mineral resources. Energy production is critically important to the Western way of life, sustaining small rural communities and generating much-needed economic activity. Passing this CRA will save an estimated 12,000 jobs in North Dakota just in the coal industry alone. This CRA is also crucial to prevent an estimated loss of $34 million annually in state revenues from oil and gas production. These funds are used to finance K-12 public education in the state. What does this mean for children in North Dakota? Failing to pass this CRA could result in a $441 reduction in the amount of funds spent on each child's education annually. This means fewer after-school programs, outdated textbooks, and more teachers having to reach into their own pockets to fund basic schoolroom supplies. It should come as no surprise that the previous administration finalized this RMP over the strong objections of the state of North Dakota. The state's concerns were ignored. Instead, the BLM plowed ahead with this harmful RMP. Good land management requires local buy-in and support. This RMP is not supported by North Dakotans. The only people who support this plan are the radical environmentalists that called the shots under the previous administration. I commend our current Secretary of the Interior, Doug Burgum, who is spearheading the administration's efforts to restore energy dominance and listen to rural America. Secretary Burgum was the governor when this RMP was finalized, and he led the charge in opposing this Biden-era preservationist plan. I have full confidence that under the leadership of President Trump and Secretary Burgum, the BLM will emerge as an agency that works for North Dakotans and all those rural Western Americans who live closest to the lands. I applaud Representative Fedorchak for her leadership on this effort on behalf of her constituents to right this wrong. Also recognize Senators Kramer and Hoeven, as well as my former House colleagues and good friend, Governor Kelly Armstrong, for their work in supporting the CRA. This CRA allows us to turn the page on a disgraceful chapter of radical environmentalism pursued at the expense of the American people. HJ Resolution 105 removes the bureaucratic barriers designed to prevent the use of our abundant natural resources. It is an important step necessary to unshackle American energy and minerals and unleash the full potential of our great natural resources. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. More coal. More coal. That's their answer. Again, for the third time. Their answer apparently to every question. More coal. Frustrated with energy costs going up across the board, state to state, community to community. More coal is their answer. Health insurance costs going up, grocery prices going up, economy in free fall. More coal. I don't know what piece of legislation we're going to be debating tomorrow, but I suspect it will involve coal production. It is a bordering on obsession for the House Republican caucus, and it would be comical if not for the real-world consequences for my constituents and for your constituents, Mr. Speaker, and for Americans across the country who are dealing with a real cost of living crisis and who expect more from this Congress than yet another disapproval resolution 10 months into the Trump presidency. Laser focused on passing resolutions of disapproval of agency actions by the Biden administration. Real sense of priorities. It's disappointing, Mr. Speaker. Deeply disappointing. And if one digs into this particular resource management plan, I think you will find that using this blunt instrument, as I've called it during our prior debate, in this instance is probably the most insidious of all. A couple reasons why. One, the resource management plan that was adopted replaced a plan that was nearly 40 years old. This resource management plan provided a modern framework that balances responsible energy and mineral development with the protection of wildlife habitat, water resources, cultural sites, and recreational opportunities. It provides a stable and predictable framework to guide and to balance the multiple uses of our public lands and resources based on the needs of today and into the future. But it's important to recognize that even if one disagrees with the way in which this resource management plan balances public land uses, and I understand there are good faith disagreements with the resource management plan. The chairman mentioned our mutual good friend, my dear friend, Kelly Armstrong, now the governor of North Dakota. I recognize we may disagree with respect to the nuances of the resource management plan. But again, the broader point here is that the CRA is not the proper vehicle for registering one's objection to a resource management plan. Why is that? It's because using the CRA does not return the resource management plan to the status quo. The Federal Land Policy and Management Act outlines the proper process for updating a resource management plan. That's a process that centers on voices and the needs of local land users while preserving regulatory certainty. By contrast, the CRA strips the public out of the process, and it throws public lands into chaos. What do I mean by that, Mr. Speaker? Here's what I mean. If Congress passes this resolution, if the President signs this resolution into law, it will call into question all of the leases all of the permits and any other related authorizations that stem from the resource management plan. Grazing permits, resource development projects, transmission rights of way, all of those leases and permits and so on will be tied up in litigation if you pass this resolution. It makes no sense to me why my colleagues have chosen to take this approach, endanger grazing permits in North Dakota, when there's a much easier way to do this. Because, interestingly enough, Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of the Interior is the former governor of North Dakota. It's true. He could simply change this. He could go through administrative fiat and modify the resource management plan for the state for which he served as the chief executive. He could do that now. And it would not call into question any of the permits or the leases. But instead, House Republicans have taken this approach. And I don't think it's going to achieve your stated objective. Or rather, not you, Mr. Speaker, but my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, their stated objective. Far from it. So again, hope my colleagues might reconsider. And, I don't have the Secretary of Interior's phone number, but I suspect my colleagues do. So they can call him. I'm sure they can get this worked out. And we can save you, Mr. Speaker, and, the few Americans watching on C-SPAN this stale debate over yet another resolution of disapproval. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, what is ironic is the fact that Secretary Burgum, when he was the governor of North Dakota, vehemently opposed this resource management plan, but the prior administration just brushed him off. They didn't care what he thought. They didn't care what the people of North Dakota thought, just like they didn't care what the governor of Montana thought, what the governor of Alaska thought, and what the people who lived in Montana and Alaska thought. All they cared about was what their NGO and environmentalist friends in Washington, D.C., and New York, and Los Angeles thought about lands in faraway rural places and how they wanted to impose their will on what happens in these rural areas where our resources abound. Isn't it ironic that the three states that we're talking about these resource management plans are Alaska, Montana, and North Dakota, states with very large land masses, with abundant resources, and not a lot of people. That's the definition of rural America. The previous administration was attacking rural America, and they used these misguided resource management plans as their tool to do that. With that, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlelady from North Dakota, the lead sponsor of this legislation, the only representative from North Dakota, Ms. Fedorchak.
The gentlelady from North Dakota is recognized. 6 minutes. The gentleman yields. The gentlelady from North Dakota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Westerman, Chairman, thank you for your leadership on this issue and all energy-related issues. You're providing a great service to our conference and to the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of my resolution to repeal the Biden administration's Bureau of Land Management Resource Management Plan for North Dakota. But first, let me respond briefly to my colleague from Colorado's comments about energy costs. His constituents, the dear people of Colorado, and many other constituents in blue states like New York and California probably are paying record prices for electricity and other energy products, but it's because of their very own states' unrealistic and radical energy policies. I promise you, in North Dakota, citizens are not paying record prices. In fact, they're paying the lowest prices of any other state for electricity. And I know this because for the last 12 years, I helped set those policies. And changing these policies so that the rest of America could also pay lower energy prices was one of the driving forces of my running for this office. In my state, energy production isn't a political debate. It's our way of life. It provides paychecks that feed our families, revenue that funds our schools, and power that keeps America moving forward. But unfortunately, President Biden, in his very last week of office, chose to put special interests above all of that. North Dakotans saw the Biden administration's plan for exactly what it was, a backdoor attempt to shut down fossil fuels in our state. That's why our state immediately filed a lawsuit against the previous administration. As our filing made clear, and I quote, "The amended RMP Resource Management Plan is not only unlawful and unwise, but it is also emblematic of everything that was wrong with the prior administration's approach to cooperative federalism." Amen. And that's exactly why we are here. The truth is, because of the checkerboard nature of federal land and minerals across our state, this plan would cost vast amounts of North Dakota lands to lose production on vast amounts of North Dakota lands to oil, gas, and coal leases for future development. In fact, it would lock up nearly 99% of North Dakota's federal coal acreage, more than 4 million acres. It would also block nearly half of our federally owned oil and gas acreage. That's nearly 213,000 acres. This is absolutely the wrong direction. As demand for energy reaches record highs and Americans want to pay less for everything, we should unleash American energy, not shut it down. North Dakota does have a vision, a very clear vision for energy development. We have proven that responsible energy development and environmental stewardship actually go hand in hand. We've invested billions in clean and emissions control technology. We reclaimed our lands and maintained some of the strongest air quality records in the nation. We can grow the economy, power the country, and steward the environment all at once. That's the American way, and that is certainly the North Dakota way. But the Biden administration failed to recognize that and completely ignored all of my state's concerns with the plan. All of them. You want to talk about intellectual dishonesty? That is the definition of it. And so is so much of the Democrat energy policy that ignores current technical realities at the peril of our American citizens. That's why my resolution is so important. It reverses the Biden administration's plan that ignored my state's serious concerns, restores true cooperation between the state and federal government, and gets North Dakota energy back on track.
The gentlewoman's time's expired.
Yield the gentlelady another minute.
Thank you. At its core, this is a...
The gentlelady is recognized.
Sorry. At its core, this is about more than North Dakota. If Washington can override state expertise here, it sets a dangerous precedent for every energy-producing state in the U.S. Congress must reassert its role to prevent unelected bureaucrats from locking up resources, raising costs, and undermining our energy security. So I urge my colleagues, support this resolution, stand with innovation, stand with American workers, and stand with the families who power this nation. This resolution puts states like North Dakota back in the driver's seat where they belong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserved. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that my colleague from North Dakota disagrees with the resource management plan. As I said, I think there are good faith reasons that my colleagues have in opposition to the resource management plan. There's a way to register that opposition. Change the plan, modify it, amend it, edit it. Call the former governor of North Dakota, whom Chairman Westerman noted, objected to this plan when he was governor. Give him a call. He's now the Secretary of the Interior Department. ask him to modify this plan. That would be the way for one to register their objections. But my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have chosen a very different approach. And again, I'm just leveling with you, Mr. Speaker. They are putting grazing permits, leases that have been issued pursuant to that resource management plan at great risk. This story is not going to end with the President's signature of the CRA. Litigation will immediately follow. And it is unclear to me why House Republicans would prefer that outcome. Unless, of course, they are bereft of substantive ideas, an affirmative vision for solving the cost of living crisis that so many of our constituents are facing, that they've made the decision it's better to spend their time on disapproval of Biden-era rules. That is the only conclusion I'm left with. Perhaps my colleague from Oregon will expound on that. And with that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield such time as she may consume to the distinguished gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Dexter.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to my colleague from Colorado for his advocacy against this Congressional Review Act resolution. I rise today in strong opposition to these dangerous and unprecedented resolutions. A resource management plan is not some obscure rule. It's the playbook for how we manage America's public lands, balancing energy, grazing, and recreation with protecting clean water, wildlife, and long-term health of the land. The three plans under attack today took years to develop. They reflect extensive tribal consultation, public input, and the expertise of career scientists. But these resolutions don't just undo those protections. As the gentleman just said, under the Congressional Review Act, once a plan is overturned, the Bureau of Land Management is banned from writing a new one that's even remotely similar. In other words, the agency's hands are tied, not just today, but for years to come. That is unprecedented. If we go down this road, we will politicize the very foundation of how we steward America's public lands. We will silence communities, ignore science, and block future administrations from protecting our climate and our health. Public lands belong to all of us. They are our shared inheritance and our shared responsibility. I urge my colleagues to stand up for our public lands and vote no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I reserve.
Okay. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Well, unless I can convince the chairman to have a final colloquy, I suppose I'll conclude as well, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I should say. Mr. Speaker, using the CRA to overturn land use plans, as I've said previously, does take us into uncharted territory. It is not, as some have suggested, a way to return us to the way that we used to manage public lands in North Dakota or elsewhere. The resolution pulls the rug out from under all public land users, calling into question the validity of the grazing rights, the permits, transmission rights of way, and other permits and authorizations that are premised on the land use plan being nullified. It disregards the tribes, local land users, communities, businesses who provided input over years to craft a modern plan to guide land and resource management for these respective states. Instead, it puts the courts in charge of deciding the day-to-day management of lands and minerals in North Dakota and beyond. And so even if, Mr. Speaker, one disagrees with the resource management plan for North Dakota or the other states as well, Montana and Alaska, the way to change it is through an administrative review and a public process, not through a blunt, inflexible tool like the CRA. I urge my colleagues to keep local voices and land managers in the driver's seat by voting no on this CRA resolution, and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we wrap up today on this final RMP, I ask unanimous consent to submit this GAO report that found that the RMP is subject to the CRA, and when we talk about
without objection,
when we talk about lawsuits, there's already lawsuits that have been created because of this bad resource management plan that the former administration put in place. Now, after we do the CRA and we prevent this administration or future administrations from putting a similar resource management plan in place without it coming back to Congress, then maybe the current administration and Secretary Burgum can write a new resource management plan that actually makes sense, that actually takes into account America's need for energy, that actually listens to the people in these states where these resources reside. And while they're doing that, the previous resource management plan would be in existence. So again, it's just fear-mongering to say there will basically be no rules if this resource management plan gets removed under the Congressional Review Act. Again, want to thank the gentlelady from North Dakota for her leadership on this important issue. The North Dakota RMP will have devastating ramifications, not just in North Dakota, but beyond. This CRA, which rejects the failed energy policies of the previous administration, is in alignment with the current administration's executive orders on unleashing American energy and reinvigorating America's coal industry. In combination with the provisions that Republicans enacted through the reconciliation bill, this CRA will ensure energy, or that American energy remains affordable, reliable, and abundant. America's future is bright as we unleash responsible natural resources development to meet our energy and mineral needs, to create jobs, and to drive economic growth across the country. I urge adoption of this resolution and yield back the balance of my time.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 672, the previous question is ordered on the joint resolution. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to North Dakota Field Office Record of Decision and Approved Resource Management Plan.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The joint resolution is passed. Purpose of the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I seek the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
Before I do that. All right. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 4553, and that I may include tabular material on the same.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 672 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 4553. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Fine, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 4553, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for energy and water development and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Fleischman, and the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Captor, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to bring the fiscal 2026 Energy and Water Bill to the floor today. I'd like to begin by thanking my good friend and ranking member, Marcy Captor, for her partnership throughout this process. I realize we have some bona fide differences on this bill and on issues, but we always have very cordial discussions, and I do appreciate her very much. Mr. Chairman, this bill provides a total of $57.3 billion to safeguard the United States' national security, strengthen our economy, and unleash American energy dominance. The bill delivers strong support for our national defense and provides $25.3 billion for the National Nuclear Security Administration, prioritizing and continued modernization of the nuclear weapons stockpile and the United States Navy nuclear fleet. The bill strengthens our nation's energy security by advancing American leadership in deploying new nuclear technologies and supporting the administration's efforts to make full use of our nation's vast fossil fuel resources. This bill will reduce reliance on foreign materials and secure the full supply chain of critical minerals. The bill furthers our nation's scientific and technological leadership, providing $8.4 billion for the Department of Energy's Office of Science. At the same time, the bill reduces funding by 25% across numerous other department programs, including the Applied Energy Technology offices, to ensure taxpayer resources are focused on the highest priority research and development projects. The bill also strengthens our economy and promotes public safety, providing $9.9 billion for the Army Corps of Engineers, including full funding of the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund activities and the highest priority ongoing construction projects on the inland waterways system. Funding for the Bureau of Reclamation is prioritized to projects that increase water supply and support drought resilience. Finally, the bill provides a number of provisions to codify President Trump's executive actions to protect American values and prevent our resources and intellectual properties from falling into the hands of foreign adversaries. This legislation reflects a clear commitment to fiscal responsibility while safeguarding our national security and increasing economic prosperity for all of our citizens, and I urge my colleagues to support it. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
And I want to also compliment the chair of the full committee, of our subcommittee, Mr. Fleischman, of Oak Ridge, Tennessee, for his very gentlemanly behavior on both sides of the aisle so that we can actually move bills, which is our public responsibility. And I want to thank our diligent staff for all their hard work on this bill. I have to say I'm very proud that ours is one of the first 3 bills to come to the floor. They're long delayed, not because we didn't do our work, but we are ready. And we want to pass funding for the new fiscal year, which begins October 1st. I'd like to also thank the minority staff, Scott McKee, Anisha Singe, Adam Wilson, and on my personal staff, Caitlin Hewlin, TJ Loudermilk, and Margaret McGinnis. Thank you to them all, and thank you to them for putting up with me. Engineered energy and water systems undergird America's way of life. Energy and water are not optional, but essential to sustaining life. Of late, we've been piercingly reminded about our subcommittee's purpose. July brought nearly double the usual flood warnings, the second highest in 40 years. On July 4th, sadly, Kirk County, Texas saw one of the deadliest flash floods in U.S. history, 117 lives lost. These tragedies inform us of the power of water and wild energy in our atmosphere. Let me be clear. No matter how much members on the other side of the aisle want to pretend that climate change is not happening, for the record, the last 10 years are the 10 hottest in recorded history. Think about that. Our Great Lakes, the region I represent, comprise the largest body of fresh water on Earth. Specifically, Lake Erie, the southernmost of the lakes, no longer freezes over. Some of our favorite sports, ice boating, ice fishing, are now becoming a memory of the past, and hockey is now played indoors. America's electric grid is old and under deep strain. The Energy Information Agency documented that the U.S. just set new records twice in July for peak electricity demand. The old grid system is being tested by hotter weather and higher usage. When the grid strains, costs rise, and the most vulnerable families suffer first. How would you like to be in Tucson at 120 degrees week after week after week after week? Unchecked growth in data centers alone could raise average U.S. electricity generation costs by roughly 8% by 2030. This is not hypothetical. It's happening as we meet today. In Ohio, rapid demand growth from big tech data centers pushed electricity prices dramatically higher every month. And starting this July, households in Ohio saw their monthly energy bills increase a minimum of 10%. Some more than doubled. Families notice a massive increase in monthly bills. We got one constituent who called who told us that her family bill moved from $230 a month to $494 in July. This cost in energy increase is not sustainable for working families, and sadly, this Republican energy and water bill does not meet our nation's energy and water imperative for the future, nor for the present. We must invest faster in modern infrastructure to become energy independent in perpetuity, and that is our awesome, underline awesome, responsibility. We must reduce energy costs by investing in modern grid resilience and an all-of-the-above energy portfolio. This bill fails to address the cost of living crisis currently underway. Overall, household electric bills nationally are up 10%, but in different regions, and that's just since January. But in places like northern Ohio, I'm hearing for many people, the total of energy and water bills total have doubled. Every family in this country knows that. Even higher energy bills lie ahead for families and businesses. China is investing record levels in energy, making its products more competitive, and sadly, this bill retreats from U.S. global energy leadership. What do I mean? Well, the bill cuts $1.6 billion, or 47%, from the Department of Energy's energy efficiency and renewable energy programs. This undermines our nation's imperative to deliver clean, affordable, and secure energy to the American people. Our nation should lead, not lag, in the global race toward energy independence in perpetuity. We must build an abundant, clean energy future. This bill eliminates funding for the Office of Clean Energy demonstrations. Worse, it revokes, that means the future, building the future. It revokes $5.1 billion of bipartisan infrastructure law resources from the Department of Energy that will cede the U.S. global lead in hydrogen, direct air capture, battery recycling, and the consequent energy savings possible in every public and private structure. Already, U.S. businesses have delayed or canceled, and this is a shocking number, more than $33 billion in investments in energy projects this year. That's lost economic growth. Over 64,000 jobs have already been lost or stalled in the clean energy sector. That's uncalled for. In May, this administration revoked $3.7 billion in federal energy investment for 24 energy projects already signed, sealed, and delivered across America, including manufacturing companies to become more energy efficient, including over $100 million for Libby Glass, Owens Illinois Glass, and Kraft Heinz just across our region of Ohio alone. President Trump promised he was going to help American manufacturing. That revocation actually is completely in the opposite direction. Thus, I must strongly oppose these additional Republican cuts to vital energy production and conservation and America's future through the U.S. Department of Energy. Shortchanging these advances pushes our nation backward and raises already high energy prices even more for consumers. In other areas, this bill dangerously shortchanges our national security. The bill slashes, are you ready, $412 million from the Defense Nuclear Nonproliferation Account. This effectively guts our efforts to prevent the spread of nuclear weapons, detect covert nuclear threats, and uphold arms control agreements that keep us safe. All those cuts, a big gift for Iran, Russia, China, and North Korea. Additionally, this bill turns its back on communities still living with toxic legacy of America's atomic past by zeroing out the Army Corps program to clean up radioactive waste at every nuclear site. This is deadly, my friends. It slashes $779 million from the Department of Energy's nuclear cleanup efforts. That's $750 million. This will delay the cleanup that these communities have been promised for decades. And I'll note that one of these American atomic waste sites is in the village of Lucky, Ohio, not so far from my district. Finally, this bill includes numerous controversial poison pill riders that are so extreme they cannot gain bipartisan support and become law. In closing, I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill. America can and must meet the new age frontiers of energy and water. Nature is signaling. Times are changing. We must not turn back the clock, but seize the baton for future generations to come. Now is the moment to keep America on a steady path forward for an all-of-the-above energy and water and nuclear security portfolio. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Ohio is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana, a member of the Appropriations Committee, very hard-working member, I might add, Congressman Mervan.
Thank you.
Recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Captor, Chairman Fleshman, and all the staff for your thoughtful and dedicated efforts in the drafting of this measure. Recently, I joined constituents in Northwest Indiana's Lowell Labor Day Parade, in the Labor 81's summer picnic in Valparaiso, and the Ironworkers Picnic and Bingo in Crown Point, and the issue at the top of everyone's mind was the rising cost of their utility bills. I choose to serve on the Energy and Water Appropriations Subcommittee because I believe that energy and water will be two of the greatest challenges of our national security and economic stability in the years ahead. I understand the role of Indiana state regulators, but I also believe that the federal government and this bill have a role to promote the availability of a variety of energy resources in order to drive down costs. The Department of Energy has a critical role to conduct research and energy innovation, include for wind, solar, and nuclear, and also ensure that we maximize the efficiency of all of our energy sources, including oil, gas, and coal. More efficient energy production means lower prices. It is deeply disappointing that this measure follows the administration's lead to abandon the transformational projects like the hydrogen hub in my district. Industry, the USW, and the building trades and other labor organizations, along with communities throughout my district, were planning for and relying on massive economic and development investments, only to see this project undermined because of the Republican majority's tax and investment policy is now do not invest in our future, but rather give more handouts to the privileged, wealthy, and few at the expense of the working class. Let's be clear, the federal government should be building, not blocking projects that strengthen our economy, lower costs, and create American jobs. I urge my colleagues to reject this legislation and instead work in a bipartisan manner to promote long-term economic prosperity in our communities. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Okay. Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 3 minutes to the hardworking and highly able gentleman from New Jersey, the distinguished ranking member of the Energy and Commerce Authorizing Committee, Mr. Cologne of New Jersey.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I want to thank our ranking member, Ms. Captor, for the time, but also want to agree with her in urging my colleagues to vote no on this really terrible bill. Today we're debating one of the worst energy and water appropriations bills I've ever seen. Usually when you're in charge, they're very good, actually, but this one is terrible. And I think it sets a dangerous precedent. It hurts our constituents by increasing their energy costs, just as so many are already seeing huge hikes to their bills. It weakens national security, and it undermines the critical work that the Army Corps of Engineers does to keep our coastal communities safe. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to focus on the cuts to shore protection. Republicans are making a massive cut to the shore protection funding that allows the Corps to fund beach replenishment projects in places like the Jersey Shore in my district. This Republican bill woefully underfunds replenishment projects by hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, just recently, Hurricane Erin slammed our coast, washing away dunes and eroding beaches, a stark reminder of why replenishment funding is so critical. Mr. Speaker, House Republicans are abandoning coastal communities at a time when climate change is accelerating erosion and increasing the risk of devastating storms. And I have to stress, beach replenishment projects, shore protection projects aren't luxuries. They're lifelines. We don't do them so people can sunbathe. We do them to protect the homes, the businesses, and the public infrastructure. Towns in my district and in red and blue districts throughout our country alike depend on beach replenishment to prevent damage from coastal storms. It's that simple. And we can't let a bunch of climate-denying Republicans in Congress gamble with New Jersey or other coastlines. I think about it, like a slot machine on the Atlantic City boardwalk. We'll just hope that the storm doesn't come and we'll be okay. Well, that's not what happens. The reality is that places like the Jersey Shore need protection from the next big storm, and making drastic cuts like these are simply dangerous. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ms. Caprio, and I yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castro, who works so hard on all climate issues. Thank you so very much for speaking today.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Well, thank you, and I want to thank the ranking member for yielding time and thank her for everything that you do to protect the pocketbooks of American families. See, American families and small business owners deserve lower electric bills, but Republicans in Congress are really sticking it to folks with higher costs at every turn, especially in this spending bill. Representative Captor is right. Household electric costs, energy prices have risen 10% this year, and in some places they've more than doubled, driven by Trump's tariffs, new demand from big tech AI data centers, and expensive old polluting plants. Do you know back home in Florida, Florida's largest utility has proposed the largest utility rate hike in U.S. history, $10 billion, that will raise Floridians' electric bills by hundreds of dollars every month. Well, now Republicans in Congress are making it worse. Their big ugly bill passed in July already is projected to crush working families with higher costs. And now their spending bill adds insult to injury by slashing home improvement weatherization savings.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Did you yield it?
I would yield the gentlelady an additional minute.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Yeah, let's talk about how Republicans in Congress are making it worse, harder for families to afford the cost of living, especially when it comes to their electric bills. Their big, ugly bill, passed in July, already is projected to crush working families with higher costs. And now this spending bill adds insult to injury by slashing home improvement weatherization savings, taking a hatchet to cleaner, cheaper energy, and the important initiatives to modernize the grid. So if you care about helping your neighbors out of the affordability squeeze, you will vote no on the Republican spending bill. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Congressman Foster, who is just a genius, who happens to be a member of Congress as well. So the country is twice blessed.
The gentleman's recognized.
Well, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise first with an acknowledgement that, because of the efforts of the ranking member and chair of the committee, this bill could have been far worse. But that's not the bar that we should set for ourselves. I'm particularly concerned about the 17% cut in the funding for the Office of Defense Nuclear Nonproliferation within NNSA. This cut comes on top of last year's continuing resolution where this office was cut by 7% and was only one of a few accounts to see its budget reduced by that bill. The Office of Defense Nuclear Nonproliferation is involved in critical nuclear security work, which is actively keeping us safe, from securing nuclear material worldwide to verifying that other countries and various rogue actors are not developing nuclear weapons. Now, it would be nice if we lived in a world where a miraculous golden dome could keep us safe from nuclear weapons, but we do not. We depend on being able to detect and enforce violations of nonproliferation agreements. This bill leaves wide open opportunity for countries like Iran and other nefarious actors to more easily get their hands on the materials needed to build nuclear weapons. And with tensions mounting in the Middle East and on the internet containing significant bomb-making instructions and much more accessible to terrorist groups, this is not the time when America can afford to step back. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio yields. The gentleman from the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I would like to recognize the gentleman from Texas, my friend, Mr. Weber, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Tennessee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to offer my support for this year's Energy and Water Development Appropriations Act. Let me talk about Texas for just a minute. The Texas Gulf Coast boasts 23 commercial seaports, 7 of America's largest petroleum refineries, 3 LNG plants, and 60% of the nation's strategic petroleum reserve. As the energy capital of the world, we understand the critical importance of this very important, very good bill. Our hardworking families on the Texas Gulf Coast depend on a robust energy sector, as do most Americans, and even other countries depend on our energy sector. This legislation, Mr. Speaker, will help us to continue to lead in producing the cleanest, most affordable oil as well as gas. Many of the projects within this bill will advance many of President Trump's goals. His goal is to return, and it's working, he's making progress, we are making progress. His goal is to advance returning to an era of American energy independence. Let me repeat that. America will be once again energy independent. We will be revitalizing critical ports. We will be revitalizing the waterways that serve actually as a lifeblood for maintaining our dominance in the global marketplace. It's just that simple, Mr. Speaker. This great bill, the Energy and Water Appropriations Bill, let me tell you what it'll do. It will bolster our economic strength. It will bolster our economic strength, which suffered the last 4 years under the current administration. It will create jobs. It will create jobs that are much needed by Americans. It will ensure that our infrastructure, America, not just Texas, but America's infrastructure.
The gentleman's time has expired.
That's 2 minutes.
Apparently so.
Mr. Chairman, I yield the gentleman from Texas an additional minute.
Thank you. He's a good guy, Mr. Speaker. So this is going to create jobs, not just for Texas, but for the entire nation. And let me say the gentleman across the aisle just mentioned Iran, that somehow this is going to help make it easier for Iran in the nuclear realm. I think Iran just discovered that President Donald J. Trump is serious when he says they will not be allowed to get a nuclear weapon. I think they probably figured that out by now. So I want to end, Mr. Speaker, by saying kudos to the Energy and Water Appropriations Bill and to this committee. We appreciate that, the gentleman from Tennessee. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill as we continue along the path of making America great. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Tennessee yields back. The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Reserve my time.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself the remaining time. This energy and water bill costs American households, it undermines U.S. global leadership, and it weakens national security. Sadly, this Republican energy and water bill does not meet our nation's imperative for the future. In closing, I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill. America can do better, and we must lead in the new frontiers of energy and water. And we must keep this country secure. Our nation's future depends on all of these. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the ranking member and the members who've spoken on this bill. In closing, I urge strong support of this great bill. This bill helps all of America regain energy dominance. It fulfills the great agenda that President Trump has set out, not only for nuclear, but for energy. And it's a bill that helps all of Americans. With community projects for both Republicans and Democratic districts, it reaches out and does great things for energy, for water, for the Bureau of Reclamation, and I would just urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. No amendment to the bill shall be in order except those printed in House Report 119-232, amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of House Resolution 672, and pro forma amendments described in Section 4 of that resolution. Each amendment printed in the report shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent. Subject shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of House Resolution 672, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in the report not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of House Resolution 672, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. During consideration of the bill for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to House Resolution 672, I offer amendments in bloc as designee of Chairman Cole.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
Amendments en bloc consisting of amendments numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 34, 35, and 36. Printed in House Report number 119-232, offered by Mr. Fleischman of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 672, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Fleischman, and the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Captor, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this bipartisan en bloc amendment was developed in coordination with the minority. It contains non-controversial amendments addressing important issues at agencies funded in this bill. These amendments have been agreed to by both sides. I respectfully support its adoption and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of this bipartisan amendment and offer the comment that I wish all legislation could be accomplished in this manner. This en bloc contains non-controversial amendments for members of both parties, and I have no objections and urge support of the amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman, my friend from Ohio, Mr. Taylor.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my amendment, which would require the Appalachian Regional Commission to conduct a study on the inclusion of low Earth orbit satellites to be used for economic development. The United States should be encouraging and embracing new technological advances that help bridge the broadband gap across rural regions, ensuring all Americans are connected to the modern economy. Many towns and communities within my district in southern Ohio still lack access to broadband, which frankly is unacceptable. Without reliable internet access, students face challenges in completing homework, patients can't receive telehealth services, businesses are less incentivized to invest in our communities, and people can't work from home. My amendment, which is included in this en bloc, will help show that low Earth orbit satellites have the capabilities to provide adequate broadband access to communities and create economic development within the Appalachian region. As a co-chair of the Rural Broadband Caucus, I am committed to connecting folks as quickly as possible, whether that be through fiber, wireless service, or satellites. Congress should be implementing a technologically neutral broadband approach, and the inclusion of this new technology would provide additional avenues to provide broadband to people in my district and across the Appalachian region, and finally give them access to the modern economy. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Ohio is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I want to thank Congressman Taylor for coming to the floor, a fellow Buckeye. It's great to have southern part of Ohio and northern Ohio on the floor at the same time. Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Dexter.
Thank you very much.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to the ranking member for her time. Mr. Speaker, data centers are sucking up our most precious resource, water. Larger data centers can each drink up to 5 million gallons per day, or about 1.8 billion gallons annually. Usage equivalent to a town of 10 to 50,000 people. At a time when the climate crisis is driving water scarcity, even in places not used to shortages, we cannot afford to ignore this grave threat. And as the top Democrat at the House Natural Resources Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations, I am not ignoring this threat. Today, I'm grateful for the inclusion of my amendment in the en bloc that gives the federal government the tools it needs to understand and address how new technological demands are straining our community's water. It's a simple, common sense step, and in the face of an otherwise catastrophic bill that slashes clean energy incentives and raises prices, I'm grateful to find consensus around safeguarding water for our communities. This amendment is one small step in the right direction, and it will not stop fighting to protect water, to protect our children's future, and to protect our planet. I urge the adoption of this amendment en bloc, and I yield back. Thank you.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I would like to yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, my friend, and also the chairman of the House Financial Services Committee.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say first thanks to the distinguished chair, and thanks for members on both sides of the aisle for bringing this important bill to the floor, H.R. 53, our Energy and Water Development Related Agencies Appropriation Act. Mr. Speaker, my amendment today includes funding to the Operations and Management account under Title I of this bill, which is the funding for the Arkansas Corps of Engineers, or the Army Corps of Engineers. Specifically, I'd like to highlight my application that the Little Rock Army Corps is submitted on behalf of a river in my district, the Little Red River, for the Sustainable Rivers Program. Mr. Speaker, the Little Red River has become home to a sizable and attractive wild brown trout population, and it's a regional mecca for trout fishing in the Mid-South. For example, the Little Red River is home to the former world record 40-pound brown trout. Over 25 miles of fly fishing water and over 1,000 fish per square mile brings anglers of all sizes, types, and ages to Arkansas. Because of Arkansas's many rivers, lakes, and other natural beauties, recreational fishing that's done in the Little Red River now contributes $1.2 billion and 10,000 jobs to the Arkansas economy. However, despite this beloved place in Arkansas's heritage, this river's existing tailwater trout fishery has been struggling for years. After careful conversations with the Arkansas Game and Fish Commission, the Little Rock Corps of Engineers, and groups representing recreational fishing, I want to voice my support for the Little Red River's application to the Sustainable River Program. The Sustainable River Program would allow the Little Rock Army Corps to plan effectively for the environmental stewardship that correctly assesses water trends and helps the Little Rock Corps decision makers make good, low-risk decisions for the benefit of this trout fishery. It also prevents the need for new and required equipment and environmental reviews, such as those required under the National Environmental Protection Act, to change the water control plan.
The gentleman's time's expired.
Yield the gentleman from Arkansas an additional minute, please.
I thank my friend. Additionally, this program would build upon the previous success that the Arkansas delegation achieved in the last Congress for the White River Basin Comprehensive Study. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the leadership of the committee. I want to thank the Rules Committee and Chair Fox for adding this amendment under the consideration for the floor today and approved by the Rules Committee. I urge a yes vote, and I yield back. I would yield to the gentlewoman.
The largest, representing the largest fishery on the Great Lakes, where we have whitefish, perch, pickerel. I would be very interested in the gentleman letting us know how long do brown fish grow? What's their length?
Well, a 40-pound trout it's not anything like the deep freshwater fish of the Great Lakes. But if you had a 26-inch to fish, that's a huge brown trout. I mean, I was fortunate enough to be out in Wyoming looking for rainbow trout, and if you found one that was 15 inches, you'd be flabbergasted. But I'm proud that the Arkansas held the record from, I think, 2000, about 25 years held the record for the brown trout. This Sustainable Rivers Program is an important program through the Corps of Engineers for our freshwater fishery in Arkansas and across the country, and I thank for the consideration.
Gentleman's time's expired.
I thank the gentleman. We ought to have a fish day up here on Capitol Hill, make everybody feel better. Thank you very much. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
My time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I recognize my friend, the distinguished gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment increases and decreases by $50 million for the Corps of Engineers in order for me to bring attention to the failure of the Corps of Engineers to dredge a particular section of river that winds through the heart of my district. The Vermilion River, for a 17-mile stretch, is prone to flood. It was established and authorized by the Flood Control Act 1941, established that this river should be maintained at 9 foot deep and 100 foot wide. In 1956, the federal government gave the Army Corps of Engineers the classification of that project as an operation and management project to be maintained at 9 foot deep and 100 foot wide for a 17-mile stretch of a river that runs through a density of population and has never been maintained. The river's been dredged one time in that period of time, 1997. They dredged 1 mile. When I came into office, I focused on getting it done. The Corps said they needed money. Said, how much? They said, well, we really need science first. We need to study it first. How much you need for studying it? I got them that, $250,000. They had data done by a top IT university in the entire world with 500,000 data points across 17 miles of river, determined that dredging needed to happen. So the Corps of Engineers said, okay, we need $50 million to accomplish this. I got them the $50 million. They've been sitting on that money, Mr. Speaker, for 4 years, and we've had enough. I believe the Corps of Engineers is not in compliance with federal law, nor are they in compliance with the will of this body, nor are they performing according to the funding of this body, and I intend to do something about it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. At this time, I'd like to recognize the distinguished gentleman, the chairman of the House Budget Committee, and my dear friend from the great state of Texas, Mr. Arrington, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chairman Fleischman, my dear friend from the great state of Tennessee, my amendment makes good on President Trump's executive order to supercharge U.S. energy dominance by harnessing advanced nuclear technologies. In the heart of West Texas, at Abilene Christian University, we're building a first-of-its-kind molten salt research reactor, a game changer, no doubt, for making nuclear energy safer, more efficient, and deployable. This project, Mr. Speaker, isn't just pie in the sky. It's generated over $110 million in private investment, $112 million from the state of Texas, and just last month, thanks to the leadership and vision of Secretary Chris Wright, has received a conditional commitment from DOE to provide its fuel. This is the only molten salt reactor to ever receive a construction permit from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and the first research reactor to receive an NRC construction permit in over 30 years. All that's needed now is for this reactor to become operational, is for the federal government to do what it's always done for every research reactor in the country for decades, which is to provide the fuel at no cost to the university. That is, to those reactors that have met those stringent requirements. Mr. Speaker, this advanced nuclear technology is the best chance for America to beat China in the very important nuclear power race and secure our nation's future energy security. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. God bless West Texas, and go Wildcats. I yield back.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentlewoman from Ohio.
I reserve balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I would like to yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud, who also is the vice chairman of this appropriation subcommittee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your great work on this bill. I am happy to say that this bill supports the much-needed transition away from the policies of the previous administration in regards to energy and water, and puts us on the right path, much needed to support the President's agenda. It does this in a few ways. It cuts waste, fraud, and abuse. It preserves our nuclear stockpiles so America can continue the President's mandate of peace through strength. And it works to restore our energy dominance and security that President Trump accomplished in his first administration, yet the Biden administration worked to undermine us at every step along the way. $5.1 billion in green new energy scam funds are being transferred to various nuclear programs, including the Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program, which helps companies get closer to building nuclear facilities. This is extremely important. We saw how the EV mandates and the policies of the previous administration spent billions and billions building only a handful of charging stations, again, undermining America's energy dominance. In the base of this bill, there's $50 million for the ARDP demonstration program. There's $77 million for risk reduction projects. We secured close to $5 billion for Army Corps projects that improve navigation, operating waterways for vessels which strengthen our economy, help us to export, help us to lead on the world stage. Projects like the Matagorda and Corpus Christi Ship Channel projects provide waterways for imports and exports, resources like LNG, crude oil, fertilizers, chemicals, and petrochemicals. The Corpus Christi Ship Channel alone exports the highest amount of crude oil in the country, and it's one of the top exporters of LNG to our allies and friends around the world. Another issue as we continue to go forward and develop that points to desalination projects to help receive research and development funds so we can continue to lead and to grow and to develop, and contains language for the Bureau of Reclamation to develop seawater desalination facilities as we continue to move forward. I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership on this, for the great work in supporting the President's agenda, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Tennessee's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Ohio is now recognized.
Reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman has the only time remaining.
I want to thank the chair for your good measure today, and I yield back my remaining time.
The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. The chair understands amendment number 7 will not be offered. It is now in the order to consider amendment number 8, printed in House Report 119-232. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 8.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, printed in House Report number 119-232, offered by Mr. Griffith of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 672, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is a necessary amendment. It addresses the importance of all types of energy research and development, R&D, funding at the Department of Energy, DOE, specifically the energy research being conducted at the Office of Fossil Energy. Any effective plan to handle increased energy demand must take into account our nation's vast supply of coal and natural gas and our talent for technological innovation. Artificial intelligence and the data centers to support it are going to require a boatload of additional power. While we don't know the exact amount of electricity we need, we know it's going to be a lot more than we have today because our country is facing increased electricity demand for the first time in 10 years. And the appetite of AI and data centers is enormous. AI needs to be developed, controlled, and led by the United States of America, not an adversarial or a competitive nation like China. China is projected to increase its emissions for the foreseeable future and reportedly began construction in 2024 on coal units equivalent to 94.5 gigawatts of power. That's a lot, Mr. Chairman. Additionally, China is financing a number of coal-fired power plants in Africa and other countries with emerging economies. China is responsible for 93% of new coal power plant construction, and I don't believe that we should let our expertise and our vast amounts of coal in this country, good, clean coal, wither. As I've said before, in the developing world, more energy means more hope and less poverty, and that helps us as well. We take for granted in this case that our lights are going to come on when we when we hit that switch and turn it on. It's not always going to be the case if we don't continue to use all of the above energy strategies. Developing countries don't want to force their people to live in poverty because of a lack of energy, so they're going to use coal. And what we can do is that we can produce that coal, we can help them if we unleash our technological advantages and help find better ways to use coal and natural gas more cleanly. We should use our expertise in finding ways to control emissions with carbon capture and other pollution control technologies. That's why DOE funding for fossil and renewable research is vital. We need to produce and then export the best, cleanest, efficient energy technology to the world. It helps us, and it helps places like India and sub-Saharan Africa, where many of their people don't have a steady supply of electricity, and nobody can blame them for using dirty coal and using those Chinese technology plants, which are not as good as the U.S. plants, because they want to make sure their people have a chance at prosperity as well. DOE plays an important role in this R&D, but we can do a lot more for fossil energy innovation and exploration. That's what the amendment does. In the past few fiscal years, the delta between renewable energy research and fossil energy has really widened, the research that we're doing. I'm advocating with this amendment that we shouldn't ignore our fossil fuel efficiency and carbon mitigation research. My amendment increases the fossil energy account by $6,875,000, or 1%, with an offset from the departmental expense account. To be clear, I'm not against renewable energy research. I just believe we shouldn't be putting all of our eggs in one basket. I urge my colleagues to support an all-of-the-above energy policy, and more importantly, an all-of-the-above research policy at DOE, so that we can expand our ability to deal with the energy demand increases, and that we can have research for a commodity that we have the world's greatest supply of, coal and natural gas. We ought to use it. God blessed us with this resource. We ought to use it. We ought to use it cleanly. We ought to use it responsibly. And we ought to be able to export our technologies to the rest of the world. But if we don't do the research, we can't do it. And so I ask everybody to support this all-of-the-above policy plan and support my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose? Member seek recognition? Seeing none. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 21, printed in House Report 119-232. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 21, printed in House Report number 119-232, offered by Mr. McCormick of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 672, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to offer an amendment to H.R. 4553. Mr. Chair, my amendment, number 21, is to the Energy and Water Development and Related Agencies Appropriations Act of fiscal year 2026. My amendment, number 21, prevents the Army Corps of Engineers from closing campgrounds around Lake Lanier. My amendment will ensure that these campgrounds are open for my constituents and people from all over the country to enjoy the outdoors in Georgia's 7th District. Lake Lanier is the most visited lake of 464 federally operated lakes in the United States, with well over 10 million annual visitors from all over the country. The Army Corps runs the lake and the campgrounds and parks surrounding it. This summer, the Corps closed many of the campgrounds around the lake, citing a lack of manpower and resources, which Congress had provided $8.7 billion in annual appropriations in 2025, which was actually $1.5 billion more than the agency's own requested budget. They cited safety concerns and manning issues, which we addressed appropriately, although they announced the closures after they actually did it. Thanks to the efforts of myself, Congressman Clyde, and our amazing local officials, state legislators, and county commissioners, we were able to reverse most of these closures and keep almost all of our parks open under the control of our local governments. Congressman Clyde and I also introduced the Lanier Parks Local Access Act to cut red tape and allow local partners to efficiently allocate budgetary resources properly across all campgrounds. Nevertheless, the Army Corps of Engineers should never be able to shut down our facilities without any accountability. In today's day and age where people are hooked on their cell phones and electronics, it's more important than ever to protect our outdoors so that our constituents can touch grass instead of a computer screen. In short, citizens should never be denied access to the very parks that they fund. With that, I reserve the rest of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Does any other recognition? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio rise?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
And a woman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, in rising in opposition to this amendment, I do so because the amendment prohibits funds provided by this act from being used to close campgrounds or parks operated by the Army Corps of Engineers that are located at or around Lake Sidney Lanier in Georgia. I can certainly understand the strong interest in preventing the Corps from closing campgrounds and parks in any particular area, certainly this one. The Corps is one of the nation's leading federal providers of outdoor recreation. Not in my district, though it would be nice if they did. But in this place, it's recreation, well, the Corps' recreation sites receive more than 260 million visits each year and include more than 400 lake and river projects in 43 states. So they have a very broad reach. Unfortunately, the Corps of Engineers recreation funding has been declining in recent years, and I support the notion that we do not want the Corps to begin closing recreation sites due to lack of funding. However, this is an issue that affects hundreds of sites across dozens of states, and then there are places like I represent where we don't have any Corps sites, but we'd like one. So I don't believe we should begin the practice of using funding prohibitions to carve out special designations, but instead should develop a comprehensive solution to address the challenge of funding Corps recreation sites. For this reason, at this moment, I oppose the amendment, but I look forward to working with my colleagues to develop a solution to the larger challenge at the Corps, and I yield back. So the door is open if we could find other sources of funding.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for the balance of his time.
So in order to address my peers' concerns, I will restate in the middle of this where I said specifically, $8.7 billion in annual appropriations in 2025, which was $1.5 billion more than they requested. This is not underfunded. This is not declining. This is actually more than appropriate to keep those parks open. They had a manning issue, which was brought on by themselves by not manning when they had the appropriate funds. Then when the president put a limitation on that, we addressed that. It was opened up again. We actually helped them recruit and staff, and we actually opened up to local governance as well. So it's not like we didn't provide multiple solutions to keep those campgrounds open. They also had objections to safety issues because of the ability to not have safety vehicles get to those places. Well, ironically, by limiting the access, you actually congested the traffic more and made it more unsafe. I happen to be a safety officer, Monterey trained in the military, to ensure that these kind of things were actually addressed. And I wanted to make sure that they were not only funded, but also very safe and manned appropriately. So all those issues were actually taken into consideration. I don't think this is a partisan issue at all. And I definitely want to see people have access to the very funded things. This actually produces funds. This actually is a money maker for the government and is well funded and should be well staffed. So there shouldn't be any objections to this from the standpoints of the concerns that you had. I think we did address those things appropriately. And with that, I yield.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 23, printed in House Report 119-232. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 23, printed in House Report number 119-232, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 672, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment prohibits the use of funds to implement or enforce the Delaware River Basin Commission's rule to ban hydraulic fracturing within the Delaware River Basin. The best way to combat high energy prices is to produce more energy in America. In places like my home Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the second largest natural gas producer in the nation. Unfortunately, unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats at the Delaware River Basin Commission have instituted a hydraulic fracturing ban for a portion of the state, or the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, stripping away property and mineral rights from Pennsylvanians in contravention of the will of the state's own legislature. The result is a prohibition on the development of critical shale plays in eastern Pennsylvania that can bring desperately needed natural gas to market, and the unconstitutional taking of the mineral rights of Pennsylvanians, all while keeping prices high. To be clear, this amendment simply prohibits the Delaware River Basin Commission from implementing or enforcing its hydraulic fracturing ban, but does not impact the ability of the states in the River Basin Commission to regulate hydraulic fracturing as they see fit. Now, during previous debates on this issue, mistruths were spread about the impact of this policy change on the water reservoirs that serve New York City. These claims are false and easily disproven by the facts. The safety of hydraulic fracturing has been demonstrated through its extensive use across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and across the country for decades now. The Obama-era EPA determined that the practice did not pose a threat to drinking water. Simple geography and hydrology make this outcome an impossibility. All of New York City reservoirs are upriver from Pennsylvania or on the Hudson River, which does not connect to Pennsylvania, precluding any impact from Pennsylvania from reaching these reservoirs. The intention of this amendment and its primary impact will be unleashing Pennsylvania's full energy potential by allowing Pennsylvanians in the river basin to use their property and mineral rights as they see fit as free Americans, subject to the laws passed by their elected, Mr. Speaker, their elected representative. It's time to stop this underhanded attack on property rights, representative government, and state sovereignty, and restore American security. Opposition to this amendment is support for the hydraulic fracturing ban and for higher energy, in particular natural gas prices for your constituents. I urge passage of this amendment, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Does any other member seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio rise?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Recognized.
I rise in opposition because this amendment, as I understand it, creates a funding prohibition related to the Delaware River Basin Commission. The Delaware River Basin Commission is a federal interstate compact agency charged with managing the water resources of the Delaware River Basin on a regional basis without regard to political boundaries. As established by law through the Delaware River Basin Compact that went into effect in 1961, it's a half century ago, the Commission consists of the Army Corps of Engineers and the 4 basin state governors. Those states include Delaware, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and New York, each a significant place in the Union. The Corps of Engineers and these states work as equal partners for planning, development, and regulatory action for the river basin. Given the Commission's statutory mission, it analyzed the risks to water resources posed by high-volume hydraulic fracturing and horizontal drilling techniques. We know something about this in Ohio, that's for sure. And through a public rulemaking process, the Commission developed regulations related to high-volume hydraulic fracturing within the Delaware River Basin. As a reminder, the Commission consists of the governors of the 4 basin states, Delaware, New Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania, and the North Atlantic Division Commander of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. It does not strike me as the proper role for Congress, particularly through an appropriations rider, to overrun or overrule the regional and local governments on this matter. While the Commission's work could be further discussed, I'm also concerned that this implicates funding provided to the Delaware River Basin Commission as community project funding on behalf of a member of this body. So for these reasons, I urge my colleagues to think about all this, and I will be voting against this amendment, but I think there's a little more homework that has to be done on this one. Meanwhile, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I've done my homework for years now, and it's the same song every time because nothing changes. And while I agree with the gentlelady from Ohio, and you do know something about this, and of course you allow it in Ohio, but you said that it's not appropriate to overrule regional and local governments, but that's exactly what the DRBC does. It overrules regional and local governments. By the way, it overrules the Commonwealth government. And while the governor has a say, there's 4 other voting members that can overrule that governor. And quite honestly, what we don't need is somebody from another state telling us how to run our business. There is no political accountability. We don't vote for people in Delaware, New Jersey, New York. They're wonderful people. We appreciate them. But our job is to represent Pennsylvania. And that's what I'm doing. And Pennsylvanians want to have access to their land and their mineral rights, and they should have it, not unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats. I urge passage, and I yield.
Yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania? A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. It is now amendment number 24, printed in House Report 119-232. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 24, printed in House Report number 119-232, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 672, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment eliminates earmarked funding for the Delaware River Basin Commission. Unfortunately, this bill includes an earmark providing nearly $750,000 to the Delaware River Basin Commission, making it just the 3rd time the federal government has provided the DRBC funding since 1998. The unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats at the DRBC have unilaterally instituted a hydraulic fracturing ban for a portion of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, stripping away property and mineral rights from the Pennsylvanians in direct contravention of the will of this Pennsylvania Commonwealth's legislature. The result is a prohibition on the development of critical shale plays in eastern Pennsylvania that can bring desperately needed natural gas to market, and the unconstitutional taking of mineral rights of America's citizens. This attack on Pennsylvania energy and American energy at a time when residential natural gas prices are near record highs. They literally run, my friends on the other side of the aisle, literally run ads saying that I increase their energy prices while they do it every single day and they're just about ready to do it again. It creates a significant inflation for my constituents and the constituents of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and it empowers our enemies abroad. The earmark in this bill rewards the radical commissioners with money from the very taxpayers and ratepayers the DRBC is attacking. Providing funds to such an out-of-control radical commission is a step in the wrong direction that incentivizes others to follow its lead and keeps our energy costs high. This amendment would prohibit funding for the DRBC, federal funding, ensuring that we do not further incentivize this commission to attack American energy and the rights of Pennsylvania's citizens. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I reserve.
Reserves. Does any other member seek recognition? The gentlewoman from Ohio. Does the gentlewoman rise?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. As I'm listening to this debate, and I haven't studied the maps completely, it sounds like Pennsylvania's effluent flows into points east of Pennsylvania. Is that correct, Congressman? Thank you. We understand this challenge from Ohio, Michigan, and Indiana. We have our own tri-state issues there. This amendment prohibits funding for the Delaware River Basin Commission, and it's hard to oppose you, but established by law through the Delaware River Basin Compact that went into effect in 1961, the commission consists of the Army Corps of Engineers and the 4 basin state governors. And those states include Delaware, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and New York. So I guess any state could disagree, but the purpose of a commission is to try to get people to work together. The effluent that is flowing from Pennsylvania into New Jersey may have to be tested for its content. I don't really know, but the Corps of Engineers in these states work as equal partners for planning, development, and regulatory actions for the river basin. And while the Commission's work could be further discussed, my strongest reason for opposition to this amendment is that the underlying bill provides $715,000 to the Delaware River Basin Commission as community project funding on behalf of a member of this body. Now, the community project funding process allows members of Congress to request funding for their community to meet urgent needs that they identify. And there is a rigorous process for the vetting and inclusion of community project funding, including strict transparency and accountability rules. So I'm a little surprised that one member would target another member's community project funding through an amendment on the floor. So I would strongly urge my colleagues to work together and to vote against this amendment. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, community funding process, just understand if you're not familiar with congressional jargon, that equals earmark. That's $750,000 to this organization that heretofore hasn't needed the money because they extort members of the states that they exist in all kinds of fees and applications and licensing agreements for townships and other municipalities for private individuals. That's how they're paid for. But yet now we're going to pay $750,000 from the federal government when we're $37 trillion in debt. And while I'm happy to agree that we should test the effluent, right? Okay, I'm good with that. But apparently we don't care about the effluent from Ohio to Pennsylvania or from Pennsylvania to Ohio where we conduct the same activity. And oh, by the way, there's been no cases of any issue where hydraulic fracturing caused some effluent issue that I know of or that I imagine my counterpart on the other side of the aisle can speak to. As a matter of fact, I said that the Obama-era EPA said that it was completely safe. So while I agree that we should do those things, and if there's a problem, we absolutely got to get after it, but we're just throwing money at this thing without any, like there's no evidence that there's a problem. There's zero evidence that there's a problem, number one, and there's zero evidence that they need any of this money, but there's $37 trillion of evidence that we don't have the money to pay for it. With that, I yield the balance.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a recorded vote.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
I'd ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 25, printed in House Report 119-232. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 25, printed in House Report number 119-232, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 672, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would eliminate funding for the Advanced Research Project Agency Energy, or ARPA-E program. Modeled after the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, known as DARPA, the agency funds research and development of advanced energy technologies. Sounds like a noble goal. Despite a purported goal to identify and promote revolutionary advances in energy, the agency is more focused on misguided, ineffective climate and so-called green priorities. For years, ARPA-E has drifted from its mission and provided grants to companies and projects that are neither high risk nor something that the private sector cannot and does not support. Among recent awards, ARPA-E has supported the Net Zero Game Changers initiative, which is subsidizing climate-warming refrigerants and Jetson-style electrification of aviation. And with all due respect, as a member of the Transportation Committee, if they want to electrify aviation, God bless them. Let them and the Wright brothers from your great state of Ohio, ma'am, let them invest and do. It's always better when the private sector invests. It's always more efficient. The outcomes are always better. The Trump administration has also called for the elimination of this program, and rightly so, recognizing the private sector's primary role in taking risks to commercialize breakthrough energy technologies with real market potential, not made up ones by people, the good idea fairy from the federal government. With that, I reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman reserves. Does any other member seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I respectfully claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Respectfully, my colleague's amendment would eliminate Advanced Research Project Agency, or ARPA-E. ARPA-E's mission is to fund projects that are not yet addressed in the private sector, but can bring about a transformational shift in current energy technologies. Nearly 75% of ARPA-E awards go to small businesses and academia. ARPA-E projects have led to over 1,200 patents being issued and have attracted more than $14 billion in follow-up on funding from the private sector. I've actually witnessed this with many companies, Mr. Chairman, and this has been a very successful program. But perhaps to ease my colleague's concerns and his great desire to reduce funding, the bill already includes a 24% reduction to ARPA-E from fiscal 25 in funding. Therefore, I must respectfully oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Well, I certainly appreciate the chairman's view. I think his view actually is the same as mine, recognizing that it's already had a 24% reduction. And quite honestly, that's great that it's produced all these patents, but wouldn't it be better if the private sector produced those patents? Because right now, the American taxpayer is paying for those patents, but you know who's not getting any of the money, the royalties or the licensing for those patents? The very taxpayers that pay the bill. Again, I get that this is, many see it as a great jobs program, and it provides a lot of great things for America, but those things should be provided by the private sector because we simply cannot afford to pay for all this stuff, and something has to give. The private sector wants to make money. It wants to get patents. It wants to license things. Good for them. They should do it. The American taxpayer doesn't want to pay for it, and if they are paying for it, where's the return on the investment? With that, I yield the balance.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Tennessee.
I yield.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It's now in order to consider amendment number 26, printed in House Report 119-232. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 26, printed in House Report number 119-232, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 672, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment eliminates funding for the Advanced Technology Vehicle Manufacturing Loan Program and transfers that savings to spending reduction. This is another wasteful so-called green energy handout program that should be and must be eliminated. The ATVM loan program has been plagued by a failure to produce viable products, political favoritism, inefficient use of taxpayer funds, a failure to create promised jobs, and a significant potential for fraud and misrepresentation. Unfortunately, this is to be expected from this kind of program. The very nature of the program ensures that it will be the government selecting winners and losers based on political considerations as opposed to actual marketable technologies. Instead, we can and must empower the market to provide consumers with products they actually want, rather than forcing them to adapt to whatever technology the bureaucrats and good idea fairies in Washington, D.C. think they want or demand that they want. Despite the massive amounts of subsidies provided through this program and others to electric vehicles, it is clear that the majority of American people do not want them. The government-funded EV bubble appears to be deflating. The truth is, 98% of all cars on the road today are gas-powered, and 97% of all annual car purchases are gas-powered. I'm not against EVs. If you want to buy one, God bless you, go buy one. It's just that the federal government shouldn't be involved in it. It's what is the proper role of the federal government in buying your car, I submit, is not the proper role. Despite literally paying folks to produce and buy these cars, overall market penetration has been minimal, sales are slowing, and consumer sentiment is moving away from EVs. According to McKinsey & Company, the place where the last Secretary of Transportation worked, nearly half, 46% of current battery electric vehicle owners are likely going back to internal combustion engine vehicles for their next purchase. Consumer Reports found that EVs to be associated with 79% more problems than conventional vehicles. It is absolutely clear that this program has failed, and we need to stop the forcing of Americans to transition to EVs, even though we think that they should and they don't want to. It's long past time to finally bring an end to the Green New Scam and to fund this misguided program, as well as all the other DOE loan programs that pick winners and losers based on politics rather than markets. And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does woman from Ohio rise?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
I'd like to say to the fine gentleman from Pennsylvania that I drive a conventionally powered car. I put gasoline in my car, so I don't have a favorite. I had a brother who was a race car driver, so he tried everything. And this amendment, though, would strike all funding provided in our bill to oversee and administer the Advanced Technology Vehicle Manufacturing Program, ATVM for short. And all I have to say is we need lots of hands on deck in inventing the new overground transportation systems for this country, because globally we're falling behind, and the companies know it. This program is currently responsible for carefully vetting and conducting oversight of more than $30 billion in loans that are either active or have conditional commitments. There are ATVM loan projects across the country, across industrial America. You and I share that, both bounty and struggle. Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, Georgia, New York, Michigan, and Indiana. These are projects that support the production of advanced vehicles, vehicle components, and critical minerals. I'm actually fast at the task of building a Toledo car, because I don't want all those gizmos they put on the cars today. You're forced to buy it when you go in, but you don't want it. And then if it breaks, it costs you $500 or more to get it fixed. People don't want all that stuff. If they want the stuff, let them select it. But the ATVM program is projected to add almost 40,000 jobs nationwide, and boy, we need it. Today, we're faced with an amendment to undercut those investments and ultimately jobs across our country. Even for those that do not support the critical work of this program, eliminating this funding is truly cutting off our nose to spite our face. If you want to increase fraud or hinder the ability of the federal government to interact with private business quickly and efficiently, then by all means, vote for this amendment. I, however, will vote against it because we must continue to invest in manufacturing expertise of this country. And I underline manufacturing, not copying, building, creating, innovating. And I want to make sure we do so as efficiently as responsibly as possible. Without the necessary support to advance and oversee these investments, we risk our national security by letting our international competitors, China in particular, outpace our efforts at home. And I urge my colleagues to vote against this misguided amendment. I have staff members that drive hybrids. They like those. I don't like the particular hybrid one of them drives because it's too close to the ground, and I feel you feel the road too much. We've all got opinions based on what size we are and, how we can see out the windows and all. But I really do think that anything that has to do with advanced technology vehicle manufacturing is something I do not want to displace in the array of options we have as a country. There's too much at stake here. We've just seen the rebirth of the steel industry, and we're fighting for that every day. I was just up at the Sioux Locks in Michigan looking at our ability to move steel from Duluth material all the way down through the Seaway and then out to the world. We are working very hard on reinvesting in manufacturing America. So I would not at all support the elimination of this program or the cutting short of this program at a time when America really needs it. And so much of our componentry has been shipped offshore because they pay cheap wages. They pay penny wages, and they can move componentry. And I had something happen to my car, and they took out the part. Sure enough, a foreign part failed, and I could have been killed, right? And you look at this, and I thought, I know this wasn't made in our country. Where was it made? And you can guess. So we have to restore American manufacturing, and I think that this is one way that we can do it. And we have to invent new fuels. We in our region flew the first biofueled F-16 aircraft in this country. It didn't crash. They loved it. And we are inventing the new fuels of the future, biofuels. Half the corn and soy in my region goes into fuels. And it's a good thing it does, because we've lost our agricultural markets to Brazil, Argentina, selling to China. So our farmers aren't exporting into China anymore because of what is happening globally in the marketplace. So I truly, for manufacturing America, I oppose your amendment because I want invention here. I want manufacturing here, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Chair, can I inquire as to the time remaining?
2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The gentlelady from Ohio and I certainly agree that we shouldn't be forced to buy things on the vehicles that we don't want. They are heavier. They're more technology sensitive. I mean, you're essentially, driving a computer around. And like she said, when it breaks, you're paying through the teeth for the whole thing. So we certainly agree on that. But ladies and gentlemen, Madam Chair, that's all being forced by Washington, D.C. It comes out of this town. That requirement, those mandates come from this town. And to the 40,000 jobs that this supports, look, Americans are great at building cars. And I don't care whether you drive a hybrid, whether you drive an electric vehicle or a traditionally powered vehicle, including diesel. That should be your business. But this picks the winner and says you're going to drive an electric vehicle, subsidizes it, subsidizes the manufacture of it, and then subsidizes the purchase of it. Well, nobody's subsidizing the purchase of my vehicle. It's got 340,000 miles on it. I don't think that, look, even Elon, I talked to him once, a darling of the left, now much supported by the right. He agrees that there should be no subsidies for these vehicles. He doesn't want subsidies on anything, and I agree with him on that. As far as being in competition with China, unfortunately, China provides the vast majority of what makes these vehicles work. We're buying this stuff from our enemies. Let's buy it from Americans, and Americans determine what they want, and what they've said is they don't want EVs forced down their throat. If they want to buy one, buy one. If they don't, then buy whatever you want. I'm just saying that the government shouldn't be involved in paying for it. It's not fair to people that don't buy them, and they have to pay for them anyhow. I urge adoption. I yield the balance.
The gentleman yields. Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. I'm sorry. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Okay. Madam Chair?
For what purpose does the lady...
On that matter, I demand a recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 27, printed in House Report 119 to 232. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 27, printed in House Report number 119-232, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 672, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Federal loan guarantee programs transfer the risk of the loans to the taxpayer. Pure and simple. As with any government subsidy, they reduce market discipline of loan recipients. You're not worried if you're getting a loan because the taxpayers are going to pay it. You don't care whether you produce anything or not. The checkered past of the DOE's loan guarantee program demonstrates that it is not immune from these concerns. Among the most egregious examples of Title 17 loan failures are Solyndra, Fisker Automotive, and A123 Systems. All three entities received hundreds of millions of dollars in loan guarantees paid for by the taxpayer before filing for bankruptcy and leaving the taxpayer holding the bag, getting nothing for it. To add insult to injury, A123 Systems and Fisker Automotive were purchased by Chinese companies for pennies on the dollars. The taxpayers paid, and China was enriched, meaning the CCP was the ultimate beneficiary of our tax. Like, this is crazy that we're even talking about this. Like, what government supports another government that says they're your enemy or you're their enemy? That's exact. China has said that we are their enemy, yet we're selling them pennies on the dollars. These taxpayers subsidize failures. It's outrageous. Now, the Inflation Reduction Act, so-called, provides for approximately $11.7 billion for the loan program office to issue new loans. This additional funding raises significant concerns that the program will once again be used as a piggy bank for energy sources and vehicles that the American people don't want and that drive up costs to consumers. People say, why does everything cost so much? Well, you know why? Because we're subsidizing it. When you're guaranteeing the loan and the loan fails and you're on the hook for it, the American taxpayer doesn't know they co-signed these loans, but they did. And like I said, to add insult to injury, then China gets the place. It's unbelievable that we should even have this conversation, but we do urge adoption, and I yield I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I seek time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, this amendment would effectively eliminate the administrative expenses for the loan guarantee program. That would do two things. First, it would prevent any new loans for nuclear projects, and second, it would remove the department's ability, this is very important, to conduct oversight for the existing loan portfolio, monies that have already been loaned. As the chair may know, and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle know, I am the champion for nuclear energy in this great nation of ours, and I'm so proud of the way that we are moving forward. This program is so critically important to the development of our new nuclear technologies. The administration is counting on the department's loan programs to revitalize the nuclear industry and deliver advanced reactors to the electric grid for years to come. Nuclear energy represents our best option to meet our energy demands for the future in a safe, efficient, and cost-effective way. The loan program, this loan program, will be an important part of that strategy. In addition, eliminating the loan program's administrative expenses would jeopardize the government's ability, again, to receive loan payments and ensure the financial health of the existing portfolio. We must ensure proper oversight of taxpayer funding, and for these reasons, I must respectfully oppose the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
On reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly respect the chairman of the committee and his views. And I would say this, next year when I offer this amendment, I will leave some room in there for administrative purposes to oversee the loans that are already out there. That's a fair argument. But I would say this too, as the proud representative of 3 Mile Island, which is going to be reopened without any government assistance, it's privately owned, made a deal with Microsoft, like it just proves the point. We don't need, the American taxpayer doesn't, the American taxpayer already pays the rates for electricity. They're already paying the investors for the investment in nuclear, and I'm a great supporter of nuclear. I just don't think it should be the position of the federal government to take money out of people's pockets to pay for these things. Maybe you live in an area where you're not serviced by nuclear power. Maybe you live in South Central Pennsylvania where 3 Mile Island is going to reopen, but all the money and all the power is going to go to Microsoft. Well, why should the consumer pay for that? I'm sorry, we have figured out how to do nuclear power and do it well in the United States of America. And quite honestly, probably one of the only times it's screwed up is when the federal government gets involved with it. But with that, I understand the chairman's position, and I appreciate it. I still urge adoption of the amendment. Now I yield.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Yield back.
The gentleman from Tennessee yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Madam Chair, I request a recorded vote.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition? Okay. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 28, printed in House Report 119 to 232. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 28, printed in House Report number 119-232, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 672, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Madam Chair, I rise to offer this amendment to reduce funding for the Northern Border Regional Commission, or the NBRC, to fiscal year 2019 levels. Look, we're changing up here a little bit. We're looking for ways to reduce spending so the American people can keep their money, and so we don't have to go further into debt, and this is just another unnecessary, redundant program. Like the other regional commissions, the NBRC provides economic development assistance to projects in various states, in this case, Maine, New Hampshire, New York, and Vermont. These commissions simply served as a slush fund for parochial and regional projects with little to no national nexus. There is no federal connection to these things. Now let's take a look at some of the funded programs taken from the 2022 annual report, which is the latest one available. $304,000 to purchase a sound system for an auditorium in New Hampshire. Over $350,000 to expand rail yard capacity in upstate New York. Another $350,000 for a sailing center on Lake Champlain. Now look, Madam Chair, these projects are probably awesome. They're probably all great. Some of them ought to be funded by private investments, and others should be funded by states or localities. Instead of pandering to special interest groups, we must pare back these wasteful programs that only serve as a boondoggle for a limited slice of Americans. Like the thing on Lake Champlain sounds awesome, but most South Central Pennsylvanians aren't going there. But they're paying for it. They get to pay. This amendment does not zero out, let's be clear. This amendment does not zero out the Commission's funding. It simply reduces the funding to pre-pandemic, pre-Biden spending levels, which I think most people agree. We're spending too much money. So why don't we start there and see how we can do better? With that, I urge adoption and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Yes, Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
A woman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. The gentleman's amendment reduces funding for the Northern Border Regional Commission by $13 million. The Northern Border Regional Commission is a federal-state partnership focused on economic and community development within the most distressed counties in Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, and New York. Except for New York, but New York in the north is different than New York in the south. Many of these states, they don't have very many members of Congress. When you look at Vermont, I actually have more citizens in my district than does the state of Vermont in its entirety. So the Northern Border Commission really does focus on places that often get ignored simply because those states don't have enough people in them to warrant the kind of attention maybe Pennsylvania gets because of its number of people, or California. So the NBRC was created by Congress in 2008 to provide infrastructure and economic development assistance to projects in counties that have varying degrees of economic and demographic distress. These investments lead to new jobs being created. I've seen what it's done, for instance, in the Appalachian Regional Commission. It's taken a while, but I think that they will agree, many of our colleagues on your side of the aisle from these states where these commissions function say that's the first time that kind of help has come in creating new businesses and trying to create roads that didn't exist and try to promote economic development in really some of the forgotten corners of America. So it's critical to support the rise of all Americans to become part of a thriving middle class. And in some parts of the country, it's more difficult than others. I can guarantee you, where there has been deindustrialization because of the outsourcing of production, there ought to be a whole separate set of activities that occur in those areas of the country, whether it's Kenosha, Wisconsin, whether it's Toledo, Ohio. We can think of so many places where we've Flint, Michigan. One of the reasons the public is so unstable politically is because they're looking for an answer, and neither party has been able to fully accommodate the needs of those places. I think we're becoming more sensitive to it, and these commissions provide us a very important means to do it. So I oppose the gentleman's amendment. Actually, I think part of Pennsylvania, is it not covered by the Appalachian Regional Commission? Am I?
To that one later.
Okay, all right. Well, I just think that, when you look at some of the money that goes out to different places in the country, and Pennsylvania hits higher than Ohio does, actually. But for us, the Appalachian Regional Commission in Southern Ohio has been just terribly important. Has it been the most important vehicle for restoring what was lost or trying to convert to other economic activities? No. But are we crawling forward? Yes. At least we're not falling behind more. So I thank the gentleman for offering his amendment, but I have to oppose it. And I yield back my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, I certainly appreciate the gentlelady's arguments, and I would just say, there's a guy named Freeman who was traveling overseas. He came upon a public works project, and everybody was down in the ditch with shovels digging, many, many men digging with shovels, and he said to the person running the thing, he said, "What's with all the shovels? Why don't you buy them some equipment so they can get this work done faster?" And the guy said, "Well, this produces a lot of jobs." So Mr. Freeman said, "Well, why don't you give them all teaspoons instead? And you can have even more jobs, or at least the job can last longer." Of course, throwing money around produces jobs, and as far as it being infrastructure, a sound system for an auditorium, while it's infrastructure, I don't think many people think of infrastructure as roads, bridges, airports, ports, things like that, not a sound system or a sailing center. Those are nice things to have, but those are parochial, those are local interests that should be provided at least by the state, not the people in the federal government. We have lost sight of the role of the federal government, which is why this amendment is in order. I urge adoption, and I yield the balance, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back. The questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, nay. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. What purpose does the gentlewoman?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I demand a recorded vote.
Gentlelady seeks a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18 for the proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 29 printed in the House Report 119-2 232. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk number 29.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 29, printed in House Report number 119-232, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 672, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed will each have a control of 5 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to offer this amendment to halve the funding for the Southwest Border Regional Commission. Again, we're trying to save some money by not spending money on redundant things. Yet again, this commission serves as a duplicative slush fund for parochial interests, this time for projects in the southern border regions of Arizona, California, New Mexico, and Texas. This commission, which only had its first chairman confirmed in 2022 and only was funded starting in fiscal year 2021, so it's relatively recent. And look, I know folks on this side of the aisle care about the border. I imagine and hope that folks on the other side of the aisle care about the border, but the answer to solving the border problems is to actually enforce our nation's immigration laws, not give $4 million to a commission that does not even appear to have an operational website. And by the way, this current administration, the Trump administration, is handling the border, so we don't need to waste another $4 million on this commission. It received $250,000 in FY21, but is now being funded at $4 million in this bill for zero results. Can anybody show me or tell me what the results of this commission are? Again, this amendment simply strikes this figure in half. So even though it's wasteful and useless, generally speaking, I'm only taking it in half, which is still $2 million, and I don't care whether you're from Ohio or central Pennsylvania, $2 million is a lot of money. I urge support of the amendment, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. What purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Ladies recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this amendment reduces funding for the Southwest Border Regional Commission by $2 million. And the Southwest Border Regional Commission was established by Congress in 2008 to address economic distress along the southern border regions of some pretty important places: Arizona, California, New Mexico, Texas, and in December 2022, the Senate confirmed the first federal co-chair for the commission. So think about the delay in the co-chair. That took a large number of years, which enables the commission to convene and begin other activities. So I would place the burden there on the executive branch, waiting such a long time to nominate someone in the Senate to actually clear the name. But these investments do lead to new jobs being created, and many of these places have very small towns that don't even have parking lots in their little bakeries or their restaurants, and it is critical to support the rise of all Americans to become part of a thriving middle class, especially in the forgotten towns and regions of our country. So I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment on behalf of people who are trying to better their way of life against all odds. Thank you, and I yield back.
Does the yield or reserve?
I yield
Gentlelady
back.
yields. From Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And of course, all these states, Arizona, California, New Mexico, and Texas, are on the border. If we're funding this organization to deal with the border, I don't know what to say other than it's duplicative. And if you disagree with that, well, I'm not sure what to say to anybody about that. We get that. I've been to each one of these states, and of course, people that own a bakery want a parking lot. I had a business too, and I wanted trucks, and I wanted employees, and I needed tools. And you know what I didn't do? I didn't go to the federal government for that. I sucked it up, and I paid into my business from the money that I made conducting my business and grew my business. That's America. Not calling on the federal government, oh, hey, can you send me a couple $1 million because I want to make things nice for myself. We get it. We hope all Americans can do great things and be nice for themselves. Our government is out of money. It's broke. $37 trillion and climbing. Like, we don't have any money. All this is borrowed money, Mr. Chairman. Every cent of it is borrowed. Who borrows money to do things that they don't need to do that somebody else in the government's already doing? I urge adoption. I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields the ballots. Questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, nay. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
And Mr. Chair?
For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Yes, I rise to demand a recorded vote, please.
The gentlelady asks for a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 30, printed in the House Report 119-232. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 30, printed in House Report number 119-232, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 672, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer this amendment to reduce funding for the Southwest Crescent Regional Commission, the SCRC, to fiscal year 2019. So not zeroing it out, just taking it back to pre-pandemic levels so we could try to afford some of the stuff that we're borrowing money, again, to pay for. Now, again, this commission serves as a duplicative slush fund for parochial interest. People say, where does all my tax money go? Well, here's another example. This time for projects in Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia. And again, many of these projects are worthy. The question is, should the federal government be paying for them, especially when the federal government doesn't have any money? The commission operates duplicative programs that are better addressed at the state and local level. From 2010 to 2020, the SCRC received $250,000 annually, all without having an appointed federal co-chair. Just think about that. I know 250 grand is nothing around this place, but there was nobody at the wheel this whole time. That number has now ballooned to a whopping $16.25 million in this bill. There is absolutely no reason for that dramatic increase in funding, especially when these projects fund both projects with no national nexus like electric vehicle charging stations. There's one down the street from me. The owner of the place put it in. He didn't, well, I don't know if he has to, maybe, he probably got money from the federal government. Probably why he did it. He probably wouldn't have done it on his own, but I got to pay for it. How's it fair to me? I don't own an electric vehicle. A lot of people don't own one. But yet we're paying for this one, stormwater management and green infrastructure, according to their own report of 2023 through 2027 strategic plan. Our constituents simply do not have the money for these projects that have no impact on their lives because they don't live there. And in many cases, it drives up inflationary spending, which is the $37 trillion I keep referencing. Every time we borrow money here, it makes everybody else's prices go up, and we got to quit borrowing it, especially to pay for things that we can't afford, don't need, and somebody else is already doing. I reserve.
Member reserves for what purposes? I'll seek recognition.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment reduces funding for the Southeast Crescent Regional Commission by $16 million, a commission that was established in 2008. But unfortunately, the governor of the respective state and states did not appoint those who were to manage the Southeast Crescent Regional Commission until just a couple years ago. So there was no way that it could get off the ground. And if you've traveled in that region of America, you would come back a different person. So I would urge you to do that. The Southeast Crescent Regional Commission's mission is to build sustainable communities and strengthen economic growth across the Southeast region, including in places in Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia. The Southeast Crescent Regional Commission invests in the region's economic future through a grant program, yes, publishing research related to the region and income-producing learning experiences. Many people there have never started a business, but they want to. You must have had a good father or mother to help you get into business. I don't know. But it's important that opportunity be seeded in all parts of our country to help communities seize opportunity, address economic disparity, and advance prosperity is the purpose of this commission. So it is critical to support the rise of all Americans, to become part of a thriving middle class where possible, and I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, I certainly thank the gentlelady for her viewpoints and her comments, and I have lived in Florida and Georgia, wonderful states, and traveled through all of the rest and I have an awesome mother who helped me in that business, was a part of it. I don't know my father. That's American ingenuity. That is striving even against all odds, like the government, your taxes, your insurance, your payroll, your receivable. We've done it, and we did it without the help of the federal government. Many people want to do it. Some people get help from the federal government. It's unfair to those who do not. I urge adoption. I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields the balance of his time. Questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
And opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The
And Mr. Chair?
For what purpose does the gentleman seek
I
recognition?
demand a recorded vote on that, and also wanted to mention the gentleman voted for the big billionaire bonanza bill that added $4 trillion to the U.S. debt.
Gentlelady will suspend. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee do rise.
Question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
He's going to say, Mr. Chairman, and then you'll.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole of the House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 4553, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that committee has had under consideration H.R. 4553 and has come to no resolution thereon. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Passage of House Joint Resolution 104, passage of House Joint Resolution 106, and passage of House Joint Resolution 105. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of House Joint Resolution 104, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 104, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Miles City Field Office Record of Decision and Approved Resource Management Plan Amendment.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 211 and the nays are 208. With 0 answering present, the joint resolution is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of House Joint Resolution 106, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 106, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Central Yukon Record of Decision and Approved Resource Management Plan.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 210. The joint resolution is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of House Joint Resolution 105, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 105, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to North Dakota Field Office Record of Decision and Approved Resource Management Plan.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 211. The joint resolution is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to House Resolution 672 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 4553. Will the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House of the State on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 4553, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for energy and water development and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 30 printed in House Report 119-232 offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, had been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in the House Report 119-232 on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendments 23 through 30, all by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 23 printed in the House Report 119-232 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevail by vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 23, printed in House Report number 119-232, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. This vote, the yeas are 195, the nays are 235. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 24, printed in House Report 119-232 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevail by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 24, printed in House Report number 119-232, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 143, the nays are 285. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 25, printed in House Report 119-232 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevail by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 25, printed in House Report number 119-232, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device.